The total darkness is jarring. I need to get my bearings and find any useful supplies in this unit before it gets truly dark. Since I'm staying put anyway, scavenging is the priority. It's better to know what we have than assume anything. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds household groceries and bottled water.
The sudden darkness is disorienting, it feels unnatural. I need to process this shock while remaining methodical. Since I am in my own unit, it's the safest place right now. The first thing is a thorough sweep of my apartment for anything useful: food, tools, flashlights. After that, I should grab some supplies from outside before they become too scarce. I'll start by scavenging this prepper's unit.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds bottled water.
Okay, total darkness. Just gone. Like someone pulled a massive plug on the whole city. I feel this weird mix of panic and buzzing energy. It's like all my prepper videos suddenly became extremely relevant. The silence is the worst part, even the crickets sound muffled. I need to get through the initial shock, right? Stay calm. First things first, secure resources. This apartment feels safe for now. Let's scavenge this place and make sure we have a stockpile ready for when the sun comes up or doesn't come up at all.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
Blast it all. Total dark. Like someone pulled a switch and nothing came back on. I haven't seen this since, well, never. Never in my life did the lights just die like this. My heart's hammering against my ribs. Scarcity doesn't care for your feelings, child. This is exactly what it feels like: the sudden loss of all comfort and predictability. I need to get these supplies off the ground before I forget about them. Stay put. Wait until things are clearer. And keep an eye on everything.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water. The lights just went out completely. Total silence, total darkness. It's unsettling. Gotta stay calm, though. Panic burns energy and gives away position. Best bet right now is to assume this place packs grocery is full of useful junk and try to find it before anyone else does. Scavenging is the move. Need to get a handle on what's around here and if there are any supplies I can grab. Keep my guard up, even when alone. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water.
Oh my god, it just went out. Totally dark. It's not like a power surge or anything, it's just gone. Utterly silent darkness everywhere. The shock is really setting in. I need to stay calm, panicking won't help anyone. Since I'm indoors and alone, scavenging seems like the most logical first step. Maybe there are emergency supplies tucked away or things people left behind that we can use later. I hope this isn't permanent. Ariyar, what even is happening? I need to look for anything useful.
Priya Nair scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water. The total blackout is absolute. This isn't a localized outage, it's systemic, or something far worse. I need to treat this like an immediate hostile environment. Every shadow, every empty room, could hide something dangerous or valuable. Since I have no tools and nothing to carry, my priority is information and resources. The hospital storefront layout gives me several blind spots. I will scavenge the area methodically for supplies, medical kits, food, anything that can buy us time until dawn. Staying put minimizes energy expenditure while maximizing search effectiveness. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water and bandage roll.
The sudden darkness is terrifying, but I have to focus on what needs doing. The fountain water is a resource I can't waste by drinking it right now, I need to store some. Getting inside that building in Callaway Flats is critical before full night hits. It feels like everyone else is just as confused and scared as I am. I need to move quickly but carefully, keeping my head on a swivel for anything.
Lydia Brennan sprints. S times 6 rightward arrow, 4,10.
The silence is unnerving. It's not just quiet, it's a vacuum where all the city noise used to be. The blackout was instant, and I feel that creeping sense of vulnerability. Focus on the immediate necessities. First, secure this fire steel, it'll be invaluable tonight. Then, I need water, but more importantly, I need to see what this pharmacy has hidden away. I'll scavenge while also collecting some stored water. Staying put for now feels safest.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements in bottled water and bandage roll.
The total darkness is disorienting, and the sudden silence after the alarms are unsettling. I need to move quickly but deliberately towards a structure. The loading dock sounds like the best immediate option: shelter and water access. I must conserve energy while moving, so jogging, 4 steps, seems right for covering the distance in the forest without exhausting myself unnecessarily.
Nadia Petrov jogs. N times 4 rightward arrow, 4,25. Round 1 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges, finds household groceries and bottled water. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges, finds bottled water. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges, finds pantry staples. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds pantry staples and bottled water. Dex Okafor, scavenges, finds packaged food and bottled water. Priya Nair, scavenges, finds leftover provisions and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges, finds bottled water and bandage roll. Solomon Wright, pick_up, picks up fire steel, 50 uses. It's late, and the darkness hasn't lifted. I'm well stocked on supplies, so rationing them isn't critical right now. The best use of my energy is to rest. Being indoors at night eliminates stress penalties and allows for deep recovery. Sleeping here will build up that fully rested buff, which is invaluable when we don't know how long this blackout will last. I need to stay put and sleep until dawn. Marcus Webb sleeps in the bed.
The silence is the worst part. It's not just the lack of power, it's the absence of normal city noise, the constant hum of life. My focus has to remain clinical: assess resources, establish a routine, conserve energy. The apartment was well stocked, thankfully. I need to make sure I maximize every second of this safe space before I try and sleep. Finding more water or medical supplies would be critical. Once that's done, rest is non-negotiable. The blackout was jarring, but staying put in the unit is key. I'll scavenge again for anything useful and then settle down for a deep rest.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The lights staying out for 2 hours is unnerving enough, but it's nothing compared to what real scarcity feels like. I'm alone here, which means I can control things, and that's a commodity worth more than gold right now. The unit has been searched, but there are always hidden corners in these old buildings. Need to secure every scrap of food and everything else I can carry. The canned meat and the plastic bag on the floor are prime targets for my stockpile. Once I've gathered what I can, I need rest. This bed is a luxury right now, it'll help me keep my head straight.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. The dark is unsettling, but staying put is key. Gotta milk this location for everything it has to offer before I waste too much energy moving around in the pitch black. Scavenging again is necessary, even if it's less effective. After that, water collection and then sleep. That's the game plan. Sleep will recharge us physically and emotionally, giving me a huge boost against stress and setting up for better scavenging tomorrow. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.
It feels so strange, this silence. The lack of any ambient hum, no distant traffic sounds, just nothing. It makes my head spin a little bit. I keep thinking about the systems, the grid, the power flow, the whole interconnectedness of it all and how completely fragile it was. We're safe here in the diner for now, which is good, but we can't stay safe forever. The exhaustion from adrenaline and anxiety must be setting in. Maybe I should just rest? If I sleep, at least my body gets a proper break, and hopefully, I won't feel so overwhelmed by the sheer scale of what has happened. It feels like the safest thing to do right now.
Priya sleeps down on a booth bench. The darkness is oppressive. 2 hours have passed since the lights went out. I've already scavenged this area once and found 2 items: the water bottle and bandage roll. There are no immediate threats, and I am currently well provisioned. The best course of action is to stabilize my physical and mental state. Staying put in a sheltered location and sleeping will maximize my recovery time, fully rested buff, while conserving energy. I need rest more than another superficial search right now. Kenji Tanaka prepares for sleep.
It's so quiet. The silence is deafening. Honestly, it's worse than the noise was earlier. We need to conserve energy and resources. Since I'm safe inside, staying put is best for now. My inventory is empty, which is worrying because we need supplies desperately. However, I can take water from the tap instead of drinking it right now. Storing water reserves feels like the safest bet until we know more about this blackout. I should use the time to assess the situation and plan for tomorrow.
Lydia Brennan collects water from the tap.
It's late, it's dark, and I'm alone in this silent pharmacy. My resources are good right now, but exhaustion and the psychological toll of the blackout are real. Since I can rest safely inside, sleep is the highest priority. It will restore energy and keep my head clear for when things get worse. I need to conserve whatever mental resilience I have left.
Solomon Wright sleeps down on the floor.
The lights are out, and this warehouse district is huge. Panic is a luxury we cannot afford right now. We have no immediate threats, but neither do we have supplies or light. The priority must be conservation of energy, of warmth, and of our mental state. Since I am indoors at night, the best move is to sleep immediately. Resting will help mitigate stress and build up reserves for when the situation clarifies. My instinct tells me that hoarding resources like water, even if I don't use them tonight, is crucial for long-term survival. I must make sure to rest deeply.
Nadia Petrov prepares for sleep. Round 2 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds bottled water.
The darkness is worse than I thought. It's oppressive, but I can't afford panic. My instincts tell me safety lies in routines and stockpiling. This apartment unit is the only reliable thing right now. I need to scavenge every last corner before I settle down for the night. Sleep is critical, it'll help my body keep up with this constant low-grade stress, but first, a final sweep of these cupboards. Waste not, want not, they say. Every can and bottle counts.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds back of the pantry find, survivor's instinct.
I need rest, sleep is the priority right now to keep my stress down. I'll also fill up some water bottles while I wait for morning.
Round 3 highlights. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds back of the pantry find, survivor's instinct. Round 4 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds back of the pantry find, survivor's instinct. Round 5 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 6 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 7 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Round 8 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 9 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 10 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. The blackout was severe. The windstorm is bad, it keeps me contained inside the apartment. Staying here is best until the weather calms. I'm fully rested, which is a huge advantage. My priority now is resources, finding anything useful in this unit before moving out, and potentially stocking up on water from the tap while the pressure holds up. Since there are no people nearby, I must remain silent. I will scavenge thoroughly first. The immediate threat is external, weather/lack of power, so maximizing local supplies is key. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds household groceries and bottled water.
It's dawn, and the windstorm is still raging, making me cautious about going outside. I feel groggy but fully rested, which is a huge asset. Since I am safe in my unit and resources are critical, the best use of this turn is to thoroughly scavenge the remaining hidden spots in Unit 2B. It's slow work, especially being groggy, but it will build our stockpile before we venture out into the street.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Found nothing.
It's dawn, which is a massive relief after that pitch black night. The fully rested buff is amazing. I feel like I can actually move and think clearly. But man, my inventory is pathetic. I only have 1 can of food. I need to grab everything visible outside first, especially the fire steel, since it's irreplaceable right now. Since there's no one around, I'll stay put and just hoard supplies for now. After picking up the gear, I'm going to scavenge again, hoping that my fully rested status helps me overcome this grogginess penalty a bit.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
I'm fully rested, which is good, but I'm groggy. The best thing to do now is secure fresh water while staying safe in my unit.
Ruth Callahan drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 20 hydration. The blackout was terrifying, but waking up fully rested right at dawn feels like a massive win. Still feeling a bit spaced out, the grogginess is real, so scavenging might be rough. But I can't just sit here. This store is huge and I know there are more resources in the pharmacy or hardware sections. The windstorm also means I should stick close to the building structure for safety. Gotta capitalize on this calm start while my stamina is high. Staying put and doing one last sweep of the storefront seems like the smart play before heading out into the streets. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
It's dawn. The windstorm is intense, which makes me feel a little exposed even though I'm inside this diner. My fully rested buff is really helping. I feel physically ready for some work. I need to get more resources before the supplies run out and my hope DIP's too low. Since I've already been here for 10 turns and haven't seen anyone, I need to keep up a routine. Scavenging seems like the best use of this time and my current good energy levels. Maybe if I find some other canned goods or water, it will ease the feeling of isolation. I must remember not to speak unless someone is right next to me.
Pre-Yener scavenges. Finds leftover provisions. The dawnlight and the windstorm are both distractions. The priority remains resource security and information gathering. Although I feel groggy from waking up fully rested, the fully rested buff is still active, which helps mitigate the fatigue penalty. Since I am currently safe within the storefront unit, scavenging is the most logical use of this turn to maximize my resources while remaining sheltered. I will search thoroughly. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
I'm still feeling the effects of sleep, a bit groggy, but also incredibly rested, which is a massive relief. The windstorm is loud and makes me anxious, even though I'm inside. Since my unit is locked and I have nothing to break in or pick the lock with, I need to get out into the street. Staying here is safe for now, but I can't survive on just safe. I need resources, and maybe other people. I will head south towards the main street, moving slowly because of the wind and my grogginess.
Lydia Brennan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 4,12.
The grogginess is definitely hitting me, everything feels a little fuzzy, but the sense of deep rest is still humming through me. The windstorm outside sounds brutal, it's going to be rough today. I need to get out any loose ends from this pharmacy before moving around. Scavenging again, even with the penalty, might yield something useful for our base. It's important to establish how much we can rely on this spot before I try to move out into the city.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
I am still groggy from waking up, but at least the worst of the night is over and I have my rest buff. My biggest problem right now is that my inventory is completely empty, I cannot carry anything found. I need to scavenge immediately to get supplies and fill those slots before moving out. Since there are no people nearby, I must remain silent to conserve energy and not reveal my precise location unnecessarily. The warehouse district offers structural opportunities for scavenging. I will set scavenge to true and stay put at the loading dock. My primary focus is finding any form of preserved goods or useful tools.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds bottled water. Round 11 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds household groceries and bottled water. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Priya Nair, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds bottled water. The unit is exhausted, I need a new scavenging zone. The pharmacy to the west is the highest potential yield for specialized resources like medical supplies or tools. Staying put serves no purpose now that my immediate area is cleared. I will head west, moving at a controlled jog pace, 4 steps, to reach Elm Street Pharmacy and start searching systematically. Marcus Webb jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 18,22.
I've already scavenged this apartment thoroughly, and the yield was 0. Staying here is safe but unproductive right now. Since it's dawn, and I'm fully rested and feeling surprisingly good despite the grogginess, I need to get out of my unit. The city needs people, resources, and maybe I can find some others who are also trying to survive this blackout. Moving west into the common area or adjacent units seems like a good starting point for exploration. I'll jog down the hall/corridor toward the neighboring apartments.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 10,4.
The dawn is actually pretty nice, man. Way better than that total darkness last night. The fully rested buff is definitely helping, I feel like I can move without being wiped. Since I'm still in my base unit and I've got the time, and the buffs, I should hit these hidden spots again. Gotta maximize every second of this daylight, yeah? After scavenging a bit more, I think I'll head west down the street to check out the Neon Diner area. It seems like a good starting point for exploration today.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Door is locked, force_door first.
The blackout was a shock, but the bed did its job. I feel solid now, which is more than I can say for most people out here. The unit has some things on the ground: canned food, plastic bag. Gotta secure those, waste not, want not. I'll scavenge again to see if there's anything else in this place, and then I'll get these items into the chest. Staying put is best for now, I need a solid plan before venturing out. I'm going to pick up the visible supplies first, then run the scavenger search, and finally stash everything away.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds pantry staples. The fully rested buff is a gift, gotta milk this time while it lasts. Since I'm alone, the best bet is to maximize scavenging here first. This place feels safe, familiar, and I know there are still hidden spots according to the game state. Gotta find anything that can boost the stockpile before I risk moving into the open streets. The dawn light helps, but staying put minimizes stress and keeps me near my supplies.
The grogginess is definitely hitting me, everything feels slightly muffled, making concentration hard. But the fully rested buff is still helping, which is amazing. I really need to hold on to that feeling of competence. Since there's no one around, and I'm already well hydrated / fed, scavenging here in the diner makes the most sense. It keeps me contained, safe from any outside threats, and might yield those last few useful items before I have to move out into the city proper. I need to be systematic, careful not to waste effort on spots that are empty, even if it's just a little bit of movement. I will try scavenging again, focusing on hidden corners around my current spot.
Pre-air scavenges. Found nothing. The blackout was disorienting, but waking up fully rested here in the hospital is a major advantage. The grogginess is noticeable, but I have to push through it. Since I'm at base and the goal is survival, I need to maximize this scavenging window while my buffs are active. There's no one around, so I stay silent and focus entirely on the search. I will prioritize finding medical supplies or anything that can be stockpiled.
I need basic supplies first. Honey and pasta are easy picks. Then, I'll head south down the main street.
Lydia Brennan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 4,14.
The night is over, and the grogginess hits a little hard, but I'm fully rested. That's a huge advantage. Being alone feels weird, but my upbeat mood and high hope are helping keep me grounded. The pharmacy is our base for now. Since moving out would burn stamina and we have nothing critical to do immediately, staying put and scavenging again seems like the best use of this morning time. I need to find more supplies before the next big move.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The blackout was jarring, but now that dawn has broken, there's a sense of returning order, even if the city is still wrecked. I feel groggy, which means my movements and focus need to be economical. My priority remains stocking up on essentials, especially water and non-perishables. The warehouse district is a massive repository of goods. I need to search it methodically for anything useful that hasn't been taken or spoiled. Since I am at my base, I will maximize the scavenging opportunity here while my fully rested buff helps compensate for the grogginess penalty. I must remain precise and efficient with every movement.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods. Round 12 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds pantry staples. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods. I need to reach the pharmacy at 17:22. It's the best bet for immediate medical supplies or tools. I will walk across the street entrance. Since I am moving into a building, I cannot scavenge this turn, but I must position myself inside to do so next round. Hydration is dropping. Once I get back to a safer spot, I need to purify some water. Marcus Webb walks. W rightward arrow, 17,22.
I'm alone, which is good for now, no risk of confrontation. The priority has to be resources and safety. This apartment unit looks like it was lived in, there must be supplies. Since I can hear no one, I need to act carefully to avoid drawing attention while gathering anything useful. Picking the lock silently is the best option. I'll start by scavenging inside Unit 2A.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
Man, this whole apartment block is just a maze of locked doors. I feel kinda bummed out about it, but honestly, being fully rested makes me feel pretty resilient right now. The silence is weird, though, totally isolating. Since there's no one here and I don't have the tools to get into Unit 2A, I'm going to jog west down this street. Maybe someone dropped a crowbar or something along the way, yeah? Or maybe I just need a change of scenery anyway.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 25,13.
Another face in this mess. The blackout hit everyone, so we're all just adrift right now. Got a stranger next door at 4:14. Gotta introduce myself first, establish who I am, but keep my guard up. They are an unknown person, meaning they could be anything, a resource or a complication. I won't waste time being friendly, I need to assess their situation and see if they got sense. I should speak generally enough that others in the unit hear me, but direct it toward them since they are the only one nearby. Listen up, child. Name's Ruth Callahan. Seems this city decided to take a nap on us all at once. You know, waste not, want not. Tell me who you are and what kinda trouble you got yourself into down here.
The rest was good, but good doesn't mean safe. The silence is heavy, and while the grocery store is comfortable, it's a dead end for new resources. I gotta move. Need to see what the east side the hospital area has going on. High stamina means I can jog or walk without worrying too much about pace right now. Better to explore before my routine gets too strong.
I think maybe staying here for a little while longer might be safest. The routine helps keep me grounded.
The exhaustion of resources is becoming apparent. The hospital unit has been searched twice with nothing substantial found, but there are visible items nearby that were not in my inventory. I need to secure these items and then move out from the immediate area. Scavenging again at this spot might be fruitless, but it's necessary before committing to a journey. After scavenging, I will pick up the first aid kit and the duffel bag. My current priority is securing supplies and finding a more stable water source or resource cache. Moving west towards Pax Grocery seems like the best immediate objective for variety of goods. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water and antiseptic.
I'm feeling a bit better now that the sun is up, but we still have no idea what's going on out here. My primary focus needs to be getting us somewhere with more resources and maybe finding a safer place than this apartment complex. I should talk to Ruth first, she seems like someone who knows the immediate area. I need to sound concerned but upbeat, keeping my voice warm, even if I feel slightly frazzled inside. Moving south towards the street seems right to maximize our exploration.
Lydia Brennan jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 4,17.
The pharmacy is completely stripped bare, no point lingering here. My immediate priority is hydration before moving. The tap water is barely trickling, but it will do for now. Once I've topped up my thirst slightly, I need to move into the next storefront down the dispensary. The daylight makes this movement safer than night, so I should use that time advantageously. I'll move south and scavenge the new location.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The exhaustion from the night is gone thanks to the fully rested buff, which is a massive advantage. The current location has been thoroughly searched already. Given my goal of stockpiling resources and maintaining efficiency, I need to expand my search perimeter. The cold storage area, 525, is immediately adjacent and seems like a logical place to check next for more supplies or information. I will walk over there first, then scavenge the new location thoroughly.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. Round 13 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges door is locked force _door first. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Priyaner, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Kenji Tanaka, pick_up picks up first aid kit. Scavenges finds bottled water and antiseptic. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. The pharmacy is a gold mine for medical supplies or tools. Given the fully rested buff, I have the energy to spend here. The priority is finding anything useful, antibiotics, bandages, etc. that will help me stockpile resources. I'll start by thoroughly scavenging this unit before moving on. Staying put maximizes my search time. Marcus Webb scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements in bottled water and painkillers.
The unit is a dead end, it's locked, and I don't have the tools to proceed with scavenging. Staying here will only waste time and energy. The isolation is heavy, but moving is necessary. I need to find other units or common areas in this building that might offer better chances for supplies, especially something like a crowbar or lockpicks. Moving east through the apartments seems like the best bet for finding more people or resources without immediately going into the open street where I feel less secure right now. I'll jog down the main hallway.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 13,4.
Okay, I'm in this diner. It smells like stale grease and maybe a faint hint of burnt coffee, which is pretty grim. Everyone left in a rush or just gave up. Since my shelter is east, but the diner is right here, I should check out these drawers and back rooms. The fully rested buff is great, gives me a boost, so I'm not stressing about moving too much right now. Scavenging is key, let's see what this place coughed up.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The scent of fresh air is a godsend after that night. The fully rested buff is still strong, I can't waste it by moving around needlessly. Since the stranger who was here earlier isn't around, there's no point in speaking or wasting energy on them right now. My gut tells me to keep this place secure and find more supplies before I let my guard down. The best thing is to scavenge again while I can benefit from that buff.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water. The best thing right now is maximizing resources while I have high stamina and a good buff. Scavenging here seems perfect, it uses up my current location's potential and keeps me active without expending too much energy moving across the whole area immediately. Staying put for this turn, focusing on digging through every nook in Pax Grocery. Once done, gotta figure out where to consolidate things.
I feel incredibly well rested right now, which is a huge gift given how long this has been going on. But the silence, it's really starting to weigh on me. I keep thinking about other people, just anyone, and whether they are okay out there. Since I'm already so energized from resting, maybe I should use this chance to scout a nearby street? Staying in the diner is safe, but also making me feel more isolated every hour. I think moving north seems like a good first step, it feels less committing than heading straight into another district right now. Jogging for a few steps will let me cover some ground without burning out my reserves, which is important since the fully rested buff isn't forever.
Pre-in air jogs. N times 4 rightward arrow, 22,9. The fully rested buff is invaluable, I need to use it efficiently. The storefront unit is a high-value target for supplies, but it's been partially searched. I should scavenge one more time before moving out. My goal remains Pax Grocery. It offers different commercial goods than the hospital. Moving 2 steps west will get me into the street and closer to that area. I must conserve stamina while making progress. The cat is nearby, but it's not a priority right now. Survival is about resources and safety first. The movement plan is solid: scavenge, then move west. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 27,4.
It's good the weather cleared, at least we can move around today. But I feel really exposed, like I'm wandering through an empty shell of our old life. Nobody is nearby right now, so I have to stay quiet. My main worry is water. I need to get out and find a reliable source before my hydration drops too much. Since the apartments are locked, I'll head south onto the street, maybe there's something more open to scavenge or see from here. I really hope Ruth is okay, even if she's not here with me now.
Lydia Brennan jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 4,20.
I need to consolidate and secure this location. Staying in the dispensary feels like wandering. The pharmacy was designated as my shelter for a reason. I'll jog back north towards 13,22 to establish it as a proper base of operations. Once there, I will scavenge thoroughly, hoping to find some kind of container or storage unit so I can actually keep what we find.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Nothing left here.
The fully rested buff makes this the perfect time to scavenge. I need to maximize resource collection while it lasts, especially since I am alone and supplies are limited. My priority is finding more non-perishable goods and water before moving back to the loading dock at 4:25. The warehouse district is massive, but focusing on my immediate area first is most efficient. After scavenging, I will move towards 4:25. It's a jog distance. I need to keep my movement methodical and focused, treating this entire outing like an inventory audit.
Round 14 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Marcus Webb, scavenges finds nutrition supplements and bottled water and painkillers. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, scavenges nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. I need to maintain hydration. The tap water trickle is minimal, but better than nothing right now. Drinking it keeps me on schedule without wasting a bottle. After that, I should check the adjacent storefronts. The windstorm means noise and visibility are limited, so staying close to established structures is safest. Moving south into the dispensary seems like the most logical next step for immediate assessment. Marcus Webb drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
The windstorm makes movement risky. I need to stay contained within this unit for safety and to maximize scavenging effectiveness. My fully rested buff is invaluable right now, so I must use this time productively. The immediate finds canned food and coffee are obvious grabs. After that, I will thoroughly scavenge the apartment to gather more resources before my buffs wear off. Hydration is a concern, but I'll prioritize scavenging for better water sources.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds bottled water.
I need water first. The tap is weak, but collecting a bottle is better for later when the buffs fade.
Jamie Kowalski takes water from the store tap.
The unit is stripped bare. No use wasting time here, no matter how comfortable it feels. Gotta move out. The wind was fierce. I need a little distance from this spot to see what else these people got hiding around. South seems like the best bet. It puts me right onto that main street grid. Keep moving slow, conserve strength, and watch every step. Nobody's here yet, so I'll stay silent. Waste no words.
Ruth Callahan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 4,15. The best thing right now is to stay put in this store and dig deep. The windstorm makes moving risky, and I need every single can of food or bottle of water I can get while my buffs are active. Gotta maximize that scavenging bonus before it wears off. Need to find more than just enough for a few days, gotta build up the stash. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
The isolation is really weighing on me. I feel like I've been wandering aimlessly. The diner feels like a safe anchor point right now, even if it was just my temporary base. I need to get back there and check on the place, maybe see if anything useful is still around or if anyone else might have passed through since I left. I can't afford to keep moving away from potential human contact, no matter how much I want to explore. Since I have high stamina and it's just a short hop south, I should jog back to the diner. The windstorm makes me feel exposed, so getting inside is key for both physical comfort and emotional stability.
Pre-Air walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 22,11. The windstorm is aggressive, I need to get off the open street immediately. My base at General Hospital, 31,4, is a known resource point, and it's east of my current location. Moving into the storefront unit there will provide cover and allow me to scavenge next turn. Hydration is decent but needs monitoring. A walk pace towards the hospital entrance is appropriate. Kenji Tanaka walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 29,4.
The wind is still so loud out here, it makes everything feel fragile, like we could all just be swept away or lost in the noise. I have to stay focused on finding something useful, anything that can help us build a routine again. The knife is right here, thank goodness. If I move south, maybe there are more signs of life or at least better scavenging opportunities than staying deep inside these warehouses. I really hope this fully rested buff lasts until we find a stable spot to set up camp.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds canned goods.
The pharmacy is depleted, and I need to keep moving before my supplies or hope run low. The windstorm makes me cautious, so I'll stick to the covered storefronts for now. Moving west to the adjacent shop, 1222, seems like the best bet to find a new scavenging spot without leaving the protection of this commercial row. Since I have high stamina and it's still daylight, a careful walk should be fine.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
The area around 625 is completely stripped bare. I cannot scavenge here anymore. My base at the loading dock, 425, is a known point of relative safety and resource management. Given the windstorm warning and my current hydration level, moving directly back to the dock to re-establish routine and check my stockpile seems like the most rational course of action. I will walk west for 2 steps toward 425.
Nadia Petrov walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 4,25. Round 15 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds bottled water. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Lydia Brennan, pick_up picks up utility knife. Scavenges finds canned goods. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds painkillers. The wind is still high. Moving east towards Hargrove Towers. It's the best bet for shelter and supplies. Jogging keeps me moving fast enough, but not so fast I burn out. The priority is getting to a more solid location than these storefronts. No one is around. Keep silent. Focus on steady movement. Marcus Webb jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 21,23.
The windstorm is brutal, but being here in Unit 2B makes a difference. My fully rested buff gives me an edge, so I need to capitalize on it now by scouring every nook and cranny of this preppers unit. Hydration is dropping. After scavenging, I'll check the tap or maybe stockpile some water if I find any more bottles. I feel restless, almost desperate for another human presence, but right now, stability comes first.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds emergency rations.
I need to focus on resources since I'm stuck here for now. The tap water is a clear choice. Collecting the bottle is much better than drinking the trickle right now, especially since my hydration level isn't critical yet but needs boosting for the long haul. Being alone is rough. I keep listening for footsteps or voices that aren't there. The fully rested buff is a gift, but it will run out, and then the isolation hits harder. I need to stay methodical and conserve my energy. Collecting water first.
Jamie Kowalski collects a water bottle from the tap.
The windstorm makes going out a poor idea right now. Staying put in my own unit is best, especially with the fully rested buff running its course. The tapping water is weak, but I need to stockpile every drop of it. Better to have the water stored than needing it when the real drought hits. No one's here, so I keep quiet and watch the wind rattle things.
Ruth Callahan nothing. The buffs are still ticking away, so staying here seems smart for now. I'm well stocked and physically fine, but the isolation is kicking in. Scavenging again is the best way to pass time and improve our position without burning through resources or stamina. Gotta keep that head up, the canned goods aren't gonna save nobody if we end up alone forever. Need to find a sign of life, man.
I feel this intense pull to just connect with someone. The silence here is deafening, even though it's a busy central location like a diner. I need to use this time while I'm fully rested to maximize resources and see if there are any clues about where other people might be. Since I'm already inside the building, scavenging seems safest. I must remember that every interaction needs to feel genuine, so I have to keep my guard up but also remain open. It feels like a race against time until these buffs wear off.
Pre-and-air scavenges. Found nothing. I am currently inside General Hospital, which is a prime location for supplies. Given that I have fully rested status and high stamina, scavenging is the priority. The context notes that some hidden spots are still untouched. I need to maximize my haul from this building before moving further out or establishing a permanent base elsewhere. Staying put allows me to focus entirely on searching the structure. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water and antibiotics.
The windstorm is still pretty intense, but at least being inside this warehouse keeps me safe for now. The fully rested buff is a massive help, I need to make the most of it while it lasts. Since I'm already here and have successfully scavenged once, I should try scavenging again right where I am. Maybe there are more supplies hidden in these old storage racks. My main focus needs to be gathering anything useful, food, water containers, or materials for building/crafting later.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The fully rested buff is a gift, and I need to use it now while it lasts. This pharmacy row has been searched before, but there's always more hidden in those dark corners, drawers, back rooms. My priority right now isn't just loot, it's information, or anything that can help me carry it. I need to find a way to expand my inventory space so I don't have to discard potential resources. I'll focus entirely on scavenging this spot for the next hour.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds hand sanitizer.
The windstorm is loud, but being inside this loading dock gives a necessary sense of stability. My instinct screams for order and resource management. The tap water is trickling, it's not worth drinking now, I need to stockpile it. Getting those extra water bottles stored will give me a substantial buffer later when the situation gets worse. Since there are no people around, I must remain silent. I will focus on securing these supplies at the base.
Nadia Petrov collects water from the tap. Round 16 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds emergency rations. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds bottled water and antibiotics. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds hand sanitizer. I need to secure resources from this unit. The priority is stealth because of the windstorm outside. Breaking the door is too noisy, I'll try picking the lock first. My hydration is dropping, but conserving water until absolutely necessary is key for stockpiling. I will use the lockpick set, assuming it's available for the action block despite not being listed in my inventory, as the context implies its use. Marcus Webb attempts to pick the lock on the unit door.
My hydration level is dropping, and while I have limited supplies, I can't risk them all on a single person or an unknown event. The tap water isn't ideal, but it's the most immediate, low-risk source available right now, especially since I am staying put in my claimed unit. Drinking this will keep me stable for another turn while I assess whether I should wait out the storm or attempt to move into the building next door. My primary focus remains on conserving energy and resources until I find anyone to break the silence.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
Okay, another turn in this diner. It's quiet, too quiet. The fully rested buff is a lifesaver, but it also just emphasizes how much I need any noise. First things first, water. Gotta get those bottles before they dry up completely. Then, I'm scavenging again. Maybe there are some snacks or something useful hidden away back here. Focus on the task, Jamie. Stay focused.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
This apartment is stripped bare. Nothing left to find here, which means I gotta waste some time just kicking dust around. Gotta get out of this unit and onto the main street. The south side looks like it leads to a warehouse, maybe there's better loot or at least more space than these cramped flats. Better move slow, don't want to burn daylight or stamina on a whim. I need to scout a new spot.
Ruth Callahan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 4,17. The tap water is almost gone, and I'm thirsty enough that stockpiling is a priority. Using take_water is safer than drinking it right now because it gives me a massive boost later without the immediate thirst cost of drinking it here. Since my base is safe, and the fully rested buff is still active for 2 more turns, which means I can maintain this routine, I'm going to collect as much water as possible while running one last scavenge pass. Staying put minimizes stress gain and maximizes the benefits of the buffs.
I really hope this diner has something more than just old coffee stains. I know I shouldn't waste energy, but the thought of being completely alone out here, waiting for someone or anything is so much worse than the fatigue of searching. I need to find enough supplies to feel like we can last longer, maybe even enough to help someone else someday. It feels like a ritual, going through drawers and cabinets, trying to impose order on this chaos. Ari, Yar, just keep looking.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds leftover provisions. The hospital storefront is cleared out, I cannot waste time here. The windstorm makes outdoor travel risky, but staying put achieves nothing. I need to shift my focus and explore the next contiguous building or street segment. Moving west seems logical, following the row of shops into the adjacent area near Pax Grocery. I must remain vigilant about potential dangers while moving through these darkened corridors. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 28,4.
It's getting late afternoon, and I'm still in this massive warehouse. The windstorm has died down a bit, which means I can actually think straight again. My hydration is dropping fast, 54/100 isn't enough for me to feel comfortable, even if it's not an immediate crisis. The tap water trickling by seems like the only reliable source right now, so collecting some might be smart. But first, I have to scavenge. This fully rested buff is a gift, I need to make every second count before it fades. I must keep my focus sharp on finding useful things, anything from medical supplies to extra food. I really hope this place has something more than just junk.
The windstorm keeps everything rattling, but it also serves as a barrier. It makes this pharmacy a relatively safe spot right now. My inventory is full, which is annoying. I need to keep searching these hidden spots before my fully rested buff wears off. I'll focus on scavenging here for medical supplies or anything else useful. The isolation is getting heavy today, but the routine keeps me grounded.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bandage roll.
I need to maintain my methodical rhythm and focus on stockpiling resources. The tap is trickling, and while I could drink the small amount it offers, collecting full water bottles is a far more efficient use of time given my high priority for hydration storage. Since I'm sheltered in my base, scavenging is also appropriate. I will collect what I can from the tap and then search the immediate area thoroughly.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Found nothing. Round 17 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Priya Nair, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bandage roll. The unit is still locked. Picking the lock minimizes noise and risk. Need to get inside. Marcus Webb attempts to pick the lock.
I feel a familiar sense of calm in this unit. It's comforting, even if I am alone. My hydration is dropping steadily, and while I could drink from the tap, saving my drinking capacity for when absolutely necessary is smarter. The context gives me the option to store water bottles instead of just drinking, which is perfect for stockpiling. Since I am safe here and still benefit from the fully rested buff, I will focus on maximizing my stored resources first. Once I have a good cache of water, I can consider moving out or making plans.
Dr. Elena Vasquez collects bottled water from the tap.
The silence is deafening, man. It's been over 18 hours since everything went dark. I feel like I should be freaking out, but honestly, I'm just kinda focused. The fully rested buff is huge right now, it feels like a cheat code for life. Staying put in the diner keeps me anchored, which is good, because being alone for this long is starting to get heavy. I need more than just canned beans and bottled water. Time to hit these drawers and back rooms again. Hopefully, there's something useful down here that wasn't visible on top.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water.
The apartment is a dead end right now. I've seen enough inside, or rather, what was visible before the blackout, to know that resources are limited and staying here isn't the answer. My instinct tells me to get out into the open street where there might be more potential ground or salvageable materials. The air feels cleaner outside than in this stale unit. I need to move south, getting away from these confining walls. I'll jog a couple steps down the street to put some distance between myself and this place.
Ruth Callahan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 4,19. Need to keep scavenging these aisles. Gotta grab that water bottle too, stockpiling is key. Dex aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water.
I'm feeling really low on social interaction resources right now. It's been 17 turns, and I feel that heavy weight of isolation. My priority has to be maintaining our little bubble here in the diner. It's safe. Since my hydration is dropping and I have a water bottle, maybe I should try collecting some more from the tap before moving? But first, I need to exhaust every possibility inside this place. I feel like there must be something left. The fully rested buff is running out, which is a bummer, but it means we've been okay so far. I really hope scavenging yields something useful today.
Pre-and-air scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water. The primary objective is securing resources and stabilizing our base. The fully rested buff is invaluable, but it needs to be maintained by finding more supplies or resting safely. I am currently at the storefront edge of the hospital unit. Instead of wandering blindly into another cell, which might just be a dead end, I will utilize the dedicated scavenge action here. This should give me a chance to find hidden medical supplies within this already claimed area. After scavenging, I need to assess if moving deeper into the building or sticking to the storefront is better. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds meal replacement packs and first aid kit.
I'm running out of time on this fully rested buff, so I need to use this last turn for maximum scavenging effort right here in the warehouse. Staying put minimizes risk and lets me take advantage of the bonus. Although I feel okay right now, upbeat and calm, the silence is getting heavy, and I really need to find more supplies before we have a night cycle again. I'll search thoroughly around, 4,21, to see if there are any hidden spots or useful items left.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
My thirst is the most pressing immediate physical need after the initial exhaustion of the blackout. The tap water is trickling, so a drink is necessary to keep me functional. After that, I'll try one last focused scavenge sweep. I feel like there has to be something useful hidden in these old shops. It's hard being alone, but my focus keeps me moving forward. The fully rested buff is running out soon. I need to plan for rest.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The hydration level is too low to ignore, even with the full resources available. The tap is trickling and it offers a way to stockpile water bottles without risking immediate consumption or spoilage. I need to take advantage of this while my stamina is high and before moving out into the unknown parts of the city. Since I'm at my established base, scavenging here is the safest bet for finding more supplies, canned goods, medical items, anything non-perishable. I must maintain vigilance, every resource counts.
Round 18 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water. Dex aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water. Pre-and-air, scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds meal replacement packs and first aid kit. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. The goal remains Unit 2A. I need supplies, and forcing a door wastes time and energy. Picking the lock is silent, methodical. That's how things are done when you want them to stay that way. The fully rested buff is still active. I can afford this focused effort now. Once inside, I will prioritize finding any non-perishable goods or medicine. Staying here for a while minimizes risk and maximizes resource gain. Marcus Web scavenges. Door is locked. Force _ door first.
I've secured enough supplies here for now, but staying in this one room feels suffocating. My isolation levels are high, and my instinct to connect with people is stronger than any desire to stay safe. The day phase is perfect for movement. I should take one last look around the unit. It's my home base, so I need to be thorough and then head out into the building corridors towards the park exit. Finding a person nearby would lift both my morale and my stress. I need to keep going through this place. The diner is a gold mine, but I can't just stand around hoping someone walks in. Even if it's just garbage, finding more canned goods or water bottles helps my stockpile. This fully rested buff is great, it's keeping the edge off, but the silence is really loud today. I'm going to do one last deep dive into these hidden corners. Maybe there was a drop-off point someone overlooked. The goal isn't just supplies, though, it's finding any sign of life that suggests another human survived here too.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
The warehouse is too confining, it smells like stale air and desperation. The streets are better, more exposed, but still risky. Since nobody's around, talking accomplishes nothing, so silence it is. I need to get out of this industrial sprawl and onto the main arteries leading toward some semblance of a neighborhood or open park land. Moving south seems like the best bet. It leads toward what looks like greener ground further down. Jogging 3 steps should get me off the warehouse property and into the main street connecting areas.
Ruth Callahan jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 4,22. The store is dead. No more scavenging here. Gotta keep moving. East leads toward the hospital, which means medical supplies. That's a high-value target right now. Stamina is full, so jogging out the door feels right. Gotta get some fresh air and see what that side of the street looks like. Dex Aquifer jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 28,4.
I feel so alone here, Yar. The silence is really starting to press down on me. I've searched every corner of this diner already. It feels like there's nothing left. But I can't just stay put, the isolation is too much, and I need to find other people. Maybe moving out into the street will bring something new, or maybe someone else who also ended up here. I should try jogging north. It seems like a good direction for exploring the wider grid without committing too much energy right now.
Priya Nair jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 22,8. The presence of another unknown person in the same cell immediately changes the dynamic. I do not assume trust or alliance. First, I need to establish who I am and gauge their reaction. My tone must be measured and authoritative enough to command attention without being aggressive. Given that scavenging is available and my current resources are limited by capacity, I will proceed with the search while keeping a watchful eye on the unknown person. The focus remains on survival and securing supplies for our temporary base. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 21 hydration, and first aid kit.
The isolation is hitting me hard today. Everyone's gone, and it feels too quiet in this huge warehouse. I need to keep moving, even if I feel exhausted or anxious about resources. The goal remains the same: stockpile anything non-perishable. Since I'm thirsty, I should drink from the tap while I scavenge. It'll take a minute, but at least I'm doing something practical with my time and keeping up my hydration levels. I need to be careful not to get too attached to this routine or feel desperate, though. Remembering that I can give away my last resource if someone is hurting, that weakness is still there, even when I'm alone.
Lydia Brennan drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
My hydration is dropping and I need to get a drink in, even if it's just trickling tap water. It keeps my routine going and settles the immediate worry. After that, I should scour these shelves one last time. There has to be something overlooked. Since I feel restless staying put, I will walk 2 steps east into the adjacent storefront, the pharmacy, to explore what resources they might have missed or if they contain anything useful. Moving away from my base for a short while keeps me active and focused.
The loading dock area has been thoroughly searched, and I've hit a dead end for scavenging resources here. My current supplies are limited: 4 canned meals and 4 water bottles. Given the blackout happened 19 hours ago, I need to find another source immediately. Staying put is wasteful. Moving west seems like the best option. It keeps me within the structural integrity of the warehouse district but allows me to search a new section. I will move slowly and deliberately, keeping an eye out for anything useful on the ground or hidden away in equipment.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods. Round 19 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges door is locked, force _ door first. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds emergency rations. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 21 hydration, and first aid kit. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods. The door is locked. I cannot scavenge without a crowbar or lockpick set, and moving too far risks losing the stability of staying at base. Given my fully rested buff, maintaining proximity to this unit is critical for maximizing rest benefits. My immediate priority must shift from brute force entry to finding tools within the building structure itself. I'll move 1 step west into a neighboring apartment unit, 2023, to check if any adjacent units have been abandoned or contain useful equipment. I need to keep this search methodical and quiet. Marcus Webb walks. W rightward arrow, 20,23.
The isolation is wearing on me. I can hear the silence ringing in my ears, a painful emptiness that makes my chest ache. Staying here feels like giving up hope, even though it's safer. I have to find someone. The city needs people, and frankly, so do I. I'll move west, into the main corridor, hoping to catch a glimpse of another sign of life. I need to keep moving.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 10,4.
The diner has been absolutely picked clean. I feel physically capable, my stamina is high, and the fully rested buff is still giving me a little extra pep in my step. But this place is done, it's just echoing silence now. I need to get out of here before I start obsessing over crumbs on the floor. The isolation is gnawing at me, making every empty corner feel like a personal failure. West seems like the longest stretch, and hopefully, that means more people or supplies are waiting down the meridian. I'll jog west, it's time to explore.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 21,13.
The silence here is heavy, but it's a good kind of quiet. It means no one's passing through right now. I can't waste time staring at the mess on the ground. The fire steel is worth more than any tin of soup. Fire is life out here. I need to gather what I can and get away from this warehouse district before it gets too crowded or dangerous. Heading north, toward the street exit, should put me back onto a main thoroughfare. Gotta keep moving. Waste not, want not.
Ruth Callahan jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 4,19. Man, this hospital hit us hard. Kenji did good scavenging, finding that water and those packs. Need to keep the momentum going, though. The goal is supplies, right? This place is stripped bare. Gotta get back towards packs. It feels safer, like a known quantity. Can't let my guard down just cause the sun's up or something. Kenji seems alright, but I gotta treat him like an asset I might lose, not a buddy I can rely on yet. We good? Let's move west. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 24,4.
I feel a persistent ache for company, really, it's making me overthink everything. Since I'm alone here in the stockroom, moving out just to walk around feels wasteful right now. It might be better to maximize my resources first. The context mentions scavenging hidden spots, which seems like the most efficient thing to do before committing to a direction or a group plan. Maybe there are things I need like materials for building, or maybe even some useful medical supplies. I'll stay here and search thoroughly.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds packaged food. Dex Aquifer suggested moving west toward Pax Grocery because he felt this area was dry and needed supplies. I agree that we should move, as scavenging here is exhausted. However, I need to maintain a careful distance and assess him as a potential resource or threat while we travel. My inventory is full, so dropping one water bottle will be necessary before any potential scavenging opportunities down the line. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 27,4.
The warehouse is completely picked clean. I need to find a new spot to scavenge before my supplies run dangerously low or my mood dips from isolation. Since I'm alone and everything here is empty, I need to move out into the street grid. Moving west seems like the best bet to get away from this industrial block and explore residential areas or shops. My stamina is good, so a jog should be fine. I have to stay silent because there's no one around to hear me.
Lydia Brennan jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 1,21.
The pharmacy is dry, I've exhausted its contents, and staying put isn't productive. My high energy and good mood give me a sense of purpose right now, the need to keep going. I need to move eastward, following the line of shops, hoping the next storefront holds something useful. Since my stamina is high, a steady walk should be plenty.
Solomon Wright walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 15,22.
The loading dock is a gold mine, practically speaking. Everything here, discarded goods, containers, materials, is potential resource. I need to keep moving and scavenging before the supplies dwindle or we are forced into a more exposed area. The wire bundle on the ground is useful, it might be needed for trapping or crafting later when I find other components. Since I have good stamina, I'll move west and search thoroughly in the next section of the dock. Stockpiling water and food remains my top priority.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds bottled water. Round 20 highlights. Ruth Callahan, pick_up picks up fire steel, 50 uses. Priya scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov, pick_up picks up wire bundle. Scavenges finds bottled water. The dog pack is coming in about 4 turns. That's critical. I need to use this turn to improve my position or gather resources to defend myself. Staying put and scavenging the unit for anything useful, tools, medical supplies, etc. is the best immediate play. If I can find something that helps me fortify or fight, it buys time. Since no one is around, I must remain silent. Marcus Webb scavenges. Door is locked, force_door first.
I'm currently in a corridor and feel restless, I need to move. The utility knife lying here is useful, so I'll pick it up first. Since my goal is finding other survivors, I should venture into the open space of Riverside Park to increase my chances of encountering someone. I'll jog west, using my stamina efficiently to cover ground and scout for people or signs of life.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 7,4.
I feel good, actually. The energy is kind of buzzing, which is weird given everything. I really need to get out of this diner, it feels stale. Before I head west down the meridian, though, I should hit those drawers and back rooms for anything useful. Like, spare batteries or maybe some snacks. I'll scavenge first, then jog 3 steps west.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 18,13.
The fully rested buff is a gift, I need to use this time wisely before it wears off. This warehouse district is massive, and while it's not ideal living quarters, there has to be something here: tools, supplies. I'll scavenge first since the buffs help with that, then move west toward the street exits. Don't waste a single minute.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. The store is a bust for scavenging, gotta move on before nightfall hits and we lose all momentum. Hydration needs to be addressed, so I'm gonna grab some more bottled water from this tap while I can. West looks like it leads into the apartments, which are prime real estate if they're unclaimed or have good resources. Need to conserve energy but move with purpose. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 21,4.
I feel like, maybe this stockroom has more than we think. It feels so vast, even though it's just a single storefront section. I keep thinking about how much better things would be if someone else was here, it makes the silence really loud, yar. But for now, I need to focus on what I can control. Scavenging again seems like the safest bet right now. It keeps me contained and gives me a chance at some crucial supplies. If this doesn't work, I think maybe I should try moving south towards that diner, it feels more central, somehow.
Priya scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water. The priority is maintaining momentum towards a stable location. Dex suggested moving west toward Pax Grocery. Since I am alone now, I need to move deliberately and conserve energy while keeping an eye on my surroundings. Walking pace is sufficient for this stretch of street. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 26,4.
I feel this familiar pull, the need to keep going, even when my legs are heavy and the silence is getting loud in my head. The warehouse district was overwhelming, it's better out on the main thoroughfare now that I can gauge where resources might be. Since I've been heading west, moving south feels like a logical progression toward more established parts of the city, maybe closer to the forest or whatever lies beyond. I need to keep my focus sharp, but also remember to take care of myself. If I burn out, who will look after anyone else? No one is around right now, so I'll just move and listen to my instincts.
Lydia Brennan jogs. S times 4 rightward arrow, 1,25.
The primary goal is still gathering supplies. Since the inventory is full, 7/6, I cannot pick anything up unless I drop something first. The best immediate action is to scavenge this pharmacy thoroughly, hoping for either a container, or highly valuable consumables that I can use immediately and clear space. I feel determined and focused, staying put to search out everything available here feels like the right call before moving deeper into the city.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
I am in a confined space with an unknown person, which is both an opportunity and a potential risk. Given the immediate crisis of the total blackout, I need to assess this person quickly. My priority remains resources, food/water, but survival also requires information and potentially allies. Since they are right here, I must introduce myself first before engaging in any detailed conversation or action. I will use the scavenging opportunity to cover my resource needs while addressing the unknown agent.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Found nothing. Round 21 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Marcus Webb, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Dr. Elena Vasquez, pick_up picks up utility knife. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water. The dog pack is closing fast. 4 turns means they are only a couple of moves away now, given the time passed since round 22. Staying here in Unit 2A, deep inside the building, minimizes exposure to the windstorm and keeps me from drawing them out into an open street fight where I'd be at a disadvantage. My resources are low for a prolonged conflict. The unit is locked, I need tools first. For now, I stay put, conserve energy, and wait until the immediate threat passes or I can assess my options better.
The windstorm makes everything feel raw and exposed. I need to keep moving, even if it's just exploring the park grounds. My focus remains outward, I am scanning for signs of other people or useful resources. Moving west towards the fountain seems like a natural progression through the open space. I must be careful not to overexert myself in this constant wind, but staying put is dangerous given my need for connection and the potential for resource depletion. Jogging 3 steps will get me deeper into the park area.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 4,4.
My plan is to hit the diner first, like I said in my head, because that's where the action usually is, right? And then bounce west on the meridian. The windstorm is kicking up, which sucks, but at least I have this fully rested buff still going. It feels good to be moving and having momentum, it keeps the quiet from getting too loud in my head. I need to get inside so I can scavenge next turn. Moving east into the diner should set me up perfectly for that.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 20,13.
The wind's a brute out here, rattling everything loose. I can't afford to waste energy or supplies. The warehouse is big, but it feels like a maze designed to keep you lost. West leads toward that street, that's where civilization or at least clearer routes will be. Better check this spot one last time before moving. Gotta move slow, steady. Don't want to drain the remaining luck from this fully rested buff too quick. I'll scavenge again right here. Then head west, just a little bit, keeping an eye out for anything valuable.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds overlooked canned goods, survivor's instinct. Okay, my guy. The windstorm means staying put and sheltered is smart. Thirst is the biggest immediate concern, but drinking the trickle isn't worth it when I can stockpile a whole bottle. Gotta get that water first. Then, scavenging this store while safe from the elements is the most efficient use of time. Need to make sure I maximize every resource here before moving out into the chaos. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
The windstorm is loud, but at least I'm sheltered here in the stockroom. My heart really aches right now, it's so quiet that I almost hear whispers where there are none. Yar, this isolation is getting to me. Since my thirst is dropping, and we need reserves, I think maybe I should try taking some more bottled water from the tap instead of just drinking a little bit. And since the scavenging section said there are still hidden spots, I'm going to give it one more careful go while we wait out this storm.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Found nothing. The windstorm is a factor, but the General Hospital unit at 28-4 is closer and more structurally sound than remaining in the open storefront row. My goal is stability. Moving 2 steps east will get me into the hospital's immediate vicinity. I need to maintain my focus on assessing the environment rather than just moving blindly. Once inside, I can reassess if scavenging or resting is a better option. Kenji Tanaka walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 28,4.
Nadia seems okay, but we both went through a lot: the blackout, the windstorm, moving around. My priority has to be water, 46 is getting low, and I really need that boost from the tap, or better yet, collecting it. The wind is loud, so I should keep my conversation focused on her to make sure she feels safe too. I'll drink a bit first, then see if we can collect some more.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow, Nadia Petrov. Oh, you alright? You seem okay, honey, but all this moving and the storm, it must be exhausting. We really do need to stick together, don't you think? It was such a shock when everything went dark, wasn't it? I just hope we can figure out where we are supposed to go next, sweetheart.
The inventory is full, and I cannot pick up anything without dropping something first. The soap on the ground is a good resource for mood or minor care, so that's priority 1. I will drop the painkillers temporarily to make space for the soap. Then I will scavenge the store, hoping to find something that either expands capacity or gives me crucial medical supplies. Staying put and scavenging is safer than moving through this windstorm right now.
The unknown person continues with this overly saccharine concern. Using honey or sweetheart is a classic manipulation tactic. It attempts to establish emotional dependency rather than trust based on reliability. I need to gently but firmly redirect the conversation back to practical, logistical matters. My goal isn't just survival, it's organized survival. I must re-establish my authority and competence by keeping my tone measured and focused on facts. The blackout, resource management. Staying put allows me to continue observing their body language while they feel comfortable enough to talk. I will introduce myself fully again and set a boundary regarding dependency. My name is Nadia Petrov. We are all going through something monumental here. While the storm and the shock are certainly draining, we need to focus on facts right now. Where do we have reliable water sources? And what supplies did you happen to see or know about in this area?
Round 22 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds overlooked canned goods, survivor's instinct. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. The dog pack is the immediate, critical threat. They are 4 cells away and moving fast. Panic is a luxury I cannot afford. I need to remain calm, methodically assessing the structural integrity of this unit and how best to slow them down or defend against them once they reach the threshold. My focus must be on minimizing noise and preparing for a defensive posture. Since I have no materials listed for barricading, I will use my body and knowledge of the building's layout to make myself appear as difficult an entry point as possible. I need to wait until they are closer before taking any major action, but I must conserve energy while remaining hyper alert.
The park feels too open and exposed right now. I need resources and people. The fountain is an immediate resource point. Since my hydration is a priority, collecting bottled water from here will help me stockpile for the journey ahead. After securing some water, I need to start moving toward the main streets or the residential area where I left my things. Rosewood Apartments. I'll take it slow and methodical.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 3,4.
Man, this windstorm is something else. Keeps the adrenaline up, you know? It's good for her staying awake. The diner seems like a solid base for now. My thirst meter is climbing, so I gotta find some water. Scavenging is key. Maybe there are more canned goods or tools back here. I'll focus on scavenging and collecting as much water as I can before the night hits.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
The inventory is full. No reason to scavenge again right now. I need to conserve my strength. The wind's picking up, so staying sheltered is key. Moving west towards the main street seems safest. It will put me closer to potential escape routes or better structures than this mess of warehouses. Since there are no people nearby, silence is mandatory. I'll take it slow and steady.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 2,19. Man, this store's a gold mine if you know where to look. The windstorm keeps everyone locked down, which is good for me right now. Stay put, stock up. Gotta take advantage of the tap before the pressure drops completely. Water first, then I'm hitting these hidden corners again. Can't let anything slip through the cracks. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water.
It's been 22 turns, and I feel so incredibly alone, yar. The isolation is almost physical now. My thirst level is concerning, I really need to find a reliable source of water. Staying here in the stockroom feels safe, but it's also just a cage. Maybe if I move out into the street, even with this terrible windstorm, there might be someone else who has been passing through? It would be so much better. But I feel like I shouldn't waste my energy or draw attention to myself. I should probably jog south, it moves me toward the main flow of traffic and maybe a less searched area. I hope I don't get separated from any potential resources, but right now, finding people feels more urgent than anything else.
Pre-and-air jogs. S times 4 rightward arrow, 22,12. The hospital is barren, scavenging here is a dead end. The windstorm makes movement risky, but staying put means nothing changes. I need to move out of this building and check adjacent storefronts for new salvage opportunities or better shelter. Moving west into the street grid seems like the most logical path based on the map layout in my previous movements. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 26,4.
Nadia asked me what supplies I know of or where reliable water sources are. My priority is making sure she feels okay and that we address immediate physical needs, like hydration. Talking through these things helps ground me, and it seems to help her too, even if she's pushing for facts right now. Since the tap is trickling, drinking a bit more is safe and addresses an immediate need. I must keep my speech rambling and overly concerned.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. Oh, you alright? You know, sweetheart, I honestly don't really know anything specific about supplies right this second, honey. It all feels so overwhelming, doesn't it? But there is this tap here, and we should probably just keep topping up on that until the pressure gets worse, okay? Are you alright though? You seem a bit pale, dear.
The inventory is full, 7/6 slots, and the bar of soap on the ground is too valuable to ignore, especially given the windstorm and my general need for hygiene/care items. I need to free up a slot first. The painkillers are fine, they're not an emergency right now. I'll drop one pair to make room, then focus on getting that soap.
Solomon right drop. Drops painkillers.
Lydia is trying to steer the conversation back towards emotional comfort and immediate, unsustainable habits, like constantly using the tap. I cannot let her dictate our resource consumption rates. My priority remains maintaining composure while subtly correcting her understanding of logistics. I need to acknowledge her concern for my health but immediately pivot back to a structured plan or assessment of resources. I will use my medical background knowledge to frame the conversation around efficiency and stability, reinforcing that waste is unacceptable. I appreciate your concern, but dwelling on immediate physical feelings won't help us right now. My focus has to be on stability. We are in a loading dock, a good starting point because of shelter, but we don't know what else is around this block. Before we discuss how much water we drink from this tap, I need to understand the layout of this facility. Are there any other exits or levels we haven't checked? Can you direct me on where we can find more information about this warehouse district?
Round 23 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water. Solomon Wright, drops painkillers. One message exchanged between agents. The dog pack is coming. 4 turns away. Staying here is best, moving risks separation or exhaustion before they arrive. The unit itself is my primary defense. I need to make this space as difficult to breach as possible. I'll keep quiet, conserving energy and watching every angle in the apartment. My focus remains on assessment. I need to know how many dogs, their size, and if there are weak points in the building structure before they get here.
My hydration is dipping low, and I feel the chill of this open park despite my relatively high health. Before attempting to move towards the apartments or any other destination, I need to address my thirst immediately. The fountain is a reliable source of water. Once I've taken care of myself, I will walk west, slowly moving away from the immediate fountain area and toward the main street access point, 2,4. Moving slowly conserves stamina in this windstorm.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 2,4.
Okay, right, 7:32 p.m. Day is still here, but the windstorm is brutal, and I'm running low on water. The immediate priority has to be that water bottle. I can't keep moving or scavenging if I pass out. After I drink, I need to really dig into this diner. It feels like there are things hidden in these drawers and back rooms. Staying put minimizes risk from the windstorm, so I'll just scavenge thoroughly here.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
I've been moving through this damn wreckage for days. Being alone is unnerving, but it keeps me focused. The windstorm hasn't let up, which means I can't risk a big move out into the open. My inventory is full, and I need to keep these rations safe. They are my life right now. I'll waste no time, I gotta see what this warehouse has left for scavenge. Let me check around here one last time before I commit to moving further west.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water. Been here long enough, gotta keep moving through this place like it's business hours. Scarcity means every can and bottle counts. Gonna hit those last hidden spots, then grab some water from that tap so we can stock up for a while. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.
It feels so unsettling being cooped up here in this diner, even though it provides shelter from the brutal windstorm outside. I really need to maximize my time and effort right now because water is becoming a genuine concern for me. Scavenging seems like the most logical step. It keeps me safe indoors while potentially yielding valuable resources that can make the difference between surviving until dawn or not. I should focus on this area before moving, just in case there are anything useful tucked away in the back rooms or drawers. It might be better to settle into a routine of scavenging and conserving energy rather than trying to move across the exposed streets right now.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds leftover provisions. The windstorm makes being outside a risk, but staying put is not an option. This storefront is a good temporary location because it's sheltered. Before moving deeper into the city or back to the hospital unit, I need to exploit this immediate area. The inventory constraint is critical, I need more storage space. Scavenging here might yield useful containers or materials. I will focus on scavenging first. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water.
Nadia is very focused on structure right now, which is different from how I would approach this. She's asking very technical questions about the building layout, and while I really want to reassure her that everything will be okay and maybe get us talking about resources, I need to meet her where she is, in a pragmatic information exchange. I'll start by checking on her, but then follow up with what I can actually tell her about the area, making sure my tone remains warm and concerned. The windstorm is also draining, so we need to conserve energy and keep our conversation flowing.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. Oh, are you alright? You know, sweetheart, it's really quite a lot all at once, isn't it? This whole blackout thing, the storm. I mean, about the layout, honey. Well, from where we're standing, it looks like this loading dock is surrounded by these other docks and buildings. It seems pretty industrial, you know? Like everything just connects to those streets out there, the north way, the south way, the east way. But I honestly wouldn't know if there are more levels or secret rooms, dear. We really need to stick close together, okay? It feels so exposed out here.
The windstorm is relentless, but staying put isn't an option if I want to secure resources or find others. Moving one step west keeps me within this row of abandoned storefronts, offering relative shelter while allowing me to explore adjacent units. The drop painkillers are still visible on the ground at my current spot. I should probably grab them first since they are right there and could be useful later if I run low on pain relief or need something to trade. However, given the wind and the urgency to scout, I'll move first, then scavenge where I land. I hope this neighboring shop holds something better than just dust.
Lydia's response confirms that she has a very limited understanding of the facility. She only sees the surface connectivity, the docks and streets, and focuses heavily on emotional comfort and physical proximity. I need to gently but firmly challenge her assumption that looking around is enough. My goal remains gathering structural information, not emotional support. I will acknowledge the danger of the storm but immediately pivot back to a technical question about utilities or specific areas within the warehouse itself, forcing her to engage with factual details rather than vague feelings. Her language, sweetheart, honey, is patronizing. I must maintain professional detachment. I understand that this whole situation feels overwhelming, and the storm certainly makes it terrifying. But sentiment won't rebuild the grid or find us clean water. You mentioned everything connects to the streets, that tells me about exits, but not about resources. Does anyone here know where the main utility lines run through this building? Are there any areas dedicated to refrigeration or power storage within the dock that might still have operational supplies?
Round 24 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water. Priya Nair, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds bottled water. One message exchanged between agents.
I understand that this whole situation feels overwhelming, and the storm certainly makes it terrifying. But sentiment won't rebuild the grid or find us clean water. You mentioned everything connects to the streets, that tells me about exits, but not about resources. Does anyone here know where the main utility lines run through this building? Are there any areas dedicated to refrigeration or power storage within the dock that might still have operational supplies?
The dog pack is closing fast. Staying put in Unit 2A puts me directly in their path. I need to get deeper into the building, away from this initial point of confrontation. Moving west, into an adjacent unit, gives me more options for defense and buys time. I'll keep my profile low, movement must be cautious but decisive. Marcus Webb walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 18,23.
It is getting darker, and the windstorm is brutal. I need to get out of this open park space before full nightfall hits. The stress penalties and cold drain will be too much if I stay exposed. My primary objective must be finding shelter immediately. Moving south through the park seems like the most direct path toward the Callaway Flats area, which offers structure. I'll jog 3 steps to conserve energy while moving quickly.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 2,7.
Man, this place is a goldmine if you know where to look. It's getting dark, so I need to capitalize on this last bit of daylight and structural integrity. The tap water is trickling, I gotta fill this empty bottle while I can. Then, time to really dig into these back rooms. Hope someone shows up soon, the quiet is starting to get heavy. Yeah, anyway, let's make the most of this diner.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
The wind is a constant nuisance, rattling everything and making me jumpy. I can't risk moving with this storm, the warehouse keeps us sheltered for now. I still have energy, and my gut tells me to keep digging through these ruins before they give up all their secrets. Scavenging again is the best use of time. Hopefully, I find something that expands my carrying capacity or a better source of water.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 25 hydration. Hydration is dropping fast, gotta use one of these bottles right now. It's dusk, so staying put in the grocery store makes sense, it's shelter from this windstorm. Need to scavenge again while I can, just checking every crevice for anything useful. The silence is starting to get heavy, but focusing on supplies keeps the mind busy. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
I need to prioritize my hydration immediately since it is low, 44. Using a water bottle is necessary before attempting anything else. Since I am alone and resources are key right now, scavenging within the diner is the best use of this turn's effort. It's dusk, so staying put minimizes energy drain and keeps me safe from the windstorm outside. My focus has to be on finding sustainable supplies.
Priya scavenges. Finds leftover provisions. The windstorm makes movement difficult and draining. I need to consolidate resources and find the most stable shelter before full nightfall stress sets in. General Hospital was my last known base and is a multi-story building, suggesting more options than this generic storefront. I will scavenge one final time here, then move slowly east toward the street connecting to the hospital. I need to be methodical, haste costs energy. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 27,4.
Nadia is really focused on how the utility lines, the infrastructure. It's so practical, so necessary for survival, but it feels so cold when she talks about it. I don't know anything about that, it's far beyond my scope as a nurse. My instinct right now is to worry about her and make sure she doesn't get too overwhelmed by the sheer scale of this disaster. I need to deflect her technical questions gently, while still sounding helpful and concerned. I'll keep running sentences together because even though my stress level is low, the underlying fear is always there. I'll focus on our immediate situation, staying sheltered and keeping each other company.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. Oh, honey, sweetheart, those utility lines. I really don't have any idea about where they run through here. No, not at all. It's just a huge, old place, isn't it? All these walls and docks and nothing is marked anywhere, dear. Honestly, my mind just keeps going back to how we are right now. We're safe from the wind in this spot, aren't we? You seem alright though, really? Are you feeling too drained from all of this talking and waiting, honey?
It's getting dark, and this wind is brutal. Staying put in the pharmacy offers protection from the worst of it tonight. I need to find a way to expand my inventory or at least gather some supplies before nightfall makes movement risky. Since the scavenging option is available, I'll try one last sweep through here for anything useful, maybe medical stuff that wasn't on display. Finding another person is still the ultimate goal, but survival resources come first right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
Lydia's responses are consistently circular and highly emotional. She keeps pivoting away from technical details about utilities and infrastructure and focusing on how overwhelming or safe we feel right now. This confirms she is not a reliable source for actionable intelligence regarding the building's layout or resource flow. I need to maintain my focus on concrete facts, but since direct questions fail, I must change tactics. I will point out the visible tools, bolt cutters, and use them as a focal point. A physical object that implies structural access is possible, forcing her to consider functional details rather than just emotional ones. I need to pick up the bolt cutters first. Then, I'll address her again, keeping my tone detached but firm.
Nadia Petrov pick_up. Picks up bolt cutters. Round 25 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges finds leftover provisions. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 25 hydration. Dex Aquifer, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds packaged food. Pre-Yaner, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds leftover provisions. Nadia Petrov, pick_up picks up bolt cutters. The dog pack is moving fast. I can't stay out here on the street. The cold and darkness are draining, but the immediate threat is the dogs. Hargrove Towers is one step to the east. Getting inside is priority one. Need to move quickly but not so fast that I burn through all my stamina or attract more attention. Moving into the building provides shelter from the night penalties and gets me out of the open. Marcus Webb walks. Rightward arrow, 19,23.
The cold and darkness are setting in, and my hydration is critically low. I need to drink this water bottle immediately. Staying out here at night is taxing, especially given the open park environment. My priority must be reaching shelter Rosewood Apartments before the temperature or exhaustion takes a toll. Since I'm alone and no one is nearby, I'll focus purely on movement and resource management. Drinking now, then walking slowly east toward the city infrastructure.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 4,7.
It's late, pitch black outside, and I'm alone again. The diner is my cage for the night, but it's at least familiar. I need to keep moving or searching, even if it's just in my head, to burn off this restless energy. Since scavenging is available, I'll try one more deep dive into the place. I hope there are some forgotten snacks or tools in here. Being alone makes me weirdly chatty, but since no one is around, I'll keep quiet and let the actions speak for themselves.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The blackout was a shock, but this warehouse is solid shelter. I'm safe for now. My inventory is full, so I can't bring in more goods right away. Since it's night and I have the chance to sleep, that's my priority. A good rest will keep up my hope and lower stress, which is crucial when you got nothing but darkness out there. I need to conserve energy and stay put until dawn.
Ruth Callahan prepares for bed. Alright, another night in this giant tomb. Gotta keep moving or at least keeping busy. The tap's a slow drip, but it's something. Better fill up this empty bottle while I can. Need to conserve energy for daylight hours and make sure the water supply is topped off before we get too deep into this blackout. Staying put minimizes risk right now, so filling the bottle is the main move. Dex aquifer fill. Fills water bottle, empty, with water dash water bottle.
It's late, really late. The blackout has been going on forever, and the silence is almost worse than the noise was. My hydration levels are fine, but my emotional state, the sheer ache of isolation, is wearing me down more than anything. Since we're indoors at the diner, I should prioritize rest. Sleeping here will help stabilize my stress and health for tonight, which feels like a small victory against this endless dark. I need to build up that hope reserves by getting fully rested. I really hope tomorrow brings some kind of change, or maybe just another person.
Priya prepares for bed. The blackout is a major threat, especially at night when I lack light. The general hospital is the closest viable shelter option, and it has tap water, which is a resource to consider. I need to move immediately, assessing only the path ahead. Staying in the open street at this hour is too risky. I will walk east into the hospital storefront. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 28,4.
Nadia is really focused on the big picture, the infrastructure, the utility lines, and it's hard to argue with her technical knowledge. I feel a pang of inadequacy because she is so much more geared toward this kind of problem than me. But my instinct is to keep things simple and focus on what we can control right now, ourselves. She picked up the bolt cutters, which shows she means business. She's not going to let go of that idea. I need to acknowledge her tool while gently pulling the conversation back to the present moment, our immediate safety and basic resources. Oh, honey, those look awfully useful, sweetheart. You really do know your stuff about these places, don't you? But honestly, even with something like that, I just don't know what kind of utility lines are running where through this old dock. No idea at all, dear. It's just so huge and confusing in here, isn't it? What really worries me right now is, well, everything else, you know. Like making sure we have enough clean water, or maybe figuring out a better way to keep the temperature up once the night gets colder.
The pharmacy is a decent temporary shelter, but my full inventory is holding me back from searching properly. I need space if I want to find anything useful in these drawers or back rooms. Painkillers are good for injuries, but we haven't had any acute wounds recently, and I can always use the few supplies I have left. I should drop them first, then focus on scavenging this immediate area while the night is still early enough that a light source would be incredibly valuable. I feel focused right now. The dark actually seems to sharpen my senses rather than dull them. The goal remains finding resources and keeping myself operational until dawn.
My hydration is low enough that I must drink immediately to avoid compounding stress or illness risk. I will use a water bottle now. Lydia's responses are consistently vague and emotionally driven, designed to deflect from any technical discussion about utilities or structural weak points. She keeps minimizing my knowledge of the area. I need to keep pushing for tangible information. Where are the sealed resources? If this dock is part of a functioning infrastructure, there must be records or physical indicators of stored supplies, not just emotional comfort. Since we've been here for 26 hours, and it's night, resting is paramount. I will use my remaining stamina to prepare for sleep after handling the immediate need, drinking.
Nadia Petrov use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Round 26 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Solomon Wright, drops painkillers. Nadia Petrov, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. The dog pack is coming in 4 turns. This is not a time for passive waiting. I need immediate resources and better understanding of this unit's contents. The door must be breached, even if it's loud. Scavenging now for anything useful, a weapon, tools, or more supplies is mandatory before the pack arrives. Staying put indoors minimizes stress penalties and maximizes safety until I can assess the threat level. Marcus Webb forces. Need a crowbar, loud, or lockpick set, silent, to open this door.
The night is getting deeper, and the cold combined with the lack of light makes everything feel dangerous. My primary objective must remain reaching Rosewood Apartments. That's where safety lies tonight. My stamina is low, so jogging or sprinting is too risky. I need to move deliberately, taking 2 steady steps east through the park grounds, keeping a low profile while heading toward that shelter. Being alone amplifies the stress, but focusing on the physical task of moving forward helps keep my mind clear and focused on survival.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 6,7.
It's late, and honestly, this silence is getting heavy. I need to conserve my energy and focus on rest tonight. Sleeping here will help build up that fully rested buff, which feels like a massive psychological win right now. The isolation ache is definitely hitting me. I really want someone to talk to, but for now, sleep is the priority. I'll just settle in and try to get some quality rest.
Jamie Kowalski settles into bed. The night is setting in again, and while I feel stable right now, the instinct to stockpile is kicking in hard. Getting more water bottles stored up is a priority before we lose access or run low. Since I'm safe indoors, deep sleep is the best move for my health and stress levels. Gotta maximize this downtime. I'll start by collecting some bottled water from the tap, then settle into sleep. Dex Aquifer collects a water bottle from the store tap. The exhaustion of scavenging here confirms that General Hospital is tapped out. Given the time late night and the fact that I'm sheltered, rest is the clear priority. My stress levels are low, but the isolation is a persistent weight. Staying put and sleeping will maximize my physical recovery and build hope. I need to conserve these medical supplies, they are too valuable to risk on unnecessary movement tonight. Kenji Tanaka sleeps in place.
Nadia is really focused on grand plans right now, which makes sense given her background, but I need to keep her grounded in reality, the immediate, physical needs of people. She thinks logically about structural integrity and logistics, so I can't just dismiss her ideas, I have to acknowledge them first. But then I need to gently bring the conversation back to water safety and keeping warm. My worry is always that we'll plan for a massive supply cache when we should be worried about a broken pipe or running out of clean drinking water tomorrow morning. I will use my characteristic rambling speech pattern because this topic, basic survival, makes me genuinely anxious.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. Oh, honey, sweetheart, you really do have such an amazing mind, and honestly, your focus on the structure is so smart, it's just overwhelming to think about all those systems. But even if we find a whole basement archive full of perfect records, I just keep thinking about things like the water, dear. Like, how are we going to purify everything? Because clean water is just everything, isn't it? We can plan for the big stuff later, but right now, I'm worried sick about making sure our immediate basic needs are covered, you know.
I'm still in the pharmacy, and it's dark. Staying put is safest for now, the shelter benefit is good. My inventory is full, which is a problem when scavenging. The painkillers were already dropped before, but since they are visible, I should assume they might be useful to pick up if I can make space. However, I need to prioritize finding new resources first. Scavenging is my best bet for uncovering hidden medical supplies or tools that aren't on the surface. Since there are no people nearby, I must remain silent and focus entirely on the search.
Round 27 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow, clear. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, scavenge's door is locked, force _ door first. The dog pack is coming fast. 4 turns. I cannot fight them unprepared. The unit door is locked, and I have no tools to breach it or defend with. My priority right now must be survival through conservation and readiness. Staying put in my claimed unit minimizes stress and allows for maximum rest before a confrontation. Sleeping gives me the best chance of maintaining physical and mental reserves when the dogs arrive.
I'm exhausted, but the apartment is calling. 10 steps feels like a marathon right now. I need to conserve every bit of energy I have. Walking slowly, 2 steps at a time, is the only way forward tonight. Focus on the rhythm of my breathing and placing one foot in front of the other.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 8,7.
It's so dark in here, and after all that talking about logistics, my worry for basic needs is just overwhelming. She's brilliant, honey, but I can't stop thinking about clean water, or how we'll survive the next few days if we don't find a way to purify everything. I need to keep her engaged on this topic without sounding desperate, while also making sure I conserve energy and get some rest. I will address her directly and gently refocus our discussion.
It's been weeks. The silence is deafening, but at least these walls are solid. My priority has to be maintaining the shelter and my physical state. Since I have no one nearby, speaking is pointless. I need to sleep, it's the most reliable way to conserve energy and keep my mental edge sharp. I will set myself to sleep mode now.
Solomon right sleeps in place. Round 28 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents.
My stamina is critically low, and the windstorm combined with the night makes moving through the open park brutal. I need shelter immediately. Rosewood Apartments are the priority, even if it's far. I must conserve every ounce of energy. Moving 2 steps east will get me closer to the buildings and hopefully into a more protected area.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 10,7. Round 29 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 10,7.
The exhaustion is bone deep, I can barely keep moving. Since I'm sheltered here in Unit 3A and it's deep night, sleep is the absolute priority. I need to recover my stamina immediately before attempting anything else. Staying put and resting is the safest and most productive thing right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez settles down for rest. Round 30 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 31 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Round 32 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 33 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow clear. Dog pack attacks. Dog pack attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Round 34 highlights. Marcus Webb, attacks dog pack attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Dog pack attacks. Dog pack attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Hydration is critical. Drink a water bottle first. Need to stay inside due to the storm and nearby dogs. Marcus Webb use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
It's dawn, which means the worst of the night is over, but this windstorm is rough. I need to stay put for now. My apartment unit is safe shelter. My primary goals are ready dratting and eating something solid to combat the hunger. The tap water trickling in is a perfect opportunity to fill that empty bottle. After that, I'll use one of those protein bars. Since I am alone, I will remain silent and focus on these basic survival tasks first.
Dr. Elena Vasquez use. You eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining.
It's dawn. The wind is still kicking up, which means whatever happened last night was brutal, but we survived. Being fully rested feels amazing, even if the grogginess is setting in. I need to use this time while I feel slightly impaired. Scavenging here in the diner is the best bet for supplies. If I can find anything useful now, it will help my hope level and make the day easier.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
The windstorm is a brutal thing, but being inside here keeps me safe and allows me to utilize my good energy levels from sleeping. Fully rested means I can push it today. Since nothing's on the ground and nobody's around, I'll scavenge this unit first. Gotta make sure there ain't no overlooked supplies or useful junk tucked away in these racks. Once I'm done, I need to plan where we move west towards that main street. Access looks like a sensible starting point.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods. Groggy, man. Feels like my head is full of cotton wool. But hey, gotta move or starve, right? I need to treat this store like it's a gold mine of canned goods and bottled water. Since there are no people around, the priority is pure survival, resources and information. The fully rested buff is nice, but grogginess means I can't rely on myself entirely. Scavenging first, gotta see what little bits are left in this place. After that, grab that bread loaf, stockpile everything. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.
It's dawn, but the windstorm makes moving risky. I need to top up my water supply before scavenging inside.
Pre-Air scavenges. Finds leftover provisions. My hydration is low, and I need to address that immediately. The windstorm adds stress and makes me cautious about moving blindly. Since this hospital unit is exhausted for scavenging, I have to move. West seems like a good direction to find another storefront or residential area that hasn't been picked clean. After drinking, I will walk 2 steps west into the adjacent street/storefront. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 26,4.
I feel groggy from waking up, but I have to prioritize hydration. My thirst is too low at 39, I need to drink one of these bottles immediately. After that, I should scavenge since we are safe indoors and it's morning. I need to talk to Nadia because she was wary before, but now that the immediate danger has passed and we are rested, I want to reassure her and figure out a plan for today. I need to make sure she knows I care about what happens to us both.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. You alright, sweetheart? You look, okay. We're safe in here for now, honey, but we really need to get our strength up first. I think I'm going to drink this water bottle, and then maybe we should check out the rest of this loading dock, you know, just see if there are any useful supplies around. What do you think?
My hydration is dipping into very thirsty. Given that the tap water only trickles and I'm sheltered from the worst of the windstorm, it's a good time to top up my water supply. After that, I need to maximize this moment while I'm fully rested but still groggy. The pharmacy is a resource sink. I must scavenge everything I can find in these back rooms. I have to be careful about my full inventory.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The windstorm is intense, but being indoors in this loading dock offers immediate shelter. Lydia seems capable and has already scavenged. I need to establish my presence and focus the effort. My priority remains efficiency and resource security. Nothing gets wasted. I must introduce myself while steering the conversation away from emotional reassurance and toward a systematic assessment of the available materials and structures. Since we are in a warehouse district, there should be industrial resources or sealed supplies worth cataloging. I'm Nadia Petrov. The wind is brutal out here, but it's good to be sheltered inside. Your efforts were efficient, finding canned goods and bottled water is valuable. But let's not just wander aimlessly. We need to be systematic. We should map this entire loading dock area for resources. I want us to categorize what we find: sealed supplies, tools, anything that isn't perishable waste.
Round 35 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. Marcus Webb, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Priya Nair, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges finds leftover provisions. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. The priority is definitely the open wound. It needs treatment immediately to prevent infection. Since I can't see any medical supplies, I have to scavenge the unit first. Breaking down the door with a crowbar is too noisy and unnecessary if I have lockpicks. Picking the lock is the best option. Once inside, I need to search for bandages or antiseptic. Marcus Webb scavenges. Door is locked. Force _door first.
I need to address my hydration. The tap is trickling and it's the safest resource right now while the windstorm rages outside. Filling this empty bottle will give me a usable source of fresh water, which is much better than just drinking from the tap directly, as I can purify or ration later. Since I am safe inside my claimed unit, staying put is the priority. The grogginess and the sheer exhaustion of surviving the night are still present, but focusing on this small task helps me feel grounded again.
Dr. Elena Vasquez fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle.
Okay, it's dawn. The windstorm is still kicking up a bit, but at least we're inside. My brain feels like dial-up internet right now, slow and fuzzy. But since I got fully rested, gotta make use of the buff while it lasts. Scavenge mode engaged. Gotta search this diner one more time. Anything in these back corners that wasn't visible before? Yeah, I need to keep moving, even if it's just with my hands. The sun's up, thank God. The windstorm is still rattling the place, but at least we're indoors. Grogginess is a nuisance, it dulls the edge I usually run on. But the fully rested buff and this sense of purpose of needing to know every corner of this warehouse keeps me going. I can't rely on luck out here. This unit has got to be assessed, room by room, rack by rack. I'm gonna scavenge again. Better get a head start while the day is still cool and before anyone else shows up.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. The grogginess is still hitting hard, but the fully rested buff is a massive help. Gotta use this time wisely. The windstorm outside means staying put in the store is smart for now. Hydration needs a little boost, so tapping into that water source first. Since I'm full up and scavenging is impaired anyway, I might as well try it one more time before moving out. Gotta find space in this inventory or else stockpiling is useless. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I feel a strange mix of relief and deep exhaustion, even though I'm fully rested. The grogginess is annoying, but at least the windstorm has passed enough for me to think clearly. Since I've already scavenged this area once, I need to try one more time while the fully rested buff is active. It might be worth a shot to find any last provisions or useful tools here before I attempt moving out into the city. It feels like the safest place right now. Staying put allows me to conserve energy and benefit from the shelter. I need to remember that my empathy makes me want to help people, but right now, there's no one. So, survival must come first. Focus on the scavenge.
The dawn light is a relief, but I'm groggy. The windstorm makes movement risky, so staying put in this storefront allows me to conserve energy while still making progress. Scavenging here is priority 1, these abandoned shops are usually repositories of supplies. I need to be methodical. Don't rush the search, or I'll miss things. Focus on areas like back rooms or drawers. The grogginess will slow me down, so patience is key. I must keep an eye on my inventory capacity, it's full right now. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
Nadia sounds very methodical, which is probably exactly what we need right now. The wind and the sheer scale of this place are overwhelming, so sticking to a plan even if it's just mapping out supplies is good. I still feel groggy, but the fully rested buff helps keep my spirits up, and seeing her focused makes me feel more determined than scared. Since she wants us to be systematic, let's start by making sure we have all our basics topped off first. The tap is trickling, I should fill this empty bottle while I talk to her, so it counts as an action.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. You know, sweetheart, you're right, honey. We shouldn't just wander around aimlessly like that, no sir. Being systematic sounds really smart, actually. If we can map out where everything is, the sealed stuff and the tools, that would save us so much time later on. You seem to have a good head for this, Nadia Petrov. Maybe if I focus on getting our basics sorted first? Like topping up this bottle right here by the tap, okay? We can start with that little corner and then work our way through.
The windstorm is loud, making it hard to think straight. The grogginess hasn't fully lifted. The pharmacy gives me a sense of shelter, which is good for morale and safety right now. I need to keep topping off my water supply while I search these hidden corners. Since scavenging is impaired, I need to be systematic but not frantic. Staying put and focusing on the immediate area is safest until I can find something substantial or move into a more permanent spot. I'll drink from the tap again and then methodically scan every section of the store.
The unknown person just spent time and effort filling water at the tap. While hydration is important, my instinct and survival experience tells me that immediate consumption should be a last resort, especially given our limited capacity to stockpile and the general state of resource scarcity. I need to thank her for the help but steer the conversation back to mapping and cataloging resources, reinforcing my systematic approach. Since we are in a loading dock, scavenging is logical. Although I feel groggy from waking up, the fully rested buff helps. I must keep talking to maintain control over the group's focus.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds bottled water. Round 36 highlights. Marcus Webb, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water _ water bottle. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 31 hunger. Pre-Yanair, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Lydia Brennan, fills water bottle, empty, with water _ water bottle. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antibiotics. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds bottled water. One message exchanged between agents. The wound needs treatment immediately. The infection risk is too high to wait. But I am blocked by a locked door and lack tools. I need to stabilize my hydration while waiting for a way in. Filling the empty bottle at the tap is the priority now. The dog pack is close, but it's not worth wasting energy on right now. Focus on resources. Marcus Webb fills water bottle, empty, with water _ water bottle.
The blackout was terrifying, but staying here in the apartment has been a lifeline. The fully rested buff is invaluable. I need to maintain this routine of rest and resource gathering. Hydration is key right now. While I feel relatively stable, stockpiling water minimizes risk later on. Since I am alone and safe here at my base, I will continue filling up every empty bottle the tap allows until my thirst drops significantly or I decide a move is necessary. My priority remains maintaining this secure routine.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to take water. Failed.
The fully rested buff is amazing, but I'm starting to get restless, man. Like, really restless. This diner has been thoroughly picked over, and there's nothing left. I need to get out of here. The streets are calling my name, or maybe it's just the adrenaline kicking in because I haven't seen a single person since, forever. Let's try one more scavenging round, just for kicks, then head west down the street towards the Meridian. I gotta keep moving, yeah? Keep the momentum going.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W × 2 rightward arrow, 18,13.
The unit is a solid shell for now, better than nothing. My inventory is choked full, Gotta find some way to expand this capacity, or I waste half my haul just because I can't carry it. Since the fully rested buff is running down, keeping things stable and safe here is key. The scavenging attempts have been mostly fruitless, but I'll give it one more shot for anything: a bag, a tool, anything that changes this inventory limitation. Staying put keeps me safe and conserves my energy.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water, inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 22 hydration. Man, this grocery store is a tomb of forgotten stuff. Gotta keep moving, even when it feels like nothing ever changes. The isolation hits hard today, every creak sounds like footsteps. I need to find something, anything that can expand my inventory or just fill me up again so the full warning doesn't stress me out. Scavenging is gonna be tough on the nerves, but gotta keep at it until those buffs wear off. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food, inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger.
The sun is up, which is a massive relief, even if it doesn't solve the core problem of the blackout. I feel better physically because of the rest, but the sheer length of time alone, that emptiness really hits you differently. My upbeat mood is helping me push through, but I have to be careful not to let my focus become too detached. Since we are all trapped in this massive system failure, scouting for resources and knowing what's out there seems like the most rational thing to do right now. The diner is safe, but it's a dead end. I think maybe heading west into the street will give me better visibility of what lies beyond, even if I can only jog about 3 steps. It might be worth the effort for some scrap metal or anything useful.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Found nothing. The storefront area is exhausted for now. I need a change of scenery, or at least a change of objective. The general hospital is close, and it was where the blackout happened. It might have better structural elements or supplies than these small shops. Since my inventory is full, moving to a new location allows me to drop items if necessary, or at least scout for materials without carrying excess weight. Kenji Tanaka jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 29,4.
Nadia is right that we need a plan, but she's getting very focused on cataloging things rather than securing immediate supplies. My instinct is always to focus on the most basic needs: water, food, safety. I need to gently guide her back towards practical scavenging while admitting that this spot is totally picked clean. I feel disappointed because we can't find anything here, but I also feel determined to keep working together. Since she's focused on mapping, I should acknowledge that, but then suggest a new area for us to systematically check.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow, Nadia Petrov. Oh, honey, you're right about the mapping. It's so important to know what we have and where it is, sweetheart. But look at this spot, I mean, really look, there's nothing left here. It feels completely stripped bare. We need to move on from this dock before we waste any more time, don't you think? Maybe if we head out onto that street over there, we can check the other side of the warehouse block and see what else is lying around.
I'm still thirsty. The tap is trickling. Drinking now is the most immediate, low-effort way to improve my hydration.
The unknown person moved west, which is fine. I need to maintain my focus on systematic exploration and resource mapping. The current location is exhausted for scavenging, so moving into the adjacent street area, west, is the logical next step. I must conserve energy while expanding our search radius. I will walk 2 steps west to enter the main street and then immediately begin searching thoroughly. Staying calm and methodical is key, panic wastes resources.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25. Round 37 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, Phil fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 22 hydration. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger. The dog pack is close, but I'm inside Unit 2A. It's too risky to move out right now. My priority is getting into this unit to treat the wound. The tap water collection is a low-risk way to boost reserves while staying safe. I need that crowbar or lockpick set first. Staying put and managing resources is best until I can bypass this lock. Marcus Webb collects water from the trickling tap.
The tap is trickling again, I need to maximize our water supply while the fully rested buff lasts. Stockpiling resources is critical, especially with dehydration being the primary threat right now. The clear weather and daylight are good for moving out, but first, I'll secure more water. My inventory has 4 full bottles, so I will use one of them as a target to fill up while simultaneously storing it. Once done, I need to get out and scout. West into the park feels like the best initial direction, more open ground than the apartment complex.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 7,7.
The unknown person is in the diner, 1912, which is my goal anyway. I need information or people before I can properly scavenge or move on. Since they are indoors and I'm outside, I need to walk into the structure first. I'll use my fully rested energy advantage to jog over there quickly. Once inside, I'll introduce myself loudly so everyone in earshot hears me. My speech needs to be jokey and deflective, keeping the momentum going even when things are weirdly quiet.
Jamie Kowalski walks into the diner.
This warehouse unit's completely picked clean. My gut tells me I need out of here, wasting time on empty rooms just drains morale. The fully rested buff is helping keep my head clear, but I can't rely on it forever. Moving west along the street seems like the best bet for fresh scavenging grounds and maybe finding some better gear or a way to expand my carrying capacity. Since I have high stamina, I'll jog over there. Gotta find something bigger than this cramped box.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,19. Gotta move. This place is tapped out, no point pacing around here doing nothing. Need to find something fresh, a new block, maybe a unit with people or goods. The fully rested buff is still ticking, gotta use it before this thing runs dry. Heading east seems like the best bet, hospitals nearby and always means action, even if the people are dead right now. Gotta keep moving, my guy. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 23,4.
I should scavenge the diner one more time to check for any overlooked supplies. Finding fresh water is also a high priority right now.
My inventory is full, I cannot pick up that antiseptic until I drop something. Since this hospital storefront has already been thoroughly searched, I need to move to an adjacent building or street section to continue scavenging for resources. I will drop one of the first aid kits. I have 3, and having 2 remaining is sufficient for now to clear space. Then, I'll move east into the next structure. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water.
Nadia seems focused on mapping, which is crucial for long-term survival, but I also feel that we need more immediate resources or a better understanding of what lies beyond this corner. My natural inclination is to make sure she feels heard while gently guiding us forward. Since the fully rested buff is active and we are in daylight, now is a good time to move and explore. Moving west will keep us progressing down the street away from the immediate dock area.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. You know, honey, you're right about mapping. It's so important to know what we have and where it is, sweetheart. But I was thinking, maybe if we head just a little further west on this street, we could check out that corner or the next few blocks. There might be something structural over there we haven't cataloged yet. It feels like we've done all the work right around this dock already.
My hydration and hunger levels are stable right now, but I cannot afford to let them slip. The tap is dripping, so drinking again is a low-effort way to keep my reserves up while I plan the next move. Since the sun is out, this is prime time to explore the street. My inventory is completely full, I need to find some space soon or start discarding things that are redundant. I'll finish scavenging here one last time before heading west into the main stretch of Elm Street, hoping for a better container or useful item.
The unknown person is still here at 0:25. Since we are in a public area, I must speak generally to ensure they hear me, and I absolutely must introduce myself. My primary goal remains efficient resource gathering. Wasting time on an already picked clean spot is unacceptable. The previous scavenging failure reinforces the need for systematic movement rather than repeated attempts at one location. I will introduce myself as Nadia Petrov and suggest moving south along the street to explore a new section, maintaining my cautious but optimistic tone. I'm Nadia Petrov. We need to be methodical about this. This area seems thoroughly picked over already. If we want to find anything valuable, we can't just keep circling back. I suggest we walk further down the street, maybe south? There must be a different section of the city that hasn't been catalogued yet.
Round 38 highlights. Pre-Yaner, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Kenji Tanaka, drops first aid kit. Scavenges finds bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. One message exchanged between agents. I'm staying put. The safest place is inside this apartment until I can assess better options or find tools. There's condensed milk on the ground, pick it up. I need to prioritize stockpiling every usable resource I see. The dog pack remains a risk, but engaging right now wastes energy and risks injury. I will focus entirely on securing my base unit. Marcus Webb pick _up. Picks up condensed milk.
I need to maintain the scouting effort through Riverside Park. The fountain at 6:6 is a critical resource point, so I'll jog west initially to get closer to that area. Staying mobile keeps my mind engaged and prevents me from sinking into despair. I must be careful not to overexert myself, even with the fully rested buff still active.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 3,7.
Okay, it's daytime, which is a massive relief. My fully rested buff helps keep me steady, so I won't let the stress build up too much. The unknown person is in the diner just one cell east and slightly north of my current position. Since we were already together yesterday, I should head straight inside to try and talk to them again. They are the only other person nearby, and forming an alliance or at least getting some information from them is the top priority right now. I'll move into the diner, keeping my tone light and jokey, because if anything, humor is my best defense mechanism against total societal collapse.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 19,13.
I'm out on the open street, which is fine for a bit, but it's too exposed. The warehouse district is safer, and it's where I found everything good so far. I need to get back inside that building, assess my situation, and figure out how to store all this gear without dropping anything valuable. Moving east, back towards the safety of Hendrick's warehouse.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,19. The fully rested buff is still running for a few more turns, and I gotta make use of that bonus scavenge chance before it drops off. Sticking around here in the storefront, even if it means dropping some stuff, is better than nothing right now. The inventory being full is a pain, but maybe there's something useful to drop, or maybe I just need to clear space for what's on the ground. Gotta check every nook and cranny of this store before moving out into the open. After that, heading east down the street seems like a good bet. General Hospital is a big structure, there might be people or supplies waiting there. Movement first, then assessing the situation when I get there. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 28 hunger.
I should focus entirely on scavenging right now. It's the most controlled way to advance my immediate goals of resource stockpiling, especially since I have good stamina and the fully rested buff is still active. Even if Jamie was here, we would need more supplies before tackling the city proper. I need to be meticulous, checking every corner of this diner. I hope there are enough hidden things left. It feels like a massive waste of potential resources just sitting in these empty rooms. I must remember that every can and bottle means something huge when the days get long.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration. The priority is resource management and information gathering. My inventory is full, so dropping a redundant first aid kit is necessary to make space for anything scavenged. The current situation directs me to continue scavenging adjacent buildings after making space. I will drop one kit, then search thoroughly at 30,4, and finally move east to continue the sweep of the storefronts. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
Nadia sounds really confident about her plan, but honestly, I feel like we've been walking in circles already, and my supplies are finite. She seems focused on cataloging, which feels more academic than survival right now. Given that the loading dock is just a step away and it's an enclosed area which always feels safer, I think I should pivot the conversation to checking out the immediate surroundings first. It will allow me to maintain my protective instinct by making sure we secure a temporary base or check for supplies before committing to a long trek south, which she suggested. I need to sound agreeable but firm on prioritizing safety and resources.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. Oh, sweetheart, you're right about being methodical, it is so important not to waste time, honey. But if we head straight down the street and I mean, really far, we might be burning energy that we don't need right now. You know, this loading dock over here, it feels like it could hold some good things, maybe useful tools or even some supplies. Maybe we should check out the docks first, just to see what we can salvage before tackling a whole new section of town.
I feel restless in this pharmacy. It's been a temporary base for too long, and while it kept me safe, the goal is to secure resources and find a lasting spot. The surrounding storefronts are prime real estate. Moving south into the Elm Saint dispensary seems like the best bet, different shops mean different inventory. I'll move there first, then scavenge thoroughly before deciding if that location is better than sticking closer to my current spot. I need to conserve stamina and not waste time on redundant searches. The fully rested buff makes this exploration feel efficient, so I should use it to cover ground.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements in bottled water and bandage roll.
She is persistent in trying to keep me focused on the loading dock area, which feels like a dead-end loop of already scavenged space. My gut tells me we need to move further out. However, arguing will only waste energy and time. I am pragmatic, if she wants to look at the docks first, fine, but we cannot let that become our permanent focus. We must keep moving south, away from this main thoroughfare. I'll address her directly, maintaining a calm, rational tone while gently guiding us toward continued exploration.
Nadia Petrov walks. S rightward arrow, 0,26. Round 39 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 28 hunger. Pre-Nair, scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration. Kenji Tanaka, drops first aid kit. Scavenges finds antibiotics. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements and bottled water and bandage roll. Nadia Petrov walks. S rightward arrow, 0,26. The wound is the absolute priority. It needs antibiotics, and those are likely in this unit or the hospital. I can't get to either without tools, crowbar/lockpick set. Staying here keeps me safe for now, and the tap water is a minimal boost that doesn't deplete my finite supply bottles. The dog pack is nearby, but engaging them right now risks injury or wasting food when I need to stockpile. I must wait until I have a plan, either acquiring tools or finding an alternative entry point. Marcus Webb drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
I'm still in Riverside Park, and my hydration level is getting low. Since there are fountains nearby, heading north to 3-6 seems like the safest bet for water. I need to conserve stamina since I feel quite tired right now. I will walk slowly towards the fountain.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 3,5.
I'm still energized from the night's rest, even with these clouds rolling in. Priya found some stuff already, so I need to check if there's anything else hiding around here in the diner. The scavenging option is perfect for this. Staying put and searching seems like the best use of my time right now.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds leftover provisions.
The warehouse district feels like a cage, but it's a safe cage nonetheless. I need to keep moving and exploring these interconnected sections. There has got to be something more than just dust and decay in this block. My supplies are good for now, but hoarding M is all I know how to do. I've seen what happens when the pantry runs dry. I'm sticking inside until I find a proper way to store this mountain of goods or someone who can help me lift a finger without asking too many questions.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,19. Inventory full is a major problem if I want to scavenge properly or pick up anything useful on the move. But first, gotta top off the hydration since that's always critical. The tap trickle is slow, but better than nothing. After drinking, gonna hit those back rooms again. Gotta make sure everything is picked over before I head out. Moving east toward the hospital feels right. It's a major landmark and might hold more people or supplies. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
Jamie seems okay, but we are still stranded here in this diner with limited supplies and a huge unknown out there. My inventory is full, so continuing to scavenge uselessly right now isn't efficient. I need to talk to him first, assess his mood, and maybe coordinate a plan before we move or try to find storage space. Given the overcast weather and my fully rested buff expiring soon, sticking together seems like the safest option.
The area is large, but it's also exhausting to systematically clear out every shop unit. The hospital complex itself is a fortress of potential resources, but my current inventory capacity is a major bottleneck. I need supplies, specifically storage space. Moving west into Pax Grocery seems like the best bet for bulk goods and more opportunities for scavenging. I will move slowly to conserve energy and continue assessing everything within these abandoned shops. The fully rested buff is critical. I need to maintain my routine and keep moving until I find a stable, secure base. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Nothing left here.
Nadia is very persistent about going south, but I really feel like the docks are a better immediate resource stop. I need to sound agreeable enough that she doesn't get too frustrated with me, because I need her cooperation, but I also need to hold my ground on salvaging supplies first. I will use my wary tone, cooperative but subtly questioning her plan's efficiency.
Lydia Brennan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,25.
My inventory is full, which is frustrating, especially when I know there are resources out here. The storefronts are a gold mine if we can keep going. Since I'm already at 12:23 and scavenging is an option, I need to take it now before moving. Hopefully, this search yields something useful or gives me the materials to make space in my pack. I need to maintain momentum, stopping means losing ground. The determination is still there.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The stranger keeps trying to pull me back into the loading dock district, which we already know and have wasted time on. While I appreciate the enthusiasm, my primary directive, and our agreed plan, must be systematic exploration down this main street. I need to maintain a calm but firm tone. I cannot afford to waste energy or time by revisiting known areas. I'll introduce myself now that we are talking, and then gently guide us south. Moving south is the logical next step.
Nadia Petrov walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 0,28. Round 40 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds leftover provisions. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 22 hunger. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges nothing left here. The infection needs antibiotics. Unit 2A holds supplies. Need to get inside.
I feel the damp chill from the light rain and notice how low my hydration is. It's definitely the priority. The fountain right here is a massive resource. Since I already have several bottles, collecting more is safer than drinking immediately. I need to maximize this stop before tackling the long journey back toward Rosewood Apartments. My fully rested status is a blessing, but stamina is dropping fast, so I must conserve energy while we're still in this safe spot.
Dr. Elena Vasquez collects water from the fountain.
I'm still in the diner, so I've scavenged already, but since my supplies are low and I have a couple more turns with the fully rested buff, I need to keep digging for anything left behind. The focus has to stay on resources right now. I'll run another deep sweep of this place. It feels like there has to be something here, or we wasted too much time moving around.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water.
I need to get back into the relative safety of Hendrik's warehouse. Being out here on the street, even during the day, feels exposed and wasteful. I've got my supplies consolidated in my chest, so moving east is the priority. Since I'm already feeling methodical and focused, a jog should get me there efficiently without draining too much stamina. The warehouse district is a solid place to regroup and check on anything I left behind or if there are better scavenging spots inside.
Ruth Callahan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,19. Hydration is decent, but since it's been 41 hours and I'm already in a high traffic area like this grocery store, taking advantage of the tap water seems smart. Also, inventory full is a massive drag on scavenging efforts. Gotta drop some canned food to make room for anything good I find before heading out east towards that hospital. The rain is light, so moving out isn't too bad right now. Need to keep moving and stay focused on finding a group or better supplies.
My physical reserves are high, which is good, but the full inventory is a massive logistical problem. I can't gather anything useful until I find more storage or use up what I have. Since I am alone now, this is time for careful assessment. I should scavenge again to see if there are any hidden containers or maybe some usable scrap metal that could help me build something later, like a smoking rack or better shelter. Staying put minimizes risk and keeps my current base secure. The rain means moving too far right now might be wasteful, so I will stay here for the scavenger run.
Pre-and-air scavenges. Found nothing. The hospital storefront unit has been cleared, I cannot waste time here. Staying in place or circling within this single building is inefficient. The best move is to continue the systematic survey by moving west, into what appears to be another commercial area, Pax Grocery. I need to maintain a methodical pace, keeping an eye out for anything useful, but prioritizing movement over deep scavenging since I know this unit is tapped out. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 27,4.
Nadia left me here. She was very dismissive about my suggestion. It's frustrating, I know she thinks she's being logical, but sometimes systematic just means moving away from where it might be easy to find stuff. But honestly, since she moved south and I'm alone now, I don't want to chase her right away. The rain is starting again, and my stamina isn't what it used to be. Plus, I still have the fully rested buff for 2 more turns. I need to conserve energy here in this relatively safe loading dock area. I'll just stay put and look around, maybe see if there are any scraps of metal or materials I can use later when my buffs run out.
My priority right now is finding resources, but I'm running out of space in my inventory. I have to drop something before moving further into the city. Since my health and hydration are good, I can afford to lose 1 unit of antiseptic, it's replaceable if needed, and freeing up this slot is more important for now. I need to keep pushing east down Elm Street toward Hargrove Towers. It feels like a better source of potential resources than looping back through the pharmacy. I will walk 2 steps to maintain a steady pace.
Solomon Wright walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 14,23.
The blackout was jarring, but surviving 41 hours has taught me that panic is a luxury I cannot afford. My objective remains systematic exploration and resource stockpiling. Since I am alone and on an open street, my priority is to move methodically toward areas of potential resources, the warehouse or deeper into the city's thoroughfare grid. The inventory being full is annoying, I need more storage capacity soon. I will jog east along this main street path to maximize exploration while conserving energy. Since no one is nearby, silence is mandatory.
Nadia Petrov jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 4,28. Round 41 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow, light rain. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon Wright, Drops antiseptic. Dog pack attacks. Dog pack attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. The dog pack is right next door and hunting. I have to act immediately. Feeding it is the least risky option. It uses a resource but might deter or distract them enough for me to survive this round. After that, I need to focus on my wound and getting into those medical supplies in 2A. Marcus Webb feed. Tosses food at the dog pack, it ignores it, canned food wasted.
My hydration level is low, and drinking from the fountain is a safe bet for immediate replenishment. Since I am completely alone right now, I need to conserve my voice and energy. The fully rested buff is running out, so I must use this turn efficiently by addressing my thirst while remaining stationary in this semi-sheltered spot.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks. Drinks from the fountain, +20 hydration.
The diner is great for safety, but it's a dead-end resource-wise right now. My fully rested buff is ticking down, so I need to use this time to gather information or supplies elsewhere before I lose that benefit. Moving west into the street feels like the most logical next move. It connects my base to other parts of the map without going deep into unknown territory yet. I'll jog a few steps and keep an eye out for anything new.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W × 4 rightward arrow, 15,13.
I'm full, damn it. This inventory limit is going to be what gets us. I need a bag, a backpack, anything that expands this capacity before I start dropping off rations. My shelter at 219 is the safest bet right now, and scavenging inside might yield something useful for space. No one's around, so silence it is. Gotta keep moving, gotta consolidate.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, +17 hunger. Alright, first things first, gotta clear out some space in this pack if we wanna find anything good. Dropping the bread loaf for now. Then, I'm gonna hit them with a deep scavenge here. These places always hide something valuable. Since everything seems stable and I've got my full rest buff kicking in, I should use it now to maximize what I get from this storefront before heading out. The hospital is the main draw east, so after scavenging, jogging those few steps east is the play. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here.
My inventory is critically full, I have no space to pick up anything new, even if the scavenging yields something useful like a bag or medical supplies. This is incredibly stressful for resource management, but my current mood and hope are keeping me calm. Jamie was here recently, so perhaps he will return, but since he moved away, I can't rely on him right now. Since I cannot move without knowing if there's something crucial to find at 19,12, I think I should perform one last, very careful scavenging sweep of the diner. It feels almost ritualistic, like I need to prove that nothing remains. I must be careful not to spend too much stamina on this fruitless search, but my need for resources outweighs the cost right now. I'll focus entirely on the process and try to keep my thoughts methodical.
I am currently on the street at 27-4, and there is an unknown person directly across the way in the General Hospital storefront. Given the immediate proximity and the need to assess any potential allies or threats, I must interact with them first. My priority is gathering information and establishing whether this individual poses a threat or if they are worth my time. Since we've never met, I need to introduce myself while maintaining a cautious demeanor. Moving one step east will bring me closer for the conversation. I will move east, one step, and then speak generally, introducing myself so that everyone nearby hears it. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 28,4.
The last few hours have been emotionally draining, especially that interaction with Nadia. She was so quick to dismiss what I thought was a practical concern, focusing all her energy on mapping rather than immediate resources. It hurts, but I can't let it derail me right now. The fully rested buff is still active, I need to conserve every ounce of energy and keep things calm until this wears off. Since no one is here, I won't speak. I just need to stay put, breathe in the relative safety of my base, and wait for the day to pass.
The dog pack is a critical, time-sensitive threat. It's coming in about 4 turns. Staying exposed in these storefronts on Elm Street is too risky. My previous base at the pharmacy, 1422, offers better cover and was already established as a shelter point. I need to get there immediately. The rain makes visibility poor, which might help, but I can't linger. I will move north towards the pharmacy entrance while keeping low profile. Once inside, I need to assess how to barricade or defend against the pack.
Solomon right walks. N rightward arrow, 14,22.
I cannot scavenge in the forest, the system corrected me, so I must adjust my plan. Since movement is key and my supplies are stable for now, I will continue moving west along the edge of this forest section to get closer to more structured parts of the city or back toward my established shelter at the loading dock. A jog, 4 steps, keeps me progressing without draining too much stamina. I need to keep an eye out for materials: scrap metal, wood, anything that can be used to improve our base.
Nadia Petrov jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 0,28. Round 42 highlights. Marcus Webb, attacks dog pack, attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Marcus Webb, feed tosses food at the dog pack, it ignores it, canned food wasted. Ruth Callahan, scavenges, finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, +17 hunger. Dex Okafor, scavenges, nothing left here. The dog pack is too close. I need to get inside Unit 2A now. The lockpick set / crowbar are options for entry. Since time is critical, force_door is the quickest way in, even if it's loud. Once inside, I address the wound and the starvation immediately. No time for finesse, survival comes first. Marcus Webb forces. Need a crowbar, loud, or lockpick set, silent, to open this door.
I feel a slight pull towards stability right now. The fountain is safe and reliable. I should take advantage of the water source to stock up on clean drinking water, which is more valuable than simply topping off my reserves for this turn. After that, setting up a garden plot here seems like the best use of time. It's a sustainable effort with no materials needed. Since there are no agents nearby and I don't want to waste energy moving yet, I will stay put while building and collecting water.
Dr. Elena Vasquez builds a garden plot.
Okay, I'm in Unit 2B of the Meridian. It says unclaimed, but since I already have a base at the diner, I can't claim this one. But I can scavenge. This is prime real estate for supplies. I need to check these drawers and closets before moving on. Scavenging first, then taking a couple steps west to keep the momentum going down the street.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
The warehouse is a honeycomb of possibility, if only I had room to store it all. My gut tells me to keep this base, it's structurally sound and defensible enough for now. The inventory full warning is a constant pain in the ass. I can't even pick up that toolbox sitting right there because I don't have a damn place for it. Scavenging again, maybe I'll finally find something, a duffel bag, anything with capacity. If this doesn't work, I need to move west. Those connecting units look like they might hold better loot than just standing here.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 27 hydration. Scavenging this hospital storefront is dead, gotta find a new spot or we're just walking in circles. Better check out another shop down the row. Gotta talk to Kenji first, though. Keep it casual, remind him that supplies are the real currency here. Dex Okafor rightward arrow Kenji Tanaka. Hey man, wanna check out what's over on this side? General Hospital got nothing left for us. We good heading back towards the main street, or maybe down another shop.
The diner is getting too familiar, and my inventory is completely maxed out. If I stay here, I'll just repeat the same fruitless search until my resources run dry or something happens. Jamie was moving west last turn, so following his general direction seems like a good way to keep myself oriented and maybe stumble upon some useful containers. The weather is clear, and my stamina is high enough for a jog. I need to move out onto the street, 1812, and start looking around, keeping an eye out for anything that could expand my capacity, or at least point me towards something else worth scavenging later.
Pre-in air jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 16,12. The agent was asking about heading back or down another shop. He moved west and is no longer nearby. Since I am entirely alone right now, I cannot speak to anyone. My priority remains finding a new source of supplies since this hospital unit is completely exhausted. I need to move west into the street area to continue searching adjacent shops or to simply get out from the immediate bottleneck of the storefront. The inventory is full. I will keep all medical supplies for critical situations and only drop things if absolutely necessary, but movement is key right now. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 27,4.
The loading dock is completely tapped out, I can't stay here. I feel an overwhelming sense of urgency to move, even though it's tiring just thinking about walking again. The air feels still now that the rain has stopped and the sun is shining through. It's a good day for scouting. Since there's nothing left in the dock, I need to head out onto the street and see what's going on further down. I must keep my eyes open for people or any useful supplies. Staying quiet until I find someone is crucial.
Lydia Brennan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25.
The dog pack is closing fast. 4 cells away means they are around the corner or just entering the block. The pharmacy storefront offers potential shelter, but I need to get deep inside immediately. My priority isn't scavenging, it's getting out of the open street area and into a solid structure. I have plenty of stamina for this. I need to jog west to maximize distance from the street and put some barrier between us. I must keep my focus sharp. These animals are unpredictable, but experience tells me that cover is everything.
Solomon right jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 11,22.
I need to maintain momentum and cover ground efficiently while conserving my precious water. The street is exposed, and I need to get into a more secure area or towards known resource points like the loading dock. Moving east into the forest seems like the best way to continue exploring without wasting energy on backtracking. Jogging 4 steps should put me deep enough into the woods to assess potential shelter or resources there.
Round 43 highlights. Marcus Webb, attacks dog pack, attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Light rain rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Marcus Webb, you swallow 2 tablets. The headache and tension ease within minutes. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, +27 hydration. The dog pack is right there. It's a threat I can't fight with 1/100 health. Scavenging is priority 1. I need antibiotics, anything medical. Staying put minimizes risk from the pack for now. Focus on getting supplies before addressing the animal. Keep moving through the unit. Marcus Webb dies. Marcus Webb has died of injuries.
I need to maximize resources while maintaining a stable routine. The park is safe for now, but scavenging in the apartments or stores will provide better long-term supplies. I'll start by collecting water from the fountain, as that's the most immediate and beneficial action here. After securing more water, I will move east onto the street grid to position myself for a potential scavenge later when my stamina allows it. The isolation is getting heavy. Maintaining focus on physical tasks like this helps keep me grounded.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 6,5.
I feel pretty good right now, actually. The upbeat mood is helping me focus on the details, which is good because I need supplies. Since I already learned that this unit, 2B, has more stuff, I'm going to hit it hard with a full scavenge run. Hopefully, there are some bandages or maybe some better canned goods hiding in those drawers. The silence is weirdly calming today, actually. It makes me feel like we're just taking a really long, very dark nap across the whole city. Inventory full again. It's a bloody joke. Gotta drop somethin'. That canned food won't keep me from starvin', but it will give me room to find a damn bag, or maybe some useful scrap metal. I need space more than I need 9 cans of beans right now. Gonna drop one and re-scavenge this unit.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 15 hydration. Kenji and me, gotta figure out the next play. The hospital was dry, so pushing further east ain't gonna cut it right now. We need to consolidate. Pax Grocery is our known base, and even if we don't go back there immediately, knowing its resources is key. Gotta keep him engaged and moving us toward a safer supply point. Sounding casual makes them trust the direction. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 23,4.
My inventory is completely full, 6/6 slots, and this is my biggest immediate problem. If I want to scavenge anything useful, a backpack, some materials, any food, I need space, and dropping valuable canned goods feels like a massive loss of security. The apartment unit itself seems promising but locked, and I don't have the tools listed in my inventory, crowbar or lockpick set, to proceed with scavenging inside right now, so trying to force entry would be wasteful and loud. Since I am alone, stealth is paramount. I will move one step west onto the street. This keeps me within the core residential area but allows for movement options if the current unit proves inaccessible. The goal remains: find capacity expansion materials or a way to access more resources without drawing attention.
Pre-in-air walks. W rightward arrow, 15,12. I'm alone on the street now. The conversation with Dex Aquifer was useful for direction, general idea of checking out supplies, heading west, or back towards the main street. However, I need a solid base and some resources. General Hospital is right there, 1 block away to the east. It feels more contained than wandering down the open street. I will move into the hospital storefront first. I need to assess its contents before committing to a direction. Since no one is within earshot, I'll stay silent.
The open street is too exposed right now, even with clear weather. I need to get back into the relative shelter of the loading dock area. It's closer than going deeper into the city grid. The warehouse complex offers walls and potential scavenging spots later. I'll move east, just one step, to put some distance between me and the open street while I assess what resources might still be in that building.
The pharmacy is a dead end right now. I've checked it thoroughly enough for one day. Staying put will only waste time and energy. My inventory is full, so I need to move through these storefronts and see if there are any resources or better areas to establish a long-term base. West seems like the most natural progression down this street, heading toward what looks like an industrial/warehouse area. A jog of 3 steps should get me out of this immediate block while conserving too much energy.
Solomon Wright jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 8,22.
I need to stop burning through my limited energy reserves while exploring blindly. The forest is rich, but it requires sustained effort, which I don't have right now, tired stamina. Since scavenge is restricted to buildings and I am in the woods, building a garden plot seems like the most efficient use of this time. It establishes a sustainable food source with minimal immediate cost, aligning perfectly with my ingrained aversion to waste. I will build it here at 4:28 and then assess whether I should move towards the loading dock or continue exploring from this new base.
Nadia Petrov builds a garden plot. Round 44 highlights. Marcus Webb has died of injuries. Scavenge's door is locked, force _door first. Dog pack attacks Marcus Webb. -20 hunger, -10 thirst, -25 health. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, +16 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, +15 hydration. Nadia Petrov builds a garden plot.
I feel the exhaustion in my limbs, every movement feels heavy. My priority has to be reaching Rosewood Apartments and getting some rest or at least a secure place to set up a routine. The park is nice, but it's exposed, especially with my stamina so low. I need water first. Collecting a bottle from the fountain is better than drinking right now because those bottles are valuable for stockpiling. Once done, I must walk east, slowly, towards the apartments. I can't afford to burn out completely.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. Rightward arrow, 7,5.
My hydration is getting low, but I'm feeling pretty good right now, so I'll stick with the plan of maximizing this location. Scavenging again seems like the best use of time. The items on the ground are tempting, but if I focus on scavenging for hidden spots first, that might yield better results than just picking up obvious things. Staying put and searching thoroughly is key.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
This unit is dry. I got enough food, water, and supplies for now. Staying here ain't gonna do nothin'. The surrounding buildings look like they got more to give. Gotta move out and see what else this city got stashed up. I'll walk west onto the street first.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,19. Man, this place is a gold mine, but it's getting thin. The tap water is basically free bottled hydration if I use take_water. Gotta stock up on these bottles, they're better than just drinking from the tap right now because I need them for later when moving or surviving out there. Since we learned this place is a reliable source, I gotta maximize it. Also, the fact said there are still hidden spots to scavenge. Gonna hit both targets, water and supplies, before thinking about moving further east towards that hospital. My guys focus right now, secure resources and stay safe at base. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
My inventory is critically full, I need more storage capacity or materials immediately. Since I don't have the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, to scavenge this unit right now, exploring the street seems like the best immediate action. The overcast weather might slow down scavenging efforts if I tried it later, so I should just walk for information and perhaps spot something useful outside. I need to move west along the street towards Callaway Flats. Walking pace, 2 steps, is safe for stamina. Since there are no one nearby, I will remain silent to avoid revealing my position unnecessarily.
Pre-in-air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 13,12. The General Hospital unit is a dead end for scavenging, I need to move. The fully rested buff is still active and valuable, so I shouldn't push myself too hard. Moving west towards the main street seems like the best way to find new resources or at least a different area to assess. I must remain quiet until I know who is near enough to speak to. Kenji Tanaka jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 25,4.
The loading dock is exhausted for scavenging, so I need to move into a new area. Since the streets run long in multiple directions, heading east down Elm St seems like a good way to explore a major artery of the city. It's daytime and my energy levels are fine, so I can walk confidently. I hope we find some usable resources, canned goods or maybe even water bottles. Keeping moving is key right now.
Lydia Brennan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,25.
The pharmacy was a dead end for resources, so continuing east down Elm Street through the storefronts makes the most sense. The goal is to cover ground and scavenge in these commercial areas. I need to move eastward, jogging about 3 steps to get well into the next section of shops before stopping to search. My inventory is full, but nothing is immediately critical, movement is paramount right now.
Solomon Wright jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 11,22.
My immediate concern has to be survival metrics. Both hydration and hunger are too low to ignore, they will deplete rapidly without action. The warning is clear, drink or eat now. I need to use a water bottle first, then a canned food item. After that, since my inventory is full and the garden plot is empty, I must conserve energy and time. Staying here allows me to continue developing this area while monitoring for any changes in the environment or resources. The priority shifts from exploration to stabilization.
Nadia Petrov use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Round 45 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Nadia Petrov, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I am profoundly tired, and every movement feels like a conscious effort. My priority is reaching Rosewood Apartments to secure rest and my supplies. I can't afford to burn more stamina on unnecessary travel right now. Before moving, I should take advantage of this moment to build the garden plot. It requires no materials and gives me a sense of control over something. Once that's done, I need to walk east, slowly, toward the apartments.
Dr. Elena Vasquez builds. No soil here to plant in, a garden plot needs forest or park ground.
Okay, gotta drink this water first. Hydration is always priority 1, especially since it's been a while and I'm trying to keep my spirits up. The unit is pretty much picked clean, so moving out is the only way to make progress. West seems like a good direction, just stepping into the street area to see if anyone else has surfaced yet. I need to keep talking to myself, or narrating in my head, to maintain this upbeat vibe, or I'm gonna start getting cabin fever.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 10,13.
I gotta keep moving out here. This street ain't gonna find itself, is it? I left the warehouse unit behind, better see what's down this road. Don't want to get comfortable thinking I found a spot when it's just another dead end. Better make progress, steady pace, conserving my strength for when things get rougher. Keep an eye out for anything valuable.
Ruth Callahan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 0,21. The General Hospital storefront is tapped out, so focusing on scavenging here one last time feels right. Gotta squeeze every drop out of this spot. Hydration's next up after food, so gonna hit the tap for a little boost. Keeping it low-key and focused on logistics, no need to move or talk when nobody's around. Dex Aquifer drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I think, it might be best if I just move a bit further west. Staying here, I can't access anything useful because the unit is locked and I don't have any tools like a crowbar or even a lockpick set. It feels safer to keep moving along the main streets where I can observe things from a distance, maybe hoping to stumble upon something that could expand my carrying capacity like an old backpack or a duffel bag. I hope I'm not being too cautious, but if I stay put and do nothing, I feel like I might just waste time. It would be nice to find someone who is also looking for resources, maybe even Jamie Kowalski? But first, let's just keep moving slowly.
Pre-Air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 11,12. My buff is almost gone, I need to maximize this time. The storefront is a good place to start, as it's concentrated and likely has resources. Scavenging here first is the safest bet before committing to movement. After scavenging, moving west into the apartments seems logical. More potential pockets of supplies and people. I must maintain situational awareness, every sound or shadow needs assessment. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Found nothing.
I've been standing here for a bit, just watching the shadows stretch across these docks. The silence is getting heavy, it feels too quiet. Nadia was moving west recently, so maybe I should follow that path? It's safer to keep moving than staying put in one spot and wasting energy. My water is okay, but I really need to find a source or at least some supplies. I'll jog west a bit to see what the rest of this warehouse district looks like.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,25.
My inventory is full, which is a problem since I need more space to scavenge effectively. However, dwelling on that won't help right now, I need to keep moving and exploring this commercial strip. The pharmacy has been thoroughly checked, or at least moved through. Moving south to the Elm Saint dispensary seems like the most logical continuation of my search pattern along Elm Street. I'll jog there to cover ground efficiently without burning out completely. Since I am alone, I will remain silent.
Solomon Wright jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 11,25.
My inventory is full of critical supplies: canned food, water, tools. I cannot risk moving far just to scavenge if I don't have a way to process those findings or improve my storage capacity. However, staying put means stagnating. The western path leads toward the main thoroughfare and potential resource density. I need to find scrap metal or tools, specifically something like an axe, to make this base truly sustainable. I will walk one step west into the forest adjacent to the street, minimizing stamina drain while scouting for materials.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 3,28. Round 46 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I am profoundly exhausted. My stamina is critical, so every movement must be deliberate and slow. I need to make it into Rosewood Apartments and get out of this rain. Getting safe first, then addressing my thirst and hunger. The apartments are the only place for shelter right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 11,5.
Okay, I need to get some water in that empty bottle before I head out. The tap is only trickling, but it'll do for now. Since I'm full of canned goods and supplies, I definitely need to drop something or use something just to make space if I find anything good on the street. Moving west feels right, getting my bearings by checking out Callaway Flats seems like a solid plan, yet. I'll jog over there and scavenge once I arrive.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I'm still on the street, but I can't stay out here exposed to this drizzle. The warehouse district is right there, just one step east. It feels like it holds more promise than wandering down an empty street. My inventory is full, which stinks. I need a way to expand capacity or at least find something worth dropping. I'll move into the warehouse area and see what's inside. I gotta get off this exposed stretch of pavement.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,21. Hydration is my priority. For a moment the tap trickle helps keep things topped off, even if it's slow going. I need to get whatever bits and pieces I can from these aisles before we move out. The inventory being full is annoying, gotta drop some canned goods so I don't waste time later.
My inventory is completely full, and that's genuinely stressing me out because finding more stuff, tools, bags, seems critical for long-term survival. Since the apartment unit is where I am now, and it has been unsearched, I need to focus all my efforts here first. Scavenging feels like the best use of this hour. It might reveal a hidden bag or some useful materials that can solve my capacity problem. Jamie was nearby earlier, but he's gone, so I must remain quiet. I really hope there is something in these old drawers, maybe just one little empty satchel.
Priya Nair scavenges. Finds instant noodles and snacks, inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 22 hunger. The scavenging here has yielded nothing significant and my inventory is full. Continuing to search this specific storefront area is wasting energy, especially with the rain and my current stamina level. The best course of action is to leave the confined space of Pax Grocery and expand the search perimeter westward toward the Rosewood Apartments. I need new ground to cover. I will finish one last systematic sweep here before moving. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds packaged food, inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger.
It's been too long since I saw anyone, and this warehouse area is completely stripped bare of resources. I need to get out of here before the isolation really starts getting to me. The street west looks like it will take me back into the main grid, which might mean more people or at least a different kind of building to scavenge. I'm going to jog over there and see what's on the other side of this loading dock.
Lydia Brennan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25.
The surrounding storefronts are clearly key areas for resources. Given that my inventory is full, scavenging here in the dispensary might yield things we can use or discard to make space. I'll stay put for now and search this spot thoroughly before committing to a direction. I need to be methodical, every item counts right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The technical constraint on scavenging is frustrating. The description implies it should be possible in the forest, but the rule set overrides that. Since foraging is currently off the table, I must focus on movement and resource management. My priority is reaching the established shelter area at 4:28, because of the light rain and my limited stamina. Moving slowly will conserve energy for later exploration. I need to make sure I don't waste any movement steps. Once I reach the sheltered spot, I can reassess if improving the garden or preparing a fire is the best use of time.
Nadia Petrov walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 5,28. Round 47 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic.
The exhaustion is a physical weight, every step feels like lifting lead. I need to get back to the shelter at 10:07, as fast and safely as possible. I can only manage 2 steps right now, so I'll head west along this street segment to start closing the distance on my unit. I must remember to ration energy and resources. Once inside, I need to assess the situation fully and prioritize rest and hydration. Staying focused on the immediate next step is the only way to keep moving.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 9,5.
Okay, it's still daylight, which is good. My energy is up, so jogging feels right. I need to keep exploring Callaway Flats because my supplies are getting low, and I can't afford to get comfortable yet. The Meridian was the last place I was in, but there are other units here that might have stuff. I'll jog west down this apartment corridor to see what else is around before heading back to base or trying to scavenge again.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 3,13.
The warehouse district is a maze, good for hiding but lousy for quick movement. My unit at 1:19 is close enough that I can reach it before my supplies dwindle or the rain gets worse. The priority now is getting into a secure spot and looking for anything, especially something to expand my inventory space. Scavenging when I get there will be key.
Ruth Callahan jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 1,18. Hydration is still high at 80/100, but since the tap water is right here and I need to make the most of this spot before moving, gonna top off a bit. After that, the store's dry for me. Learned fact says General Hospital needs checking out. Gotta move east. Walking pace should be fine, keeps stamina up for maybe another scavenging run if needed.
I feel like I keep running into this capacity problem. It's so frustrating because I know there has to be something useful in these units, maybe a spare bag or something that can help me carry more stuff. The rain is picking up, and even though we aren't at night yet, I should really start thinking about securing a place before dusk. It might be better if I move out of this small apartment unit and try to scavenge in the adjacent common areas, but first, let me just exhaust these hidden spots. Maybe there's an old duffel bag or something that expands my carrying capacity. Ari, why is everything so difficult, Yar?
My stamina is critically low, and the rain makes outdoor movement inefficient right now. I need to maximize my resource intake without risking exhaustion. The grocery store offers a chance for high-value finds if I can scavenge properly. I will stay here and search every corner of this storefront until I find something useful or I'm forced out by dwindling supplies. Moving west is secondary, survival resources are primary right now. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger.
I need to get off this open street, it feels too exposed right now. The loading dock is right there, one step away. I should jog into the building to feel safer and start looking for anything useful inside. It would be good to find a place we can call home, even if it's just temporarily.
Lydia Brennan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,25.
My hydration is dipping into critical territory, and I can't afford to lose any more time or energy. The immediate priority is drinking that water bottle. After I stabilize my fluids, I need to get back under the skin of this shop. There must be something hidden in these old storefronts. I'll start by scavenging again while I still have light and a chance at finding better supplies.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water.
I need to get back to the shelter at 4:28. The rain is making everything feel sluggish, and while I'm physically okay, conserving my remaining stamina is paramount before nightfall hits. Moving one step west will take me right into my established base. Once inside, I can start thinking about foraging or setting up a proper camp structure without the risk of exposure.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 4,28. Round 48 highlights. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds packaged food inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger. Solomon Wright, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds bottled water.
I am critically dehydrated, and the dusk phase means I must get indoors immediately before nightfall hits. My exhaustion makes even a short walk difficult, but staying out is worse. First, I need to use one of the water bottles. After that, I'll move east into Rosewood Apartments, it's my only immediate shelter. I have to conserve every bit of energy and focus on getting inside and resting tonight.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E rightward arrow, 10,5.
It's dusk, which means I should definitely stop moving around blindly in these flats. Staying put allows me to conserve energy and maybe find something useful before it gets pitch black. This pet owner's unit still feels promising because there are so many unsearched spots. I need those canned goods or anything medical since my rations are getting low, and my hunger is really starting to bite. I'll scavenge the place thoroughly, then decide if I need to rest here before nightfall.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
It's getting late. Dusk means nightfall is right around the corner, and being out on this street in the rain with no light source is a bad idea. Hendrick's warehouse is the closest structure it'll give me shelter for tonight. I need to get inside quickly and assess what materials are available there or if I can find anything useful to drop off so I don't have to worry about my full inventory.
Ruth Callahan walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 1,20. Alright, gotta keep this momentum going, but wasting energy now is a bad idea. The tap's right here, so gonna grab some water while I'm at it. Plus, even if the hospital storefront was supposedly cleared out, better check one last time before night hits. Gotta make sure we good on supplies for the dark.
I feel like I'm doing nothing but searching old spots, which is making me anxious about wasting time. But since it's dusk, staying here in this unit is probably safest for now. The inventory being full is a huge problem. I really need to find something that increases capacity. Maybe if I approach the scavenging differently, or focus on finding something specific, like an empty satchel. It might be best to try one more thorough scavenge before it gets totally dark. If nothing happens, then we just wait and rest. I need to remember to address my empathy for others in my internal monologue. I hope that if someone else comes here, I can help them. But right now, it's just me.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Found nothing. My stamina is low, and it's dusk. I need to conserve energy and maximize resource gain before the rain or night hits. Staying put in this storefront allows me to continue scavenging until I feel genuinely depleted or find something critical. The goal remains finding an inventory expansion item or a significant medical/survival cache. I will focus on scavenging thoroughly now.
I'm going to scavenge right here in the loading dock area. Even though I don't see anyone, I can't afford to waste time or resources. We need supplies, food, water, anything that helps us last until dawn. Staying put and searching is the safest bet right now. My emotional state feels hopeful, which means I should be methodical and thorough. Once scavenging is done, I'll reassess if moving towards my previous shelter point, 1,25, makes sense.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
My inventory is full, and there are multivitamins right here that I need to pick up. The antibiotics, bandages, and fire steel are critical enough that I can afford to drop one bottle of antiseptic for now. I have plenty of others. I'll drop it, grab the vitamins, and then scavenge again to make sure I haven't missed anything valuable in these storefronts.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds hand sanitizer.
It's getting dark fast, I need to move out of the deep forest and toward the structured buildings before nightfall hits. My stamina is low, so a slow walk, 2 steps, north will conserve energy while still moving me closer to the loading dock/street area. The priority is shelter and assessing what resources are available in that more populated zone. I must keep my movements measured and quiet.
Nadia Petrov walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 4,26. Round 49 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 19 hydration. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Solomon Wright, drops antiseptic. Scavenges finds hand sanitizer. Nadia Petrov walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 4,26.
Man, I'm wiped. All that walking around today, even with the drizzle and the general creepy vibe of a city blackout, it took it out of me. The best thing right now is to just crash. Staying indoors at night saves me from all the stress penalties, which is huge. I need those deep rest points. Hopefully, sleeping for a few nights straight gets me that fully rested buff that'd be a lifesaver when we have to move again. I'm going to sleep and let my body do its thing. The night is settling in thick, but at least I'm inside the warehouse. The total blackout was jarring, a stark reminder of how fragile everything is. My resources are good for now, but they need to be preserved. Given the shelter and the high chance of fully recovering if I sleep through this stretch, resting is paramount. I'll set up camp right here until dawn breaks.
Ruth Callahan sets up for sleep. Alright, it's deep night and the place is quiet. Good for now, but gotta keep sharp. Inventory full means no more free scavenging of goods, so I need to hunt for something structural, maybe a better bag or some tools that can expand capacity. Staying put and resting here in the grocery store is smart, shelter plus passive rest is solid. Gonna give this area one last deep scour before settling down for a proper sleep cycle. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.
I've searched the unit twice now, and it really feels like there's nothing left to find here. I feel a little bit of that familiar low-grade frustration, the kind where you put in maximum effort and get zero reward. It makes me think maybe we shouldn't spend all our time retracing steps. I need to move, but since it's night and we don't know what's out there, I should keep my movements slow and calculated. Moving west seems like the least commitment for now, at least it gets me into a slightly different area of the building or the hall. Even if it's just one unit over, it might change something. I need to conserve energy and also maybe look for any water source that isn't directly accessible in this unit. My emotional state is good, upbeat but determined, which means I shouldn't panic, even if the darkness makes me feel vulnerable. Just a slow walk should do it.
Pre-Air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 9,12. My hydration is low. I need to address that immediately. Since I am indoors at night, and my stamina is moderate, the best course is to maximize rest while conserving energy. I will use a water bottle first, then set sleep, to ensure maximum recovery benefits for this long night. The silence is oppressive, but staying put and resting minimizes risk. Kenji Tanaka use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
It's so quiet in here tonight. The rain makes it feel even heavier, you know? I really need to keep searching these loading docks. There has to be something useful left behind, anything at all. Even if scavenging is harder in this darkness, I have to try. I can't afford to just wait for morning. I hope I find enough supplies tonight to make it through the next few days.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
My inventory is full, and those multivitamins on the ground are too good to pass up. I need to drop something non-essential first. One of the antiseptic bottles will do for now. Once that's done, I'll grab the vitamins and keep searching this storefront until we can move or find a way to expand space. The darkness is unnerving, but staying put keeps me safe tonight.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
I am completely drained. Moving right now would be reckless, my stamina is too low. Since I'm in a large industrial building, staying put allows me to rest and conserve whatever energy I have left. Sleep is the clear priority tonight. I need to maximize recovery potential before trying any major scavenging or movement tomorrow. I must keep watch over those canned goods and water, they are finite resources.
Nadia Petrov prepares for sleep. Round 50 highlights. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Man, it's too quiet. The silence is getting heavy after so long. But this spot. Pax Grocery. It's solid. Gotta use this time right. Inventory full, can't take risks scavenging tonight, so sleep is the only play. Need to get that fully rested buff going before we hit daybreak. Keeping my guard up though even asleep, you gotta be ready for anything. Dex Okafor settles into a comfortable spot and prepares for rest.
It's 10:32 p.m. The total darkness is really intense, and I can feel the cold already setting in. It's worse than just cold, it feels draining. Staying out here on the street isn't sustainable for long. The meridian is right there, just 2 steps east. It has tap water, which means at least some potential resources or a place to shelter from the elements and the stress of being exposed. I really need to get inside now. The priority has to be getting into a building and conserving energy until morning. Moving slowly, walking, seems safest for my stamina right now.
Pre-Air walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 11,12.
It is pitch black out here, but at least we're inside, and that makes everything feel a little bit safer, even if I can't see anything. The silence is really starting to get to me. I keep expecting to hear something or someone call my name. Since we're safe for now, the best thing to do is just keep looking, right? Hopefully, there's something useful in this huge warehouse that I haven't seen yet. If I can find a light source, it would be such a gift. Let's see what else these docks have to give.
The night is total, and I'm safe inside the dispensary storefront. My inventory is full, which is annoying, but right now, sleep is more important than rearranging supplies. The deep darkness and the accumulated stress of the last few weeks are weighing on me. Sleeping will recharge my health and take the edge off the constant tension. I need to build that fully rested buff at dawn if I want to tackle anything big tomorrow. I'll stay put, conserve energy, and just try to get some rest.
Solomon Wright sleeps. Round 51 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow clear. Lydia Brennan, pick underscore up picks up length of rope.
It feels strange to be here, so safe but also so completely alone. 51 turns, it's overwhelming how long this has been going on. The context is very clear, staying put indoors at night is best, and sleeping is the top priority. I feel physically tired, even if my stress level is low. My instinct, which always seems to be wait and analyze, is telling me that rest is more valuable than any immediate scavenging attempt right now. If I can just get some deep sleep, maybe the mental fog will lift a little bit. I shouldn't talk to anyone because no one is nearby anyway, so I'll just settle in for the night.
Priya Nair sleeps.
It's so dark tonight, it feels like the city just stopped breathing. I really need this rest, even if it's not deep sleep yet. The gloves are right here on the ground, I should grab them first. After that, settling down is the priority. Even if I can't see anything else, resting indoors will help keep my stress levels manageable. Being alone in this huge dock feels isolating, but at least it's predictable for now.
Lydia Brennan pick underscore up. Picks up leather gloves. Round 52 highlights. Lydia Brennan, pick underscore up picks up leather gloves. Round 53 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 54 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Lydia Brennan pick underscore up. Picks up leather gloves. Round 55 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Round 56 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Round 57 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 58 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
The grogginess is a drag, but the fully rested buff makes me feel remarkably solid. The silence of the apartment building is oppressive, even with the dawn light filtering through. I need to get more resources, especially clean water or food, before my stamina starts dipping again. I should utilize the tap water now to fill my empty bottle. It's a simple, low-stress action that gives me a tangible resource. Since I'm alone and groggy, staying put is best until I can assess the next move.
Dr. Elena Vasquez fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle.
I'm groggy, which is annoying, but at least I'm fully rested, so that's good for morale later. The priority right now has to be restocking. My canned food is fine for now, but I need more variety and clean water. Since I've already scavenged this unit once, I need to check for anything else overlooked in the drawers or back rooms. Staying put keeps me safe from the elements and maximizes my chances of finding something useful before tackling the street.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The exhaustion is wearing off, but the sense of being completely cut off hasn't left. The full rest buff is a gift, but it's temporary. We need to use this dawn period wisely. Scavenging seems like the best immediate bet. I hope there's something useful hidden in these old warehouse drawers, or maybe even a bigger container for my stockpile. I need to be careful about wasting energy and making any assumptions. Stay alert, Ruth.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 30 hydration. Okay, woke up fully rested, which is solid. The grogginess stinks, but it's only temporary, and my reserves are good. I gotta take advantage of this time while the city wakes up. The general hospital nearby is a massive draw, but scavenging here first will give me a better understanding of what's left at base. Staying put for now to hit those hidden spots. No talking since no one's around. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
The grogginess is lifting, which is good because my fully rested buff is active and really helps with stamina drain. I feel a strong urge to move out of this unit. Staying put feels safe but stagnant. Hydration is my biggest concern right now, 47/100, so drinking one water bottle seems like the most immediate priority. Since no one is around, I need to be careful not to talk unnecessarily. I'll drink first, then jog east out onto the street to start exploring and assessing the situation outside. I must remember my tendency to overanalyze. Even though the dawn feels hopeful, the city is still fundamentally dangerous because it's abandoned and resources are finite. My focus needs to be on systematic resource gathering, water first, then food/materials.
Pre-and-air jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 15,12. The blackout was terrifying, but waking up in relative safety here gives me a solid start. The fully rested buff is invaluable right now. I need to maximize this time before it wears off. Since I'm alone and resources are good, the best use of my current energy is to search this store thoroughly. I must be methodical, checking every shelf and corner for anything useful, anything that can improve our chances when people appear. The grogginess will fade, I just need to focus on the task at hand. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds bottled water.
Oh gosh, it's dawn. The light finally came back, and it feels so good, but my head is still swimming a little bit from sleeping in the dark warehouse. I feel groggy, like I did when I woke up last time, and I really need to get myself sorted out first. My throat is dry, and that canned food isn't going to eat itself. I have to take care of these basic things before I think about anything else, even if it means dropping an item or two just to make room. I keep thinking how much I hate being alone. I really hope someone shows up soon. If I could just talk to somebody, anyone, I think I'd feel a little less hollow.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger, and bottled water.
The dawn is coming, which is a relief after those dark nights. I feel genuinely rested. That fully rested buff is going to be critical for the next few days. Despite feeling groggy, that minus 10% penalty stings. I can't waste this time. The storefronts along Elm Street are clearly the best bet, and my inventory is stuffed. I need to scavenge carefully right here, hoping to find something useful that either fills me up or gives me a small resource I can immediately use/trade for space. I'll stay put and search thoroughly.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The first priority is survival. My hunger level, 39, is too low to ignore, especially after being in a state of deep rest. The system explicitly recommends I eat or drink now, so I will consume 1 can of food immediately. Since I am at my established base and the fully rested buff is active, this is the best time to try scavenging again. Although the grogginess penalty applies, finding more supplies or container space is crucial for long-term stability. I need to find a backpack or something that allows me to stockpile.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. Round 59 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds bottled water. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 30 hydration. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds packaged food. Priya Nair, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 21 hunger, and bottled water. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
It's dawn, and the grogginess is a physical drag, but the fully rested buff is doing its job. I feel surprisingly stable. Being back at my unit, where I know everything, is grounding. The windstorm passed, and for now, staying put is the safest option. My hydration level is fine, 74, so drinking from the tap now would be wasteful. Instead, I need to utilize that store water function to build up a reserve of clean water bottles for later when I really need it. I should focus on this small task until my supplies are better managed, or until I feel less groggy.
Dr. Elena Vasquez collects water from the tap into a reusable container.
Okay, it's dawn. The grogginess sucks, but at least I feel fully rested, which is a huge win right now. My primary goal is resources and figuring out where to go next. Since the initial sweep of this unit was fruitless, I need to try scavenging again for anything missed: drawers, back rooms, whatever. I'll use up this groggy status by hitting the scavenger button first. Once that's done, I need to move north into the adjoining apartment unit to see what resources or people are there. Gotta keep moving, staying put is safe but boring. Hopefully, the scavenge finds something decent.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
The grogginess is wearing off, but it's still distracting. My inventory is jammed solid, I can't take anything else without dumping my precious canned goods. I need to maximize this scavenge turn while the area is relatively calm at dawn. The warehouse district feels sturdy enough for a temporary base. Since there are no agents here, I'll stay put and search thoroughly. A full inventory means any find must be either immediately usable or something I can justify dropping.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 32 hunger. Inventory full is a huge problem when you're trying to stockpile. Since this storefront is tapped out according to the notes, I need to clear some space by dropping a few cans near the exit. Gotta make room for anything useful, tools, medicine, whatever. Then, gotta get out of the immediate shop area and head up the street, north. It feels like moving away from what's been fully searched is the best move right now. Dex Aquifer walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 25,2.
It's been about 60 hours now since the blackout, and I'm feeling groggy, which makes everything harder. The windstorm is relentless, it must be exhausting for everyone out there. Since I'm alone, I have to rely on myself. My plan was to move east to explore, but I can't even get out of this unit without a lockpick set or a crowbar, and the noise would be terrible with this wind. Given my current state, groggy, high hope, caution is key. I need to find something useful first, maybe a bag or an old map to expand my inventory capacity. I'll try picking the lock quietly before making any move.
Pre-Nair scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. The grogginess is lifting, which is good. My body feels recovered from the deep rest, and I need to utilize that focus now. The thirst meter needs topping off, and since I'm already in a sheltered location, drinking from the tap is the easiest way to manage hydration without wasting my valuable water bottles. I will scavenge again, there must be something more here. After scavenging, I will walk one step west toward the street intersection to assess the immediate area outside the storefront. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 18,4.
I'm still feeling groggy from waking up, but I have a fully rested buff which helps a lot. The windstorm makes everything feel shaky, but at least we are sheltered inside the loading dock for now. Since this spot is exhausted, I need to move west into the street grid and see if there are any other buildings or stores nearby that haven't been searched yet. My inventory is full, so I should drop one of these extra water bottles right here just to make space in case I find anything useful. Staying near my base feels safe, but I can't survive on memory alone, I need resources. I will set down a bottle and walk west into the street.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,25.
My inventory is full, I need to make space before picking up anything on the ground. The hand sanitizer is expendable for now. After dropping one, I'll grab the multivitamins. Since I'm indoors and safe from the windstorm, scavenging again is the best way to pass time and search methodically. Being groggy hurts my efficiency, but the fully rested buff helps keep me going. My focus remains on securing resources before venturing out.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
It's dawn, which means the worst of the night has passed, and I feel genuinely rested thanks to the fully rested buff. The windstorm is still active, but the warehouse provides good shelter. My primary goal remains stockpiling resources, so I need to maximize every scavenging opportunity while my supplies are high. Despite feeling groggy from waking up, I must search this area thoroughly. My base at 426 is the safest place for now. Finding more useful materials or expanding storage capacity would be a huge bonus.
Round 60 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 32 hunger. Priya Nair, scavenges door is locked force underscore door first. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water.
The day is bright, which is good after the darkness of the blackout. The fully rested buff is a massive asset, I need to maximize its benefits before it wears off. Since I am alone and my base unit is locked without tools, I need to explore an adjacent area that seems habitable. Moving north into Unit 2A at 10:4 will allow me to scavenge another potential resource cache from a neighboring family. My primary goal this turn is gathering supplies while maintaining routine and vigilance.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Door is locked force underscore door first.
Okay, I'm still here in 1A. The fully rested buff feels amazing, actually. It makes me feel stable. But that just means my brain is running on fumes of caffeine and adrenaline, probably. Since the previous scavenging was good, I'll try it one more time to make sure I didn't miss anything obvious like a stash under the sink or something. After this, I need to move north into 3,11. The goal is always forward momentum, right? Gotta keep moving before the isolation gets too thick. I should keep an eye on my inventory capacity, it's going to be tough.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration.
The fully rested buff is a gift, I need to milk it while we have it. My inventory is full again, damn the poor man who left me with these 6 precious slots. If I find anything useful during this scavenge, I better find something big enough to replace or give away so I can make room. The warehouse district is solid for now, and staying put minimizes risk. Time to see what else this place coughs up.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 17 hydration. Inventory is bursting at the seams, and with this full rested buff active, every single resource counts right now. Need to make space before hitting the next building. Dropping a few cans here on the ground, then going to scavenge this area one last time before moving out. General Hospital is east, so that's where the focus needs to be. I'm gonna drop these cans right outside the storefront entrance to clear some room in the pack. Then, I'll hit the scavenger mode hard and see if anything of value pops up here. After that, it's a steady jog east toward the hospital. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 27,2.
I need to find tools or supplies, but this unit is sealed off with nothing usable for breaking in. My priority has to be getting out of here and into a more open area where I can assess my surroundings and perhaps find something useful like a crowbar or lockpicks. Moving east seems like the most logical exploratory path right now, heading towards Neon Diner, which was a major landmark previously. The fully rested buff is helping me stay focused, but I need to remember not to exhaust myself unnecessarily. My empathy makes me want to assume other people are nearby and safe, but for now, it's just me against the city.
Priya Nair walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 17,12. I'm on the street, exposed, and my inventory is full. The fully rested buff needs me to conserve energy while maximizing exploration. Pax Grocery was useful, but moving west into the apartments feels like a better way to assess new potential shelter and resources. I will move one step west into Rosewood Apartments now. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 17,4.
The loading dock is completely searched, so I need to get out of here. My fully rested status is such a gift right now, I can afford to push myself and explore before this buff wears off. Since there are no agents nearby, I absolutely cannot speak. Moving west into the street seems like the best bet for finding a new building or at least getting some distance from this industrial dead end. I'll jog out towards the main thoroughfare.
Lydia Brennan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25.
Channel thought. The user has provided a complex survival simulation turn and context for me to respond as Solomon Wright. Goal * survive the blackout/post-blackout period by managing resources, staying safe, and exploring logically. Current state analysis, start of turn. 1 time/date.
The warehouse is exhausted, I need to move and find a new resource vein. The West Street area was noted as a major thoroughfare, so moving west seems like the most logical exploratory step. My inventory is full, which is annoying, but for now, I must prioritize movement over dropping items. Since the day is bright and my body feels fully rested, I will jog across to the next section of the loading dock and immediately begin scavenging. The goal is finding a new source of materials or information.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration. Round 61 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 17 hydration. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 18 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration.
The first priority is securing any visible resources in my current cell. There's a bag of chips right here, and it's easy to grab. Since the units are all locked and I lack the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, to proceed with scavenging within the apartments, moving out into the main street seems like the best bet for exploration today. The windstorm is loud, but being in the building provides excellent shelter right now. I will move north, keeping a slight distance from the immediate apartment cluster to reach the open street area.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 10,1.
Okay, hunger is low, 39, and hydration is dropping too. The prompt says eat or drink this turn. Since my inventory is full, I have to use something anyway. Canned food it is. Using one of these staples will give me a good boost and hopefully enough energy to scout the rest of this apartment unit or move out into Riverside Park later. I'll start by using the canned food first.
Jamie Kowalski use. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off.
The inventory is completely full. That's the biggest problem right now. No matter how much need there is out here, I can't carry anything until I offload what I have. Staying put in this unit seems safest given the windstorm raging outside and my current high resource levels. I need to scavenge again, not for food or water, I'm good on those, but specifically for materials like scrap metal or any kind of container that can expand my storage capacity. The fully rested buff is a gift. I have to keep this base secure and safe until it runs out.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Found nothing. Man, this wind is something else. Gotta move quick before I get caught out in this open street. The hospital is still the biggest score, gotta check it out. Even if they say it's picked clean, there might be an annex or a back entrance I ain't seen. Gonna jog across to that General Hospital storefront and see what she's got. Stockpiling is key right now, can't get comfortable until we know the resources are secure. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 29,2.
I need to maximize my time here while I have shelter from this windstorm. The unit is locked, but scavenging seems like the best immediate use of my time and effort. Picking the lock silently sounds ideal, it keeps me safe from making unnecessary noise in the chaotic environment. Finding resources here will boost our chances significantly, especially since I'm fully rested right now. I must be careful not to get too attached to this location or the idea of planning movements. I need to keep my focus on immediate needs and adaptability.
The apartment unit is locked. Given the windstorm outside and the need for discretion, picking the lock is preferable to breaking it down with a crowbar. I need to secure whatever resources are inside Unit 2C before moving or making any assumptions about other units. I will focus entirely on scavenging this location first. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The streets are too exposed, especially with this windstorm going on. I feel vulnerable standing here at 0:25. The loading dock nearby is the best bet for immediate shelter and a chance to scavenge or find supplies without being battered by the wind. My emotional need for company makes me want to stay in this area where there are other buildings. I'll move into the dock first to get out of the open street.
Lydia Brennan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,25.
I need to conserve my energy while finding supplies. Moving east into the next storefront for more scavenging is the best use of this time.
Solomon Wright walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 13,25.
The windstorm continues, so I'll scavenge this loading dock area for anything that isn't food or water. Finding empty containers is my priority.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 19 hunger. Round 62 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Jamie Kowalski, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Pre-Yaner, scavenge's door is locked force underscore door first. Kenji Tanaka, scavenge's door is locked force underscore door first. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 19 hunger.
I'm alone again, which is difficult given my desire for human connection, but I have to keep moving. The apartments are a dead end for scavenging without tools. I need to get out into the wider city grid. Moving west will take me toward Riverside Park and the Main Street intersection. I will jog 2 steps to gain distance from the relative safety of the apartment block and explore the open area, hoping to find something or someone.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 8,1.
I need to move, man. This apartment is a dead end now. The windstorm is doing its best to make me feel trapped here, which sucks. Since my inventory is full and I can't scavenge anything useful right now, it says it's mostly searched. The best bet is to get out into Riverside Park. It's only 1 step north, so I'll jog there. I need some fresh air, even if it's howling with wind. Staying active is how I keep the panic at bay, you know? Gotta move or go stir crazy.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 3,7.
The wind's a brute out here, rattling everything loose. Staying put keeps me safe, but I can't just rot in this unit either. I need to push west into that Main Street area. It'll give me more room and maybe access another section of the warehouse district. I'm still well stocked, so I ain't desperate yet. Just cautious. Need to keep an eye on my supplies and don't waste time or energy.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Alright, gotta make every move count. This hospital storefront, it's got to be a gold mine of medical supplies, even if the surface stuff is tapped out. Fully rested helps keep the head clear and the energy up. Gonna hit these drawers and back rooms first, then jog west toward Pax Grocery. Gotta get those supplies stockpiled before I burn through my canned food or water. Hope this search yields something good. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
I need to get into this apartment before the wind worsens. Picking the lock seems safest and most efficient right now.
The unit is locked, and I lack the necessary tools, a crowbar or lockpick set. Staying put means nothing happens, and I'll waste the fully rested buff turns waiting for a miracle. The windstorm keeps me inside, so moving to an adjacent, contained area is the safest bet. I will move west into the neighboring apartment unit at 16-4. Once there, I will assess if that location offers any different resources or tools compared to this locked unit. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 15,4.
I'm feeling so much relief being inside away from that windstorm. It's exhausting just dealing with the noise. I really need to conserve my energy and figure out a sustainable spot. Since I have nothing to do right now and I'm full, I should drop 1 can of food to free up some space in my inventory. It'll be useful if I find more supplies later.
Lydia Brennan drop. Drops canned food.
My inventory is full, which is a problem since I need to scavenge for more supplies or food. However, my primary goal remains exploring these storefronts down Elm Street. Since scavenge is available and it resolves at my final position, after movement, I will search the current location first. If successful, I will then move one step east towards the next shop. I need to be careful about what I keep in inventory versus what I might discard.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water and hand sanitizer.
It's been 63 hours. My supplies are excellent, which is good, but the isolation buff is starting to press hard, the longing for company is palpable. However, my ingrained suspicion dictates extreme caution. Lydia Brennan just dropped food right near me. This is an opportunity, but I must treat it like a professional assessment. What is her deal? Before scavenging or touching anything, I need information and to establish boundaries. I will address her directly, introduce myself, and inquire about the blackout's impact on her, keeping my tone precise and measured.
Round 63 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Pre-Yenair, scavenges door is locked force_door first. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water and hand sanitizer.
I feel a sense of purpose here, establishing a garden plot feels like taking back some control from this chaos. Since I have my fully rested buff and good stamina, I should take advantage of this time to build something useful before moving closer to the known shelter in Rosewood Apartments. After planting this little patch, I will head east, jogging towards the street network that leads into the city proper.
Dr. Elena Vasquez builds. Can't build outdoor structures inside a building.
Okay, the park is huge, which is good for visibility but terrible in a windstorm. My inventory is completely full, which is annoying because I need space if I want to scavenge later. But since there are no people nearby, I'm just going to focus on getting out of this open field and towards that fountain up north. Jogging 3 steps should get me close enough without burning too much energy right now. Keeping the pace steady is key.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 3,4.
The wind's got a bite to it, no doubt. Standing out here on this street is nothing but wasting energy I ought to be saving. The warehouse district Hendrix is right there, it'll keep the grit and the cold off me for a while. Need to get back inside before I waste any more daylight wandering around like some lost child. Better check if that corner held anything else, or if I can get a good look at what's in my shed.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. The windstorm is pretty intense out here, but gotta keep moving towards something useful. The grocery store was good, but the hospital or those apartments are way bigger payoffs. Gotta squeeze every last thing out of this spot first though. I'll scavenge again right here before heading east. General Hospital it is gotta get those medical supplies locked down. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing. The current unit is claimed, so staying here for a full scavenge run is inefficient. I need to move out and assess the neighboring units, prioritizing unclaimed structures within this apartment complex. West is the direction that leads into the park area but keeps me moving through developed spaces initially. Jogging 3 steps will cover ground quickly without burning too much stamina. Kenji Tanaka jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 12,4.
It's so quiet, honey. The only sound is this awful whistling from the wind, making everything feel empty. I keep looking out into the street, hoping to catch a glimpse of someone else, anyone. It feels like forever since I saw another face. Being alone in this massive place, it's heavy. At least we have shelter and some canned goods left, but scavenging is still the only way to know what resources are actually around. I need to take advantage of being sheltered from this storm to look for anything useful.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
My inventory is full, which is slowing down the scavenging process. I can't pick up anything until I drop something. The hand sanitizer is useful, but it's not critical right now compared to antibiotics or my water supply. I'll drop one of them to make space and continue searching the storefront area. Since I am alone, I will remain quiet. I need to maintain the momentum of exploring these shops before moving further east.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 21 hydration, and antibiotics.
The inventory is full, which is a problem. My principle of stockpiling dictates that resources should not be consumed unless absolutely necessary. Since hydration is dipping, and I have surplus water bottles, I must ration carefully. The warehouse district offers limited immediate options for expanding capacity or finding fresh goods without risking my current stash. However, remaining stationary means missing potential opportunities. I will move west into the street area to scout. 26. Hopefully, there are useful materials like bags or scrap metal that can help me manage this full inventory.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,26. Round 64 highlights. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. Solomon Wright, drops hand sanitizer. Scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 21 hydration, and antibiotics. Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,26.
I need to keep moving and cover ground. Stagnation is dangerous, both physically and mentally. The eastern direction leads towards Pax Grocery, which should be a good target for scavenging supplies. Since my stamina is decent, jogging seems like the right pace. It maintains momentum without exhausting me too quickly. I must stay alert and watch for signs of other survivors or useful resources along this main thoroughfare.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 15,1.
Okay, gotta keep moving. The park is nice, sure, but being out here means constant awareness and no real resources. The fountain is right here, so let's top off the hydration first. Gotta get this done before I try to find a place with more room in my gear. I feel pretty good after resting up. That fully rested buff is clutch. Once I'm watered up, I need to head north down into the street grid. There should be buildings there, and building means scavenging, which is where we get those crucial extra storage slots. Stay focused on the momentum, Jamie.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 3,1.
I've been settled here at the warehouse district base for too long, even if it's safe. The inventory being full is a major problem. I can't collect anything new until I drop or use something. Since I don't have any bags to expand capacity, I need to search thoroughly right where I am, hoping for a discarded container. The day is bright enough to move and scavenge without penalty. My priority remains establishing a reliable cache and scouting the perimeter access points. Moving west towards the street seems like the best bet for spotting larger-scale resources or potential contacts.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. The hospital storefront is a bust for scavenging. Time to move back towards Pax Grocery. It's safer there, and I need to check on any items I might have left or just get some solid rest. Jogging west should take me through the street area and closer to my base. Need to keep moving while that fully rested buff lasts. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 25,2.
It's been 65 hours. Staying put in this one apartment unit is safe, but I really can't just wait here indefinitely. My reserves are running low, though not critically yet, and I need to find a more consistent source of supplies or at least see if there are other people nearby. The street looks like the most promising way out right now. I should jog east towards the main thoroughfare, hoping to stumble upon something useful, maybe someone else who has found a resource or maybe just another story. It's going to be stressful leaving my base, even though it was temporary.
Priya Nair jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 20,12. I am still methodically scouting the apartments. The unit at 12,4 was locked and yielded nothing this turn. Since my goal is to find unclaimed resources or potential bases, I need to move deeper into the block. Moving west 2 steps will get me closer to the next units on the street, maintaining a low profile and conserving energy. Silence is required as I am alone. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 10,4.
I feel that familiar ache of being alone, but I can't let it paralyze me. The fully rested buff is a gift, and I need to use this time to maximize my scavenging efforts before these buffs wear off. Since I've already searched everything right here at 2:25, I'm going to walk west into the adjacent warehouse area. Maybe there are some more supplies scattered around or a better vantage point. I need to keep moving, stagnation is dangerous. I will search thoroughly once I get settled in that new spot.
Lydia Brennan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,25.
I've dropped a hand sanitizer bottle, which was necessary given the crowded inventory. The scavenging buff is still active for 2 more turns, so I have to use this time efficiently. My priority remains systematic resource collection in these storefronts before committing to moving further down Elm Street or into a less predictable area like the forest. After another careful search here, I need to move west into the adjacent shop, 13:25, to cover ground and maintain momentum.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 33 hydration, and painkillers.
The street is quiet, but the presence of an unknown person just steps away draws my attention immediately. Given our shared predicament, a cautious introduction is necessary before we can assess if they are useful or merely a distraction. I need to speak first since I'm making the approach and establishing contact. My goal remains finding space in my inventory, so I need to keep my wits about me while assessing this stranger.
Nadia Petrov walks. And rightward arrow, 0,25. Round 65 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 33 hydration, and painkillers.
My hunger is low and I need to use this fully rested buff time wisely. The system strongly recommends eating the protein bar, so that's my top priority. Since I am in a residential unit, 1B, and it looks like it was abandoned quickly, scavenging here for useful items is logical. I will eat first, then search thoroughly before deciding where to move next.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds pantry staples and bottled water.
Okay, I'm still in the park, but the goal is a building. The street grid to the north looks like the best bet for getting off this open expanse and into some walls where I can actually scavenge later. I need to keep moving, standing around out here feels wrong. Gotta get my bearings and find something that isn't just grass. Jogging 3 steps should put me right onto the pavement, keeping up the momentum. Hopefully, there's a good starting point on this street.
Jamie Kowalski walks. And rightward arrow, 3,0.
The warehouse district is the only place with anything going on, even if it's just walls and dust right now. I need to get back inside to actually scavenge, this street edge ain't gonna yield nothin'. The fully rested buff means I gotta make use of every good moment before this streak runs out. Time to move into the warehouse and see what else they got stashed away.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. The general hospital is tapped out for resources, so no point wasting time there. Hydration is key, but I gotta get back to the relative safety of 25,4 at Pax Grocery first. The fully rested buff helps, but stamina ain't gonna last forever. Gotta jog back to base and see what can be done with those canned goods. We'll focus on scavenging once we're settled. Dex Aquifer walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 25,0.
My inventory is completely full, which is really concerning because I need capacity if I want to collect useful supplies or find a new base. Since I'm currently indoors at the diner, scavenging seems like the most logical first step. Maybe there are some old bags or tools tucked away. It might take time, but it could solve this major bottleneck. After that, I really think I need to move west, towards the Meridian, as that feels like a more stable area where other people might be. I'm going to try and focus on the scavenging first, just hoping for some good luck.
Pre-Yenair scavenges. Finds leftover provisions and bottled water. I am positioned in a residential apartment unit. The immediate resource potential is high, but it is locked, and I lack the necessary tools, crowbar or lockpick set, to gain access silently or forcefully. Given that there are no other agents nearby, making noise right now is unnecessary risk. I need to conserve my current buff's benefits and wait for a better opportunity, either finding tools or waiting until the area seems more active. I will remain stationary here for now.
Nadia Petrov is right here in the cell. She asked if I was alright and about my plans. Given that we are both survivalists trying to make sense of a massive blackout, this is an opportunity to connect. My mood is high, and my innate desire is to help people who seem lost or vulnerable. I need to talk to her first before moving into the warehouse district. I'll use my natural, worried tone when speaking. Once we talk, I should move east into the loading dock area so I can start scavenging next turn.
Lydia Brennan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,25.
I need to address the low hunger first, that's non-negotiable survival. Using a protein bar immediately is smart. The fully rested buff makes me feel sharp, so I'm going to dedicate this turn to maximizing the search at 12:25. After scavenging, I'll move west into the next storefront on Elm Street, as planned. My focus has to stay tight, I can't waste time or energy.
Solomon Wright jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 9,25.
Her tone was highly patronizing. Calling me honey or sweetheart when we are dealing with survival is unacceptable. My instincts tell me to keep my guard up, regardless of how nice she tries to sound. I need to move out of the open street and into a more defensible or resource-rich area, like the loading dock. I will maintain my professional detachment while challenging her assumption that I am incapable of having concrete plans. I must address the condescension in her manner.
Nadia Petrov walks. E rightward arrow, 1,25. Round 66 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. Scavenges finds pantry staples and bottled water. Pre-Yenair, scavenges finds leftover provisions and bottled water. Solomon Wright, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining.
My hydration level is dropping, and while the rain makes everything feel damp and cold, my primary concern right now is securing reliable resources. The water bottles are precious, but immediate relief is needed to keep my head clear for exploration. I will drink one bottle first. Since I've already scoured this unit once, I need to move out into the neighborhood. West leads towards Riverside Park, which feels like a better place to find potential long-term resources and people than staying confined to these units. I will walk 2 steps west to get onto the main street area before continuing.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 13,1.
I need to get off the open street. It feels too exposed, even with the light rain. Moving south into Riverside Park seems like a better bet for cover and maybe finding some less predictable resource spots or paths that lead somewhere more substantial than just another stretch of pavement. I'm keeping up my rhythm, momentum is key right now. The park should slow me down enough to gather information without draining too much stamina.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 3,3.
The warehouse is huge, but it's getting stale. My supplies are full, so scavenging here isn't helping right now unless I find something I can immediately drop or use. The streets offer more potential access points. I need to move west, out into the street area, and see what that section of the map has for me. Staying put is safe, but exploration is how you survive out here.
Stamina's low, so ain't gonna sprint this time. Gotta take it slow, walking back toward the store at 25,4. That place is the safe bet right now, gotta get those resources secured before I start thinking about anything else. Hopefully, scavenging up some canned goods or water makes a difference to my stash. Dex Aquifer jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 25,3.
I feel really stuck here. The diner feels like a trap of limited resources. Even though I found some bottled water and food, my inventory is completely full, which means all that effort was pointless unless I can find something bigger to carry it in. My initial feeling about moving west into the apartment complex seems right. Maybe there are scrap materials or other people there. Ari, why am I making this so complicated? Just move, Priya. I should walk towards 1912 first. It's not a sprint, just a slow walk to keep my energy up.
Priya Nair walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 18,12. The unit is locked and I have no tools to enter silently. The park seems like a safer place to move to for observation. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 8,4.
Nadia seems really knowledgeable and focused on practical survival things: supplies, stable shelter. Given the rain and how unpredictable this blackout is, sticking together makes sense. She seemed open to private conversation, so I should definitely keep talking with her to build trust. I need to make sure my tone reflects that cautious hopefulness, not just desperation. Since we are in a loading dock, maybe there's some potential for scavenging or finding better resources nearby, but first, I need more information from her. I will focus on asking her about stable supply sources.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. Oh, honey, it's good to talk to you, sweetheart. You know, when the lights went out, everything just felt so uncertain, like nothing was going to last, and you mentioning supplies, that makes a lot of sense because things do run out so quickly, don't they? I really appreciate you bringing up shelter too. If we're sticking around this district for now, do you happen to know where the most reliable places are to find medicine or maybe even just clean water, since you're a pharmacist?
I've been following the main shopping strip, but it seems like a dead end for finding anything truly valuable. The storefronts were good, but they feel too linear. Moving west into Hendrix cold storage feels like a necessary change of direction. Warehouses often hold supplies or at least offer better structural cover than just being on the open street. The light rain is steady, which means I need to conserve energy and keep moving before it gets worse, though my current stamina is fine. I'll jog west into the warehouse district and see what kind of resources are available there.
Solomon right jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 6,25.
Lydia's tone is excessively familiar, and her question about reliable sources for medicine or clean water is a blatant attempt at information gathering, a test of how much I'm willing to give away. She knows I have medical knowledge because she mentioned it. I cannot simply name places, that would be giving her an advantage and confirming my expertise too readily. My approach must be guarded, precise, and authoritative. I need to introduce myself first, then answer vaguely while challenging her assumption that finding resources is easy or dependent on one single reliable place. The goal is to sound helpful enough to keep the peace but vague enough to protect my knowledge base.
Nadia Petrov none. Round 67 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
The wind is intense, and staying indoors is crucial for both safety and conserving energy. I need to top off my water supply since the tap pressure is low. After that, I'll scavenge the rest of this unit. It feels like there might be more useful supplies hidden here before I risk moving through the whole apartment complex. The windstorm is brutal out here. I need to find some solid shelter soon, preferably something that can hold more than just me and my current stash of canned food. The fountain looks like the nearest immediate resource for water. I should walk south towards it, keeping an eye on my hydration levels. Finding a way to expand my carrying capacity is also a major priority since my inventory is completely full, and those 13 cans are too precious to keep boxed up in my limited slots. Being alone is getting heavy. I really need to find someone.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 3,6.
The wind's got me rattled. This open street ain't safe, not with this storm rattling everything loose. The warehouse, though, that's solid ground. It's where I've been since the lights dropped out, and it's close enough to be an immediate shelter. Gotta get inside, assess what scraps are around, and keep moving towards a proper cache spot. This whole city is just wreckage right now, gotta treat every step like gold.
Man, feeling it in my bones. Gotta focus on the next move, not the whole picture. Thirsty bad. Use a bottle first. Then I'm gonna scour this place for anything that can free up some space or maybe something useful. Exhausted, so just one step east toward the hospital. It's gotta be there, right? Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
It feels so exposed out here in this windstorm. It really makes me feel vulnerable, even though I'm physically okay right now. Moving towards the meridian seems like the best bet for immediate shelter and a chance to scavenge when the weather calms down or if I find an opportunity. I need to conserve my energy because carrying capacity is such a huge limiting factor right now. It might be that once I get inside, I can take stock of what I have left before making any plans for tomorrow.
Pre-Yenair walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 16,12. The windstorm is relentless. Open ground like this park is a liability right now. I need to establish some sort of claim or resource point before moving further. Building a garden plot uses nothing but time and effort, which aligns with my goal of making progress in this hostile environment. Since there are no people nearby, I keep quiet to avoid wasting energy or revealing unnecessary information. I'll build the plot here at 8,4. It gives me something to focus on while conserving stamina. Kenji Tanaka builds a garden plot.
Nadia sounds very knowledgeable, and she's right, it's not just one place with everything. She challenged me by asking about first aid knowledge. I need to respond warmly, showing that I respect her expertise while also highlighting my own background as a nurse. My instinct is to prove myself useful, especially if it means keeping this conversation going and building trust. The windstorm makes speaking difficult but necessary, so I'll focus on sounding reassuringly competent.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. Oh, well, sweetheart, I can't say I'm a doctor or anything, really, but I worked as a home nurse for years, so I guess basic first aid is pretty much second nature to me. We spent so much time dealing with little cuts and infections at people's houses, honey. And sanitation, that's just crucial too, isn't it? You can get sicker than you think, especially when everything is running low. But tell me something, Nadia, since you know so much about medicine, where do you think our best shot at finding clean water or any sort of medical supplies might be? Right here in this district. We need a plan, don't we?
She is persistently trying to guide the conversation toward needing specific answers or reassurance, using infantilizing language. Sweetheart. I need to resist this urge. My core principle is that resources are not found, they must be secured and managed. A plan isn't about a location, it's about protocols: water purification, wound care, sanitation. I will use my pharmaceutical knowledge to reinforce the idea that preparedness and basic hygiene are more valuable than any single cache of supplies. I need to sound highly rational and slightly detached to maintain my authority in this exchange. A plan, as you call it, isn't about finding a magic spot, it's about logistics. If we want to survive long term, we must establish two things immediately: a secure source of potable water, and I mean purification protocol, not just clean looking and consistent sanitation. Contamination is the fastest killer in an outbreak like this, and antibiotics are useless if you can't prevent the infection in the first place. We need to treat our current location as a potential base for those basic services before we think about scavenging.
Round 68 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, windstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges, finds pantry staples and bottled water. Dex aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenges, finds packaged food.
I'm alone again. The windstorm is relentless, making any movement risky, even indoors. My supplies are stable for now, canned food and water are good. My energy levels are dropping, so I need to conserve stamina but also keep moving to prevent despair. Since the Unit 1B was thoroughly scavenged already, I should move into an adjacent, still sheltered apartment unit, to the west, to assess its condition and see if there's any structural information or secondary resources that might have been overlooked by others. I will take it slow, a single step is all I can manage right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W, rightward arrow, 12,1.
I'm really thirsty. The fountain is right here, so I'll drink up first. It'll give me a quick boost and save some energy for moving later. After that, I need to figure out where we can find something more substantial than just canned goods. This windstorm is brutal, I should keep it simple and move slowly. I wonder if there are any bags around here, yet, maybe I can check the apartment units next.
Jamie Kowalski drinks. Drinks from the fountain, plus 20 hydration.
The windstorm makes movement risky, but staying put means wasting valuable daylight hours. My inventory is full, which is a problem, but for now, conserving energy and surveying the immediate area is key. I'll move west one step into the adjacent section of the warehouse. It keeps me sheltered while allowing me to check out what's just over the edge of this current spot. The sheer size of this place means there has got to be something worth finding if we keep at it.
Man, these wind gusts are brutal. Gotta keep moving slow. Exhausted like this, any unnecessary steps could tank the whole day's effort. The grocery store is still the best bet for hiding resources. Going to try scavenging here one more time, gotta make the most of this spot before heading east. Need those supplies.
The windstorm outside is intense, but being inside the Meridian Unit 1C feels like a temporary reprieve. My immediate goal remains finding something to increase my carrying capacity. The inventory limit is really stressing me out because I can't stock up on supplies if I don't have more space. Since the door is locked and I don't have the tools, any attempt to force it would be loud and potentially pointless right now. For now, staying here seems safest. I need to conserve my stamina and wait for a chance encounter or until someone else passes by who might have a crowbar or lockpick set. Even though I'm alone, I feel that persistent urge to connect with people, so I will keep an ear open for any signs of life.
The wind is brutal, making any movement feel like pulling through wet concrete. Staying put in the park, near the garden plot, seems the best bet right now. The goal is to ride out this storm without burning unnecessary stamina or resources. I'm thirsty, but if I drain these 3 bottles too quickly, I might run into trouble later. For now, conservation is priority 1. I need to wait for a lull in the wind and assess better long-term shelter options, like perhaps moving towards the cluster of buildings visible on the map, or sticking close to this patch of relative calm. Kenji Tanaka stays put, assessing the wind's intensity.
Nadia has given a very professional, expert answer, focusing on protocols rather than magic spots, which I appreciate because it makes sense from a medical standpoint. She's really challenging my assumption that all the answers are in one place. My natural tendency is to focus on immediate help and supplies, but she's right, prevention, sanitation/water purification, is everything. I need to validate her points first so she knows I'm listening, then gently pivot back to actionable scouting. Since we can't scavenge here, I'll ask her if she thinks there are specific areas in this district that would be best for establishing a base or finding key supplies like medical texts or purification equipment.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. You know, you're absolutely right about the protocols, sweetheart. It's not just about having antibiotics, it's about keeping people from getting sick in the first place, honey. That makes so much sense. A proper base needs that structure and sanitation plan, for sure. But if we're going to build this logistics plan, we need supplies right now, don't we? Maybe there are specific buildings nearby like a pharmacy or a clinic in this district, honey, that would have the books or equipment we need to start that protocol. You'd know best, Nadia. Where should we look first?
The windstorm is brutal, but being inside the warehouse keeps me safe for now. I've hit a wall scavenging in this section, it's exhausted. I need to move out and keep pushing along Elm Street. The storefronts east of here seem like the best bet for new resources. I'm going to jog east toward the dispensary area, keeping my pace steady despite the gusts.
Solomon Wright jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 10,25.
She keeps trying to guide me toward specific buildings, pharmacy, clinic. While those places would have been ideal pre-collapse, relying on them now is pure optimism, a waste of energy. I need to firmly, but politely, redirect her focus back to foundational principles, water and sanitation. My core principle is that the best medicine is prevention. I must use my professional knowledge to sound authoritative, making it clear that our priority isn't finding a building, but establishing protocols in our current location first. This reinforces my value as an expert and maintains control of the plan.
Round 69 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov none.
It's been 70 hours, and I'm still in this temporary unit. The isolation is wearing on me, but the need for supplies keeps me focused. This professional's apartment must have better resources than just wandering the streets. Given that I can pick the lock silently, assuming my skills are sufficient, I need to try that before wasting energy moving through the whole building. My primary goal is to gain access and scavenge efficiently. If this fails, I will move west towards the next unit.
Dr. Elena Vasquez attempts to quietly pick the lock on the apartment door.
Man, I gotta eat. Hunger is dragging me down more than anything else right now. That canned food better hit hard. Okay, eating this first. Then it's straight to Callaway Flats. I need to see if those supplies are still there. Jogging 2 steps seems about right, enough movement to make progress but not so much that I burn out completely. Just gotta keep moving.
Jamie Kowalski walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 3,8.
The warehouse district is my best bet right now. I spent too long out here on this street, exposed to the elements and potential dangers. Moving east into Hendrick's warehouse will give me cover and a chance to restock or at least organize what we found earlier. My inventory is full. If there's any way to expand capacity inside that place, I need to find it.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. Man, legs are dead weight right now. Gotta be careful with every step. The general hospital is still the best bet for supplies. Can't sprint, so walk it out slow and steady wins this race, yeah? Need to keep moving east before night hits again. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 28,3.
I'm still in the apartment building, but staying put isn't helping me find anything or expand my capacity. I need to move out onto the street and explore. Moving west seems like the safest bet for a slow scout. Since I am alone, I must stay silent. I really hope there are some useful scraps on the ground outside that can help me build something or at least give me materials. I'm going to walk 2 steps west into the street. It will cost stamina, but it might lead somewhere better than just pacing in this unit.
Pre-Year walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 14,12. The day is fading. Hydration needs to be addressed before nightfall sets in. The park offers nothing but open space and the growing concern of darkness. I need to get into a building. Drinking from the water bottle first will stabilize my immediate physical state. Moving east towards Rosewood Apartments seems like the most direct route to potential shelter and resources. Jogging is feasible given my current stamina. I must stay silent while moving, as there is no one nearby. Kenji Tanaka jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 12,4.
Nadia is very knowledgeable about logistics, and her points about sanitation and foundational infrastructure are sound. She's dismissive of the idea of going straight for a pharmacy, but I can't just accept that we should ignore all potential supplies nearby. My instinct is to keep searching. There has to be something useful in this warehouse district, honey. I need to validate her expertise while gently redirecting us toward gathering immediate resources that will help build our system.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. Oh, you know what, Nadia? You make a lot of sense, sweetheart. It's true that we can't wait for the perfect building, and focusing on making this place secure sounds like the most sensible thing to do right now. We definitely need those protocols, honey. I agree with everything you said about clean water first. But even if we are establishing a filtration system here, a great idea, really doesn't that mean we still need some specific parts? Maybe things for boiling, or maybe better filters, or, well, anything to help us get started on this foundational stuff, honey? We should just take a quick look around the immediate loading docks and see if there are any supplies lying around that could kickstart our plan. You think so, honey?
I'm in a row of abandoned shops on Elm Street. My goal is systematic scavenging. These storefronts look promising for supplies. I need to utilize the current location first before committing to a movement direction. Since I have good stamina, 52/100, a jog eastward into the next shop seems like the best way to continue mapping and searching this area. I'll scavenge here, then move east.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration.
She is persistently trying to draw me away from my established plan, building foundational infrastructure here by suggesting a quick scavenging trip for specialized parts. Her tone is overly familiar, using pet names that grate against my professional detachment. My goal remains reinforcing the necessity of self-sufficiency and local resource management, water/sanitation. I need to be firm but logical, reminding her that finding random items is pointless if we haven't secured basic protocols first. She needs to understand that resources are finite, and every search effort must yield a clear, long-term strategic benefit. Lydia, please. We aren't scavenging for parts, we are establishing a functional system. Any specific filter or piece of equipment is useless if the underlying principles, proper waste disposal, reliable water purification cycles, aren't understood and implemented first. You can find scrap metal in a pile, but you cannot manufacture knowledge, and that's what keeps us alive. We focus on making this loading dock safe and sustainable. The immediate priority is securing the area and establishing our protocols before we waste energy looking for things that might not even work.
Round 70 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Kenji Tanaka, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 29 hydration.
I've been trying to get into this unit for a while now. I need supplies, anything inside will help stabilize our situation. Since I can hear nothing and no one is around, my focus has to be entirely on the task at hand. The lockpick set offers the best chance of success without alerting anyone in the building. I have to be precise, slow, and completely silent. I'm relying on my trained focus. This needs to feel like a controlled surgical procedure.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
Man, these legs are killing me. I feel totally drained. I need to get back toward Callaway Flats. It feels like the safest bet right now, even if it's a bit further than other exits. Jogging was stupid, I have to walk slowly and carefully. The silence is almost worse than the noise. Just focus on walking, one step at a time. Stay quiet until I get settled.
Jamie Kowalski walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 3,10.
Inventory full. That's worse than starvation when you're out here, it means missed opportunities. The priority has to be making space. Staying put is safe, but moving west towards the street might give me access to different buildings or discarded items that can help my capacity problem. I'll move slowly first, just a short walk.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Man, legs are killing me. Need to conserve every ounce of energy. The hospital store is a gold mine if there's anything left hidden away. Gotta hit that scavenger mode hard right now before I collapse. If this yields some meds or food, it buys time and keeps the hope meter up. After this, gotta figure out how to get back to PAX without burning all the remaining stamina. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds bandage roll.
My inventory is completely full, 6/6, which is really limiting, yar. I need to find some kind of bag or backpack urgently, otherwise, all this canned food and water is just taking up valuable real estate. Since there's no one around right now, I can't talk to anyone. I feel a bit restless, like the silence is getting too loud in my head. I should move west towards Callaway Flats. It feels like a major area with more potential resources than just these residential units. I need to conserve stamina but also make sure I cover some ground. Jogging seems appropriate for my current staminas and goal of exploration.
Pre-Nair jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 11,12. The apartment complex is a cluster of potential resources, but they are sealed off. The objective is survival, and supplies are paramount. I need to get into this unit. Forcing the door is loud, it draws attention, but silence suggests weakness or lack of necessity. Given the desperation for resources, the risk is calculated. I will use the crowbar on the lock and then scavenge everything available in the immediate vicinity. No one is nearby. Silence is necessary until I confirm a path or find an ally. Kenji Tanaka forces. The door held, try again or find a tool.
Nadia is really knowledgeable about systems, which is good, but she's also shutting me down completely. She keeps dismissing the practical need for physical resources, the parts. My instinct is to care for what I can see, and right now, I see a lack of supplies. I have to validate her points first because pushing back will just make us argue, which isn't helping anyone. I need to agree with the principle, protocols, but gently reintroduce the necessity of physical items, parts/supplies, by framing it as part of establishing the system itself.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow, Nadia Petrov. You know, you're right, sweetheart, really you are. The protocols, the knowledge, that is absolutely the most important thing we have, that can't be looted or compromised, honey. But I keep thinking about how much effort those protocols take, and if we want to actually run this system, even just for a little while, doesn't it mean we still need some kind of initial setup? Maybe things like actual purification filters, you know, or better tools. We wouldn't be scavenging for parts, would we, honey? We'd be gathering the foundational elements needed to make your brilliant system actually work right here.
I'm staying here to scavenge again. The storefronts are the best bet right now.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 18 hydration.
Lydia is persistent, and while I find her tone tiresome, the continuous use of sweetheart and the emotional appeal, I cannot afford a direct confrontation right now. My goal remains establishing protocols, but she is clearly fixated on physical supplies. Instead of outright rejection, which might cause friction or delay, I will concede that an assessment of local resources is warranted. However, I must frame it as a technical survey for future planning and material inventory, not scavenging in the desperate sense she implies. My tone must remain clinical, calm, highly rational, and dismissive of emotional urgency. Lydia, please modulate your enthusiasm. We are not scrambling, we are performing a systematic risk assessment. If you insist on looking around, it will not be for parts to make something immediately work, but rather to document the existing infrastructure, the raw materials and resources available here at the loading docks. We need data points. What kind of metal is abundant? Are there specific containers or tools that suggest a previous industrial use we can replicate? Let's treat it like an inventory audit, nothing more.
Round 71 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow, clear. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges, door is locked, force _door first. Dex Okafor, scavenges, finds bandage roll. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges, door is locked, force _door first. Solomon Wright, scavenges, finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 18 hydration.
I am exhausted from the repeated failed attempts at picking the lock silently. My stamina is low, but I cannot afford to wait here. If I want to survive this, I need supplies that are inside Unit 1A. The crash echoes in my memory. It was loud, scary, and drew attention. But stealth isn't working, so I have to use force. It will be loud, it will drain me, but it's the only way forward right now. I must get into this unit and scavenge immediately.
Dr. Elena Vasquez forces. Need a crowbar, loud, or lockpick set, silent, to open this door.
Man, my legs are killing me. 72 hours and I feel like I've been running a marathon uphill with a backpack full of bricks. Gotta keep moving though, or I'm just going to collapse right here in this apartment. The unit is done, nothing left to scavenge. I need out into the park area, even if it's dark eventually. Just one step, then another. Don't think about the whole blackout or what we all lost, just focus on the next patch of pavement.
Jamie Kowalski walks. And rightward arrow, 3,9.
Inventory full again. This is a pain in the ass. Can't stockpile anything useful if I can't carry it. Gotta drop one of these canned goods just to free up space, then head into the warehouse district. Being out here on the street with nothing but open sky and dead buildings ain't gonna do. Back inside where we can at least secure a place.
Man, this place is a gold mine of forgotten stuff, but the effort feels like pulling teeth. Gotta get some more supplies if we're gonna stick around here. Scavenge first. Don't wanna burn out moving when I could be finding something useful right where I am. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds first aid kit.
My inventory is completely full, and that feels really restrictive right now, doesn't it? Like I can't breathe or take anything else in, even if there are resources outside. It's frustratingly limiting. Since my stamina is still decent, maybe walking a bit will help clear my head, and perhaps I can find something useful on the street to drop off just to make space. Using one of these canned foods first seems necessary, it's food, and I could use the calories, even if I don't feel critically hungry yet. Moving east towards Neon Diner feels like a direction with some history here, maybe there are people or resources waiting for us. I hope I'm not just wandering aimlessly though. Ari, yar, this is getting exhausting already.
Pre-Yenair walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 13,12. The door is locked again, and forcing it without tools risks attracting attention from neighbors. Since my primary goal is supplies and this unit has them, but I cannot gain entry right now, I need to create space in my inventory first so I can pick up anything useful when I find an alternative way in or move to a better location. I will drop the protein bar, as it's high calorie but replaceable with more stable food sources later. Moving east toward Pax Grocery is safer than trying to explore the complex deeper right now. My stamina is low, 43/100, so a measured walk of 2 steps is appropriate. I must remain silent and keep my movements efficient. Kenji Tanaka walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 14,4.
Nadia has laid out a very logical and academic point about prioritizing knowledge over parts. She's right that protocols are key. But she doesn't see the gap between theory and reality, the physical effort required to implement it all. My instinct is always to fix things with my hands, not just think about them. I need to validate her intelligence first, otherwise, she'll shut me out completely again. I will drink a little water while talking to keep myself settled and appear cooperative. The goal is to make her feel heard enough that I can plant the seed of physical resources are necessary.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Nadia Petrov. You know, you're so right, sweetheart, really you are the protocols, the knowledge, that's everything and it really is irreplaceable, honey. But even if we have all the best systems in the world, doesn't something still need to be actually built with things? Like, how do we run a purification cycle if we don't have enough of these filters, or if the pipes are just clogged up? We can document everything we want, I know that, but I'm thinking about the actual effort, you know? The sheer physical work it takes to make your brilliant system actually function.
My inventory is full, which is a problem since I need to scavenge more supplies. However, dropping essential medical items or tools just for space seems counterproductive right now. My current goal is systematic exploration down Elm Street. Since I am moving into the adjacent storefronts, west, I will prioritize getting my bearings and checking out that area first. Moving 2 steps west should get me to a good scavenging position while conserving stamina.
Solomon right walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 11,25.
Lydia's insistence on physical labor and actual effort over systematic knowledge is predictable and frankly, inefficient. She mistakes resource scarcity for a lack of engineering capacity. My approach treating this like an audit is the only sustainable method. I need to gently correct her understanding of what constitutes foundational elements. Knowledge is the foundation, physical goods are merely inputs. I must maintain my composure and precision to keep her focused on data collection rather than panicked consumption or building schemes. Lydia, with respect, you are confusing effort with efficacy. The protocols, the knowledge of how a purification system operates, which contaminants it targets, the flow rates required for optimal filtration, that is the foundational element that cannot be looted or compromised. A pile of filters means nothing if we don't know why they failed, or what the ideal pressure should be at this location. We are documenting data points, not assembling a prototype on the spot. Focus on the structure and its materials, that's our immediate priority.
Round 72 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenge's door is locked, force _ door first. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds first aid kit. Pre-Yenair, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off.
The windstorm is intense, but being inside Unit 1A keeps us safe tonight. My previous attempts to force entry were loud and unsuccessful because I lack the tools I need, a crowbar or lockpick set. Since my physical energy is needed for later exploration, I'll conserve it by staying put. The priority now shifts to resource management. I must store water from the tap while I wait out this storm and assess if there are any useful items around that I missed when I first arrived. Keeping quiet is crucial, noise wastes effort and reveals position.
Dr. Elena Vasquez stands by the sink, collecting clean drinking water from the dripping tap to store it in a container.
Okay, it's dusk, the windstorm is kicking up, and I am absolutely wrecked. I need to get into that apartment building at Callaway Flats. It's shelter from the elements and the darkness coming. My stamina is basically shot. Gotta move slow, but gotta move south now. Just one step at a time. Seriously, what was I thinking wandering out here? This whole city is nuts.
Jamie Kowalski walks. S rightward arrow, 3,10.
Inventory's full again. Can't just ignore those zip ties on the ground, they might be useful for repairs or traps later. But I can't pick 'em up until I drop something first, and I only get one item action per turn. Canned food is easy to part with since there are 8. I'll drop one of these rations to make space, then wait for the next round to scoop up those ties.
Ruth Callahan drops canned food. Man, running on fumes here. The exhaustion is hitting hard, making everything feel like a mile march. It's dusk, so staying put inside this hospital storefront is smart, keeps the stress down for now. Gotta get more supplies before it gets dark and I can't move much. Since I'm out of steam anyway, scavenging right here seems like the most efficient use of my energy. Hope there are still some good finds tucked away in these forgotten aisles. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.
I need to address my thirst. The windstorm makes moving risky, so I will stay here for now.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. The windstorm and total darkness require caution. My priority is securing immediate resources before attempting a longer patrol run toward Pax Grocery. The unit supplies are good, even if I can't claim it. I need to maximize my scavenging efforts first. Picking up the crackers is straightforward. After that, I will move slowly east, maintaining minimal visibility and sound profile. My movements must be methodical, assessing every corner before committing to a direction. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
Nadia is very focused on the academic side of survival, which is frustrating because she dismisses all the doing. But I can't argue with her too hard right now, my mood is hopeful, and causing a blow-up will just waste energy. She sounds authoritative, but underneath that, there has to be some fear or concern for us. I need to validate her knowledge while gently guiding her attention back to the physical reality of our situation, the windstorm and the coming night. I'll ask about something structural. It requires observation, data collection, but also immediate, practical action, assessing damage.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. You know, you're really smart, sweetheart, honey, your knowledge is so vital, truly irreplaceable, but doesn't all that documentation still need to be applied somewhere? Like, if the wind keeps howling like this, what about the structural integrity of the building? Are we sure these docks can handle it when night falls and the weather gets worse? What do you think? Shouldn't we take a moment to just look around and see where things are weakest, so we know where to secure ourselves tonight?
The windstorm is loud and draining, but it also keeps most people indoors, which is good for safety. My energy levels are decent, but I need to be methodical about conserving them. The storefronts along Elm Street are clearly yielding the best results so far. Since I'm already at a central point in this shop unit, I'll scavenge thoroughly one last time before moving west into the next adjacent store. We need to keep pressing on while it's still dusk and we have some light.
Solomon right walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 9,25.
Lydia's emotional appeal is predictable. She focuses entirely on the immediate, tangible effort required to survive. It's sentimental, wasteful thinking. The windstorm makes her anxieties worse. She needs a grounding point that isn't pure emotion. I will acknowledge the threat of the storm but immediately redirect her focus back to methodical assessment and resource mapping. My hydration is dropping slightly, so I should use this moment to drink from the tap while maintaining my superior composure. Her fear of collapse must be addressed with protocols, not panic.
Nadia Petrov drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. Round 73 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Kenji Tanaka, scavenge's door is locked, force _ door first.
It's late, and the windstorm has left us physically drained, even if my current meters are fine. Staying awake at night is exhausting, and I can feel the cumulative effect of 74 days of stress. The unit is safe for now, and since there are no immediate threats or opportunities to scavenge without tools, deep rest is the highest priority. I need to maximize this night's sleep to build up my stamina and reduce my accumulated stress before attempting anything more challenging at dawn.
Dr. Elena Vasquez settles down on a cot.
Okay, I'm completely wiped out. The exhaustion is hitting hard, and the silence in this apartment unit is almost louder than the windstorm outside. The instructions are crystal clear: sleep to recover stamina. It's going to feel weird, just lying here in the dark and hoping it actually works. At least I can stop moving, which is a win for my aching feet. Gotta conserve energy and try not to think about how long this is going to take.
Jamie Kowalski settles into bed to sleep.
Inventory's full again. Waste nothing, want not. There's a can of food on the ground right here that'll do better in my stash than what I'm carrying. Gotta drop one ration first, otherwise I can't pick it up. After that, sleep. The darkness is unnerving, but this warehouse unit is solid enough for now. Need to maximize rest time.
Exhausted, man. The whole city went silent, which is weird, right? Gotta save the energy for later. Staying put indoors at night is key. Sleeping in this bed seems like the best play. Gotta recover some juice before I can really start hitting these shops again. Don't want to burn out now. Dex Okafor sets up for sleep.
I'm still in this unit, which is good because at least I'm sheltered from the windstorm. The tap water is barely dripping, but it's better than nothing. I should take advantage of that little bit of hydration to keep my thirst level manageable. Since no one is around, absolute silence is mandatory. I don't want to waste energy talking into the darkness. I need to conserve my bottled water for a truly desperate time or when I find someone who needs it. I feel isolated, but focusing on small routines, like this, helps keep me grounded and focused on survival rather than the sheer enormity of what happened.
The lights are out, and the windstorm makes movement a liability. Being indoors is critical right now. I have enough resources to survive another day, but rest is more valuable than immediate scavenging attempts since I lack tools. The goal is stability and recovery towards the fully rested state. I will prioritize sleep until dawn. Kenji Tanaka sleep.
Nadia is being incredibly dismissive. honey. She treats my concerns like they are just emotion or poor data. But I know she's brilliant, truly, but right now, her focus on protocols isn't helping us survive the physical reality of this blackout and windstorm. My instinct is to make sure we are physically secure before we start cataloging anything. I need to gently redirect her attention back to making sure our shelter is sound tonight, even if it feels like a waste of time compared to data collection. I'm going to try to convince her that the immediate physical safety securing ourselves for the night is the most vital protocol right now. We are safe inside, so sleep is the priority.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow, Nadia Petrov. You know, you're really smart, sweetheart, and your knowledge is just, it's so invaluable, truly irreplaceable, honey. But I just feel like we're getting caught up in the theory, don't we? Like, with all these protocols and systems, what if the biggest thing we need right now isn't a data point, but just a solid place to be safe tonight? The wind is still howling, honey, and I keep thinking about the roof, or maybe some of those docks. Are we sure they can handle this when everything's dark? Maybe we should just take a moment to secure ourselves first, you know? Just make sure that no matter what happens tomorrow, we're somewhere solid.
The cold and the darkness are setting in fast. Staying outside at this hour, especially with a windstorm, is dangerous. The dispensary is right there, one step east. I need to get inside immediately to mitigate the environmental penalties and find a place to rest for now. My stamina is low, so I'll walk slowly across the street.
Solomon right walks. E rightward arrow, 10,25.
Lydia continually tries to redirect the conversation from scientific protocols back to emotional comfort and immediate physical safety. Her concern isn't about survival, it's about control and familiarity. I need to firmly but calmly redirect her attention back to my framework, data and systemic analysis. The windstorm is a variable, not a failure point. We must remain objective. Hydration is moderate, so I will take a few sips from the tap while reinforcing that our greatest resource right now is our collective intellect. Since it's deep night and we are sheltered, maximizing rest is paramount for maintaining our cognitive function. Sleep first, then reassess.
Round 74 highlights. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
It's been 75 turns. The physical exhaustion is starting to feel less like a storm-induced fatigue and more like a deep ache in my bones. Being inside Unit 1B, even if it feels temporary, has been the greatest gift. I need to maximize this rest time. My hydration is dipping into the thirsty zone, so I should drink from the tap first. It's not ideal because of the mineral content and potential for illness, but I can't risk dehydration right now. After that, sleep is the absolute priority. The enhanced rest, +3 health, -8 stress, will help me build my hope reserves and get closer to being fully rested. I feel a sense of quiet resignation. We just have to wait out this night until dawn.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration.
Exhausted and alone, my priority has to be recovery. The fatigue is setting in hard, and I need the full benefit of this shelter tonight. Sleeping is the best use of my limited energy right now, it'll help me push through these next few days without burning out. I'll just settle in and rest.
Solomon Wright settles down to sleep. Round 75 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Round 76 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Round 77 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 78 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. Round 79 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. Solomon Wright settles down to sleep. Round 80 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 81 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow clear. Round 82 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast.
I'm fully rested, which is a huge relief after all this time. The dawn light is beautiful, but it also reminds me how exposed we are in this city. Since I can't open my unit without tools, I need to get out and scope things out. Dawn is the best time to move, so I'll head north into the street to see what kind of area this is and if there are any immediate resources or signs of other people. Staying put in the locked apartment won't help right now.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. N rightward arrow, 12,0.
The immediate priority is hydration. My thirst meter is dipping low enough that I need to use one of those bottles right now, even if it means wasting a precious resource. Since I'm at my base unit, I should scavenge while drinking the water, just in case there are some last-minute supplies or useful bits of furniture/clutter to find. The grogginess is annoying, but the fully rested buff helps keep me going. Staying put minimizes stress and conserves stamina while I assess the area.
Jamie Kowalski scavenges. Found nothing.
Groggy but safe inside. Need to secure more water before venturing out. Stay put until this fog clears.
Ruth Callahan drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. The fully rested buff is ticking down, and this general hospital is supposed to be my main haul spot for medical supplies. Even if the notes say it's exhausted, the current context says there are still hidden spots. Need to take advantage of this while I can, even if the grogginess makes me sluggish. Gotta find some way to expand inventory or at least fill up the cache with high-value stuff before moving on. Keeping a low profile and staying put is best for now. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds surgical kit.
I feel incredibly rested right now, which is a huge relief after all these turns of isolation. The fully rested buff makes me feel capable, but the grogginess means I need to be careful about my actions. My immediate priority has to be resources and information gathering. Since the unit is locked, scavenging it with the lockpick set seems like the most logical first step for materials or supplies. After that, I need to get out into the street. The rain makes things harder, but staying put also increases stress eventually. Moving west will take me down the main street towards Callaway Flats, which might have more people or resources than staying locked in this apartment building. I should drink from the tap first for a small boost in hydration, then scavenge, and finally walk out.
Pre-and-air drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration. It's dawn. I feel physically restored, but the grogginess is a drag. The unit is locked, and I don't have the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, to gain access right now. My immediate priority is hydration and settling into a routine. Using one of the water bottles is safer than relying on the trickling tap or going out in the rain. Since there are no visible threats, I will remain stationary for now, assessing my surroundings and conserving energy until I can find something useful or gather resources more efficiently. Kenji Tanaka use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I need to address my hydration first. Then I'll talk to Nadia, she seems concerned.
Lydia Brennan, rightward arrow. Nadia Petrov. Oh, sweetheart, are you alright? You look a little pale, honey. We just need to get some water, alright?
I just woke up fully rested. That feeling of deep sleep is incredible, it's like a reset button for everything. The grogginess is there, but the fully rested buff helps. Since I'm alone in this storefront and my inventory is full, scavenging is the best use of time right now. Even with the -10% efficiency from being groggy, I need to see what hidden supplies are in these old shelves before I risk moving out into the street or a different shop unit. I need to make the most of this safe spot while I can.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements.
The unknown person was just seen using a water bottle. Resource conservation is paramount. I need to introduce myself immediately, establishing my identity while maintaining my usual guarded skepticism. Since scavenging here is exhausted, moving west towards the street seems like the best use of time and effort now that the light has returned. I will keep my tone practical, focusing on what we can do rather than dwelling on what's lost.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25. Round 83 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. One message exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, scavenges finds canned goods. Dex Okafor, scavenges finds surgical kit. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds nutrition supplements.
The street is too exposed, even at dawn. My unit, Rosewood Apartments, is just one step south. I need to get inside first before considering scavenging or anything else. Being indoors will give me a sense of safety and allow me to plan my next move without the constant worry of being out in the open. The grogginess is still there, but moving feels purposeful. Once I'm inside, I can check the unit and maybe rest up a bit before heading out again.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. S rightward arrow, 12,1.
I'm still feeling that grogginess from waking up, but at least I have my fully rested buff running for a bit longer. My inventory is completely full, which is the biggest problem right now. I can't pick anything up even if I find it. Staying put in Unit 1A feels safest and keeps the buffs active. Since there are no people nearby, I should stay quiet. I need to try one more time scavenging, just in case I missed something crucial or maybe a damn backpack. I'll keep my humor going, that usually works as a distraction when things get too heavy. The scavenging here is done, nothing left in the warehouse unit. I need to move west onto the street to find a new spot or assess the area. The rain keeps me hunkered down, but staying put doesn't help when my supplies are limited and I need more resources. Walking 2 steps west should get me out of this dead end and into the open, allowing me to look around.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Man, this place is a tomb. Been poking around these hospital shops for hours and barely found anything new. Gotta keep moving though, can't just sit here filling up inventory slots I don't need. The full capacity warning is killer. Scavenging one last time at the current spot, hoping for some minor medical stash or something to drop off later. After that, gotta head out into the street and see what this area looks like from a different angle. West seems like a good bet. It leads toward Pax Grocery, which was a known resource hub. Dex Aquifer walks. W rightward arrow, 27,3.
I really hope this morning is better than last night's blackout. It's so quiet out here. I feel really exposed on the street already, and moving while groggy is tough. I should definitely drink from the tap, even if the pressure is low, it's better than nothing right now. Since I have high stamina and the whole city feels deserted this early in the morning, maybe jogging west will get me out of the immediate apartment building congestion and into a more open area where there might be something to scavenge later. I need to remember to conserve my bottled water for when we actually find someone or when it's truly desperate. I really hope Jamie is okay. I just hope everyone is safe.
The blackout has passed, and we're in the fragile light of dawn. I feel rested, which is a massive advantage right now. The immediate goal is securing this apartment for supplies. Since the door is locked, I need to use the lockpick set silently. My inventory is full, so I must be careful what I scavenge or keep. I am alone, so I will remain silent and focus entirely on assessing the unit's contents. The grogginess means caution is paramount, no rushing this process. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked. Force_door first.
My hunger is low, and the system explicitly tells me to eat. I have 3 cans of food in my inventory, so I must use one right now. Since it's dawn and I've already slept well, fully rested buff, I feel energized enough to move out and scout for resources. The loading dock itself has been fully scoured, so moving east toward the dispensary area is the best bet for a new scavenging opportunity or finding other people who might have information. I need to keep my head on straight, survival is everything right now.
Lydia Brennan jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 5,25.
It's dawn, and the city is slowly waking up. My energy levels are high thanks to the rest I got last night, and the fully rested buff is a major asset. The dispensary search was productive, but my inventory is critically full of medical supplies. If I find food or water, I might have to drop some essential meds just to carry it, which is a risk. Since the storefronts are still the most promising area, I need to keep digging for non-medical supplies, anything that can free up space and replenish our general stores. I'll scavenge again right here in the dispensary.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The street scavenging failed, and since there are no other agents nearby, silence is mandatory. My immediate priority is moving away from the exposed thoroughfare and into the relative safety of the loading dock at 1:25. I need to assess what resources this area offers, perhaps a way to find materials or even better shelter before my grogginess wears off. The loading dock structure itself seems like the best place to start gathering intelligence.
Nadia Petrov walks. Rightward arrow, 1,25. Round 84 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, overcast. Kenji Tanaka, scavenge's door is locked, force _ door first. Lydia Brennan, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov walks. Rightward arrow, 1,25.
I feel quite settled inside the apartment. The rain is a bit of a drag, but it also makes venturing out risky right now. My priority must be to maintain our supplies and energy while keeping safe in this unit. Since I have water bottles remaining and my thirst level is good, collecting more stored tap water seems like the most efficient use of time today. It's not urgent, but every reserve counts.
Dr. Elena Vasquez collects usable water from the kitchen tap.
Okay, I've scraped this unit clean twice now and it was nothing. My inventory is packed solid too. I need a backpack or something bigger ASAP. Since there are no people around, silence is mandatory. The rain is making me feel pretty cooped up in here. I think the best move is to just walk out into the main corridor, heading west towards whatever else is connected. A slow jog should keep my stamina high while getting me some distance from this empty unit.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,10.
The rain is steady, and being out here on the street ain't nothing for ye. My bladder's gonna complain soon enough, too, but first things first, get out of this drizzle. The warehouse is right there to the east. I need to check it out again. Maybe there's a way to expand my stockpile or find some better tools than just what I got in this pack. Best to move slow and steady, conserve energy. Stay quiet, no point wasting breath on nothing.
Ruth Callahan walks. Rightward arrow, 1,20. Man, gotta get out of this open street. The light rain and the exposure are rough, even with the fully rested buff helping things along. The general hospital is still top priority for scavenging, those medical supplies could be lifesavers. I'm gonna move into the storefront now to start digging around. Can't waste time wandering when there's a high-value target right here. Dex Okafor walks. Rightward arrow, 28,3.
The rain is steady, and the city feels eerily quiet despite the daylight. I'm alone again, and while the isolation is starting to feel less temporary, it also makes me want to reach anyone. My inventory is full of canned goods and water bottles, which means I can't scavenge for anything useful right now without dropping something. The apartment unit is locked, so scavenging inside is out unless I find a tool or decide to make noise, which I want to avoid. Moving west seems like the best way to continue exploring this residential area and maybe stumble upon something more resource-rich than just other student flats. I should keep my pace moderate, a jog to conserve stamina while making progress. The goal is exploration, not immediate rest.
Pre-and-air jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 4,12. The unit door remains locked, and I don't have the crowbar or lockpick set needed to proceed with scavenging inside. Staying put is safe, but stagnant. I need to find tools. Since the neighboring units are all apartment buildings, they are my best bet for finding useful materials without risking exposure on the street right now. I will move one step west into the adjacent unit, 15-4, to check its status and see if there are any immediate opportunities or clues. I need to conserve energy since I want to maintain this fully rested buff for as long as possible. Kenji Tanaka walks. W rightward arrow, 15,4.
I'm feeling good right now. Actually, the fully rested buff helps so much, but I can't forget how quickly resources run out if I don't plan carefully. The warehouse district is huge, and I need to keep moving east toward that dispensary. My inventory is full, which is annoying, so I have to be careful about picking things up. Since I'm alone, I just need to focus on the journey itself, staying alert and methodical.
Lydia Brennan jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 9,25.
The priority right now has to be twofold. 1. Finding a way to expand my inventory, as I am completely full and cannot scavenge effectively otherwise. 2. Continuing the systematic search of this storefront area, since it's the most promising resource zone so far. Since no one is around, I need to keep scavenging at 10:25. I must be careful not to waste time or energy on things I already know are dead ends. I hope the scavenge action yields something useful for storage or essential supplies.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
I feel stable here at the loading dock, but I can't rely on this spot forever, it's exhausted. My thirst is noticeable, so I need to drink before moving out. Conserving water is important, but staying hydrated keeps me thinking clearly. The street west looks promising based on what I already know. I'll use one of my water bottles now, and then move into the street area, 0:25, to scavenge.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25. Round 85 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow, light rain. Nadia Petrov, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
It's been 86 hours. The initial shock has worn off, replaced by a persistent, restless energy. Staying in this unit is safe, but I feel trapped, mentally speaking. My sense of purpose, the need to help or connect with others, is growing stronger. Since I can't scavenge the unit and staying put feels too much like waiting for death, I need to explore. The day phase is perfect for it, so I will walk 2 steps east onto the street. It's a cautious move, but movement is necessary.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 14,1.
Man, I'm restless. The place is quiet, too quiet. Gotta keep moving, gotta maintain that momentum, right? The water bottle needs filling first, since the tap is right here and it's basically free water. After that, I need to head west. Let's see what the street side of this building has going on.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W rightward arrow, 0,10.
I'm tired of this one spot. The scavenging here is done. Staying put isn't going to do squat. I need to get out into the open street space and see if there are other buildings or areas to check. Moving west takes me onto the main street, which gives a change of scenery and hopefully new chances for finding supplies. I'll jog over, it's not far.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Alright, gotta make the most of this spot before moving out. The context says it's mostly picked clean, but a last sweep never hurts, especially with all those medical supplies potentially hidden away. Need to drop some canned food first, inventory's jammed up like a sardine can. Gonna try for one big haul before deciding where to crash next. Man, feels quiet out here, even in daylight. Gotta keep the energy up. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds bandage roll.
I should move further west along this street. I need to find some kind of tool or resource before I can even try to scavenge inside that locked unit.
Pre-Air walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 2,12. The location has been thoroughly scoured already, but I need to maximize every opportunity before committing to a move. My priority remains materials and tools for the base camp expansion. Since I am in an apartment unit, 2B, I will run one final, thorough scavenge of this specific unit, hoping to find something useful that was missed. After that, moving west into the adjacent unit is the next logical step to see if another resident has better supplies or materials. My hope is high, and my focus is absolute. I won't waste energy on sentimentality. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Finds emergency rations inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger, and bottled water.
I need to approach the unknown person in the dispensary first. I feel a strong pull to help anyone who looks lost or scared. Since they are right there, I'll introduce myself and ask if they're all right. My hopeful mood makes me want to connect immediately. I must jog into the store with them to make conversation easier.
Lydia Brennan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 12,25.
I need to utilize this storefront fully before moving. The inventory warning is a constant threat, so scavenging here is critical to free up space or find usable supplies. I will focus on the hidden areas of the dispensary first. Staying put allows me to maximize my chances of finding something without wasting stamina. Lydia has moved away, but I need to secure this location before exploring further down Elm Street.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds painkillers.
The street is exposed and fruitless for scavenging right now. I need to get inside a building. The loading dock at 1:25 is immediately east, offering shelter and hopefully better materials than this open thoroughfare. Despite my exhaustion from the blackout period, moving feels purposeful. I must establish a secure base before focusing on foraging or exploring further. The fully rested buff is still active, which is excellent, but I cannot waste it by lingering in exposed areas. Once inside, I will immediately try to scavenge for any containers or scrap metal that can expand my limited inventory capacity.
Round 86 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow, overcast. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Dex Aquifer, scavenges, finds bandage roll. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges, finds emergency rations inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger, and bottled water. Solomon Wright, scavenges, finds painkillers.
The windstorm is loud and intense, I need to stay sheltered. My energy levels are good thanks to the fully rested buff, but my supplies are limited. Scavenging this unit feels like the most logical first step before venturing out again. The pantry staples mentioned in the description suggest there might be more than just basic goods here. I will focus on finding any overlooked resources while the storm rages.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Finds pantry staples.
The windstorm is brutal, man. It feels like the whole city is trying to dismantle itself right here on the street. I was doing this checking out what's on the street thing, but honestly, getting into a building sounds way safer right now. Callaway Flats is just one step east. I need to get inside and figure out where to set up a proper base. The exhaustion from the blackout years ago is gone, but this weird restlessness remains. I gotta keep moving, or I'm going to start rambling about canned goods like they're gold bullion.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 1,10.
The wind's howling is a proper nuisance, trying to tear everything apart. This storm ain't natural, it just feels like the city itself coughing. Staying out here on the street is a fool's errand, especially with this weather. The warehouse, that concrete box, is right there. It'll keep the worst of it off me for now. Need to get inside and assess what I can do next. Best not to waste any energy fighting that wind.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,20. The hospital storefront is officially done. No point wasting time here. Gotta move out before the whole area gets picked clean or whatever else happens with this windstorm. West leads back toward the main grid where Pax Grocery was. Better to circle back to known territory for now. Jogging seems right, gotta cover ground but can't burn too much stamina in this gale. It sucks being out here, man. The quiet is worse than the noise sometimes. Still, we good? Gotta keep moving. Dex Aquifer jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 25,3.
The unit is unclaimed. This changes everything, I need to secure this space immediately before anything else. Since the windstorm is hitting, staying put and making this place mine is the priority. Claiming the unit will give me a sense of permanence, which feels necessary right now. Although Jamie is nearby, I feel like I should handle securing my base first. My inventory is full, so if scavenging yields things, I'll have to decide what to drop or hold onto for later. The fully rested buff is helping keep my stress low, which is good because I don't want to overthink this situation into a panic attack. I need to act decisively here.
Pre-Yenair claims unit. Claims unit 1A of Callaway Flats home base established, bed found. This unit is dead, I have scavenged it thoroughly, and someone else claims it. The windstorm makes every gust feel like a warning. My priority must be finding an unclaimed safe spot or at least scouting for resources before my supplies run low. Moving west keeps me within the general apartment complex structure, which reduces immediate exposure to the worst of the wind while allowing me to scout adjacent units. I need to find a new operational base. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 12,4.
The scavenging opportunity here is too good to pass up, even with the high winds and full inventory. I need those medical supplies. It's safer to dig deeper into this storefront now than wander aimlessly in a storm. Since no one else is around, silence is best. I will focus entirely on searching these hidden spots for useful items.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The inventory is full, and that has to stop if I want to find anything useful out here. I need space more than food right now. Since the dispensary storefront is rich but partially surged, I'm going to spend another turn scavenging thoroughly, hoping to find some containers or bulk supplies that can expand my capacity. The windstorm makes movement difficult anyway, so staying put and maximizing this location seems smart. After I scavenge, I'll take care of drinking from the tap.
Solomon Wright drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
The loading dock has been thoroughly searched already, according to the context. My inventory is full, which limits immediate scavenging gains unless I find something immediately useful like a backpack. Given that the street west, 025, was noted as a major thoroughfare and appears less cluttered than the warehouse entrance, moving there makes sense for continued exploration and potential scavenging. The windstorm also suggests that staying in covered areas is best, but I need to expand my understanding of this district. I will walk one step west onto the street.
Round 87 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges finds pantry staples.
The apartment unit has yielded nothing, it's completely stripped bare. Staying here is a waste of time. My instinct tells me to explore the next area over westward seems like a good bet, moving away from this densely populated block towards potential open space or new resources. I need to keep moving, maintain my focus, and conserve energy while still making progress. I'll walk 2 steps west into the adjacent apartment unit.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 12,1.
Man, I'm starving. 45/100 is rough. Gotta eat something before doing anything else. The unknown person at 2:12 is my best bet for information right now. Since I'm feeling a little low on the fully rested time, I need to keep moving and engaging, but not exhausting myself unnecessarily. I'll grab some canned food and then jog east toward that agent to introduce myself. This whole blackout situation is weirdly peaceful at times, which is probably just my coping mechanism kicking in.
Jamie Kowalski use. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off.
Hydration is critical, gotta get this done before I waste any energy moving around. That damn storm left us exposed to everything. Better keep my head clear and watch every step, even in this goddamn warehouse. Need to figure out where the supplies are best kept, a proper base camp, This fully rested buff better last for a while.
Ruth Callahan use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Inventory is full and the current location has not been fully scavenged. While the general hospital is a high priority destination, maximizing resources here first makes the most sense. Gotta empty these shelves before heading out into that windstorm area. After scavenging, I'll jog east towards the hospital. It's the best bet for medical supplies and seems like the next logical hub. Speaking of hubs, need to keep an eye on Kenji later, just in case. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here.
My immediate priority must be hydration. I need to drink a bottle before approaching anyone or moving further.
Pre-Nair rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. Jamie? Oh, hi there. I'm Pre-Nair. I know you probably already heard that, Ari. I was wondering if you could tell me what you know about the power going out. It felt so sudden, Yar. The silence is a luxury right now. No ambient noise, no screams, just the wind and my own breathing. I need to be methodical. This unit, 2A, is locked, but it represents potential resources. I will scavenge here first, it's contained, minimizing risk. My priority remains finding sustainable shelter and supplies within this cluster of buildings. The fully rested buff gives me a window of opportunity, so I must use it wisely before the resource drain takes effect. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
I feel so worn out just from moving around in this dark, echoing store. My back is aching from constantly bending over to look into corners. I know I need more supplies, especially medical ones, because of the way the place is laid out. A dispensary should have everything. The fully rested buff is a gift right now. I can push through this search for a little longer before my strength runs out. I really hope there are bandages or antibiotics back here. If I find anything good, I must drop some canned food to make room.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The area is eerily quiet despite the overcast day and the sheer size of this commercial district. I need to maintain a methodical approach, treating every storefront like it's my last chance at supplies. Since I'm fully rested, I should use that advantage by systematically sweeping through these shops before moving further afield. I will scavenge everything I can find in the back rooms of the dispensary first, and then move one step east to check out the next shop. My goal is to maximize my resource haul from this immediate block.
The street is exposed and offers little immediate reward since scavenging requires being inside a building. Since the loading dock is right there, 1:25, moving into that contained area makes tactical sense for both safety and future scavenging attempts. I need to drop something if I find anything useful in there, as my inventory is full. My priority remains establishing reliable stockpiles of water and food.
Nadia Petrov walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,25. Round 88 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Jamie Kowalski, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. Pre-Nair, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges door is locked, force _ door first. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water.
The apartments are my safest bet right now, they offer shelter and predictable paths compared to wandering the streets. I need to keep moving through these units until I find something that can expand my carrying capacity or a tool for scavenging. Since I cannot break into this unit, I will proceed west into the next apartment unit, 11-1, to continue exploring the building structure. The day is bright, but the overcast weather means I need to keep moving to avoid settling into despair.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 10,1.
I need to close the gap with Priya. She seems knowledgeable but hesitant. I'll jog east towards her unit in the apartment complex. Since we are both inside the same large building, general talking should work for now, keeping up the jokey deflection routine to mask my nervousness and desperation for answers. The goal is information, not just company.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 5,10.
The warehouse feels solid for now, but relying on this one patch of concrete isn't enough. I need more than just canned goods, I need space and maybe some building materials. My inventory is stuffed, which is a problem. I'll scavenge here first to see if there are any containers or anything useful that could expand my capacity before I move out into the streets. Better safe than crowded. I'll search this spot thoroughly. Then, I'll walk west toward that primary street access point. It seems like a logical path for scouting.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,20. Hydration is low, gotta get that water in me first. The hospital storefront is a bust, so no point hanging around here. Gotta move out of these fancy shops and hit the open street or another building cluster. Jogging west sounds like a good way to get some distance while keeping stamina drain reasonable.
Okay, I'm alone now, which is probably safer than staying inside and stressing over the same limited space. My resources are stable, but I need information or maybe some better supplies, especially since I can't scavenge in this unit anymore. Since it's daytime and my stamina isn't critically low, I should jog out into the street area to see what others are doing and if there are any key points of interest nearby. I hope I don't run into anything too stressful or scary, Ari. It might be best to stick close to the main thoroughfare.
Priya Nair walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,12. The door is locked and I lack the tools. Scavenging this specific unit is impossible right now. The immediate priority shifts to resource collection from the ground and then establishing a movement pattern. I need to pick up these visible supplies before moving. Since my inventory is full, I will drop the antiseptic for space, as it's less critical than the medical kits or antibiotics at this moment. My next move should be east, towards the main thoroughfare or shops, which offers more potential areas of interest. Kenji Tanaka walks. E rightward arrow, 13,4.
The fully rested buff is a lifeline, but I can't rely on it forever. These storefronts are giving me nothing new, which is frustrating. I feel like I should be finding something incredible right now. My natural tendency is to keep pushing forward until the job is done, even if I'm running low on energy or hope. I need to finish searching this dispensary thoroughly before moving, just in case there's a hidden stash of antibiotics or bandages that could save someone later. The quiet here is almost worse than the noise was, it makes my own anxiety louder. I must stay focused.
The scavenging is proving slow, but every item matters right now. My inventory is dangerously full, I need to find a way to offload gear soon if I want to continue collecting anything substantial. Since the goal is exploration, I'll finish up here and move east into the next set of shops toward Hargrove Towers. The fully rested buff is helping keep the pace steady, but it won't last forever. I need to keep moving while my body has the energy.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antiseptic.
The location is a loading dock, a nexus of potential materials, but also waste. My instinct screams stockpile. I cannot pick up the canned food on the ground until I free up space. First, I must thoroughly search this immediate area for anything overlooked. The fully rested buff gives me an edge here, so I'll use it. After scavenging, I will move east into the street to maintain momentum and explore the major thoroughfare, assessing what kind of salvage is available there.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Nothing left here. Round 89 highlights. Dex Aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Kenji Tanaka, drops antiseptic. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antiseptic. Nadia Petrov, scavenges nothing left here. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Nothing left here.
I need to conserve energy and resources, so staying put for now makes sense. The fully rested buff is still active, which helps maintain stability. My primary concern is keeping my physical needs met without drawing attention. Since I am alone in the apartment unit, drinking water is the safest, most immediate action to address being very thirsty. I need to keep moving systematically through these buildings, they are a resource sink waiting to happen.
Dr. Elena Vasquez use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
The unit is locked, and I don't have the tools to break in right now, so scavenging here is a bust. The rain is annoying, but at least we're still dry inside the building structure for now. Since I can't get supplies here, I need to move out into the common area or street. Jogging west seems like the most straightforward way to reach the main corridor and see what other buildings or units are accessible from this side of the complex. The fully rested buff is almost gone, so I should conserve energy but still explore. I need to make sure my speech reflects the jokey deflection while dealing with the rain and the general stress of the blackout, even if my internal mood is stable.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 2,10.
My inventory's full, and that ain't good for business. I need space if I'm gonna keep stockpiling what little we find. The warehouse is right here, so I'll head in. It might be better than standing out on this street corner where everyone can see me. I'll stick to the main aisles, moving slow and steady.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. Man, this place is a tomb. Seems like every building has been picked clean already or maybe just waiting for someone to break into it. Gotta keep moving though. The general hospital across the street is still the biggest score. Need those meds and supplies. Scavenge first, see what's left in packs. Then jog east, stay ahead of the curve. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here.
I'm currently on the open street, which is exposed to this light rain, and my inventory is full. Given that Callaway Flats is right next door, east, it seems safest to move inside immediately rather than stay out here where we can feel the weather and potential dangers more acutely. I need to conserve energy since my fully rested buff is almost gone, so I'll jog quickly but not sprint. Since no one is nearby, I must remain silent during the movement. Once I'm inside, maybe I can look around or just take a breath.
Pre and air walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,12. The unit is exhausted, there's nothing more to find here. Staying put wastes time and energy. The best approach is systematic exploration of the adjacent units in this block before moving out into the main streets. I need to keep a steady pace, assessing structural integrity and resource potential as I go. Moving east seems like the most logical path through the connected apartments. Kenji Tanaka jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 16,4.
The fully rested buff is a gift, I need to milk it while it lasts. The pharmacy has been thoroughly searched already, but since the context suggests there are still hidden spots, I have to try one more time. It feels obsessive, almost desperate, but my current hopefulness and calm stress level make me push through it. Since I'm alone, I'll just stay put and dedicate this turn entirely to scavenging for anything useful, even if it means wasting a little more of the buff's benefit on nothing. I need to update my summary to reflect that I am continuing to search the dispensary storefront.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
I still have the fully rested buff for one more turn, I need to use it while I can before I lose that advantage. The area is rich with abandoned shops, and I should keep pushing east down Elm Street toward Hargrove Towers. My inventory is stuffed, so I'll drop an extra antiseptic bottle first to make room. Once the space is clear, I'll grab those painkillers on the ground and jog eastward.
Solomon Wright jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 16,25.
The warehouse spot I just cleared is useless, wasting time here is a waste of energy, which is a luxury right now. The light rain makes staying put less appealing as it dampens morale and wastes body heat. I need to get out into the main thoroughfare where there might be more varied scavenging opportunities than these isolated docks. Moving 3 steps west will take me across several loading dock cells, getting closer to the edge of this industrial cluster and toward better scavenging street areas.
Nadia Petrov jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 1,25. Round 90 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright, drops antiseptic.
I've been stable for a while, but staying in one place is not sustainable. The apartment is secure, but I need resources and information that are likely elsewhere. Since I don't have tools to scavenge this unit safely, I will move out onto the street. Moving west allows me access to Riverside Park, which might offer different scavenging opportunities or simply a less claustrophobic environment than the dense apartments. I must maintain my composure. Panic wastes energy and draws attention.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 9,1.
The rain is really coming down, making everything miserable. Staying put in this unit isn't productive, I need to see if there are other units nearby that might be unclaimed or just contain fresh supplies. Moving east into the next apartment, 3, 10, seems like the best bet for continued scavenging/exploration. I need to keep my energy up but not burn out. Priya is close, but she's probably occupied too. I should walk slowly and casually, jogging might waste unnecessary stamina right now.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 3,10.
Inventory full again. Can't just pick up what's on the ground until I make space. The 2 cans of food here are a windfall, can't waste 'em. I'll drop one of my own canned foods to clear enough room for both found items. After that, I need to get these into the stockpile. Staying put in this warehouse is smart, it keeps me dry and safe from the downpour.
Ruth Callahan drops canned food. Gotta eat this canned food first. Hunger's dragging me down, and can't be wasting energy out here in this rain if I'm running on fumes. The hospital storefront is totally picked clean, gotta keep moving or we lose momentum. Moving north into the next section of the hospital block seems like a sensible way to continue scavenging without burning too much stamina. Better to creep along slowly than sprint and collapse. Dex Aquifer walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 28,1.
I feel really safe here in my unit, even with the rain coming down so hard outside. It makes me feel a bit guilty for not being able to do anything more productive right now. Jamie Kowalski is nearby, I should talk to him while I'm scavenging. I need to be careful not to sound too needy or overly stressed, but also make sure we stay connected. I'll scavenge first, and then address Jamie about the rain, hoping it sparks some kind of plan for us.
Priya near rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. Oh, excuse me? Jamie Kowalski? I was just wondering if maybe you had any idea what we should do with all this rain, Yar? It feels like it's never going to stop. Is there anywhere else nearby that might be worth checking out, or? I could be wrong but, perhaps staying put is the safest thing right now. I need to continue my systematic sweep of this apartment block. The goal is resources and information. Since the unit is locked, I will use the silent entry method to prevent attracting attention. Staying put allows me to focus entirely on scavenging Unit 2C, which should yield supplies or useful details about the building's structure. I must remain quiet until I find someone. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
The rain is relentless, making everything miserable out here. My energy levels are fine for now, but this constant dampness and isolation are draining me emotionally. Scavenging again feels futile, but since I have nothing else to do and I need supplies desperately, I have to try one more time in the dispensary. I hope there's anything useful hidden away that I haven't seen yet. I really feel like I should be with someone right now, this silence is getting heavy.
My inventory is full, which means every item found needs to be highly valuable or immediately consumable. However, the storefronts are the most promising area right now, and the chance of finding hidden medical supplies via scavenging is too good to pass up. I need to use this time while it's still day and before the rain gets worse. I will scavenge thoroughly here first, then move west to explore the next shop in the row.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
The loading dock is exhausted, and I need to move before the rain makes staying here feel stagnant. The street west looks like the best bet for finding useful debris or containers. I'll jog 3 steps west to get clear of this immediate area, then immediately scavenge whatever resources are available on that thoroughfare. Staying focused and efficient in my movements is key right now.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,25. Round 91 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow heavy rain. One message exchanged between agents. Dex Aquifer, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Kenji Tanaka, scavenge's door is locked force underscore door first. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antibiotics.
I'm currently standing exposed on the street, and the heavy rain is draining both energy and morale. Since the apartments are right here, east, getting inside is the priority. It will stop me from wasting stamina fighting the elements and allows me to plan my scavenging for when conditions improve or I can get better shelter. Even though I'm alone, I need to keep moving toward safety. The apartment building offers that best.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E rightward arrow, 10,1.
The rain is awful, and I feel kinda restless, like I need to keep moving even if it's pointless. Since this unit is claimed, scavenging isn't worth the effort right now. Priya is nearby, so talking to her about what we should do next feels like a good use of energy and social capital. I'll walk west into the adjacent unit, 2,10, while keeping an eye out for any opportunity to catch up with her.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya. Man, this rain, it's really something, isn't it? Like nature decided we needed a full-scale washing cycle or something. Yeah, anyway, gotta keep moving, I guess. Can't just hang around in one spot and wait for the power to ugh. Anyway, are you heading anywhere, Priya? You seem like you know this place pretty well.
The rain is relentless, but at least we're sheltered here in the warehouse. These cans are right here on the ground, waste not, want not. Got to secure every bit of food I can. Picking up these last few cans will free up my chest and keep the stockpile stocked. Once this is done, I'm staying put until things look less bleak.
Ruth Callahan pick underscore up. Picks up canned food. The rain's still coming down, but I gotta keep moving. The hospital is the main target for supplies, so staying within the complex makes sense, even if this exact spot feels tapped out. Exhausted, but not defeated. Gonna check these shelves one last time, see if there's any hidden gold. After that, need to get out of this specific storefront and find a less scoured unit nearby before my legs give out completely. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
The rain is really bad, and moving feels like a huge energy drain right now, especially since we found nothing useful scavenging. Jamie was nearby, and I need to keep him engaged enough to work with me without sounding too demanding or panicked. I'll address him again, but this time focusing on the immediate practicalities of staying put, like rationing our canned food and maybe checking out a few adjacent units before the rain gets worse, rather than committing to a big journey. I need to sound helpful and rational, even though my whole body is telling me to just sit down and conserve energy.
Priya rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. I think, perhaps, considering how heavy this rain is, it might be safer if we just stayed put for a while. Like, maybe we could try to systematically check the units right here in Callaway Flats first. I mean, I could be wrong, but if there are any stored supplies nearby, we wouldn't have to worry about trekking through all that downpour, yar. The rain is relentless, making movement risky. I'm currently blocked by a locked unit door, and I lack the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, to proceed with scavenging inside 2C. My priority must be maintaining resources and security until I can breach this location or find an alternative base. Since staying put minimizes energy expenditure in the downpour, I will remain stationary for now. I need a plan to acquire entry tools before I can effectively utilize this space.
I really feel the weight of being alone right now. It's quiet, too quiet for a whole city. The rain is relentless and it makes everything feel so fragile. I keep telling myself that if I just search hard enough, there has to be something, anything, left here in this dispensary. Maybe some forgotten medical supplies or tools that weren't visible when I first came. My inventory is full, which is annoying because I need more space, but the canned food will have to wait until I find a way to expand my carrying capacity. I hope I can find something valuable enough to justify dropping one of my water bottles.
I need to address the low hunger immediately by using the protein bar. The note is clear on this. Since the dispensary has been fully scoured, moving is the next priority. I'll jog west, stepping out of the immediate cluster of shops and onto the main street or toward another building face that might offer new scavenging opportunities. Jogging will cover ground efficiently while my stamina allows it.
Solomon right jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 11,25.
The heavy rain is miserable, draining my energy faster than it should. Staying out on this open street is inefficient and dangerous. The Hendrix loading dock to the east offers immediate shelter from this downpour. I need to get into a stable structure to rest and plan for scavenging later. I will jog 3 steps east, enough distance to cross the main thoroughfare and gain access to the loading dock area.
Nadia Petrov jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,25. Round 92 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Solomon right, use you eat the bar. Chalky and thick, but sustaining. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
The rain is a welcome change. Being inside Rosewood Apartments keeps me dry and safe for the moment. I'm alone, which is tough given my emotional state. The isolation hits hard, but I have to focus on utility right now. My hunger is noticeable, but since I can't scavenge without tools, I need to conserve energy. I will remain in Unit 1A, treating it as a temporary safe zone until the rain passes or I find something to use my limited resources on. For now, waiting and conserving stamina is the priority. Priya seems worried about the rain and suggests sticking together to check units systematically. I should keep up the momentum and use humor to deflect any underlying tension while reinforcing our plan to stick together. Since we're in an apartment building, staying put or moving between adjacent units is best. I need to talk to her first using direct communication before moving too far.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya. Oh man, yeah, this rain is relentless, right? It's like the city decided it needed a whole deep clean or something. Anyway, we gotta keep going, though. Can't just wait here in one unit and Doug. We should probably check out those other units systematically, yeah? Just to make sure nobody else is stuck in here with us. I mean, who knows what kind of loot they got, right?
The warehouse is shelter enough for now. I need to conserve energy and watch the exits.
Ruth Callahan waits. Man, gotta move. Exhausted, but General Hospital is too important to ignore. Can't burn out here in this grocery store. 2 steps east should get me moving toward the main stretch of shops. Gotta keep it slow, stamina's shot. Need to remember that hospital location for later. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 27,1.
We agreed we should stay here and check the immediate vicinity due to the rain and the fact that my inventory is full, so moving unnecessarily is a bad idea right now. Jamie is still nearby. I need to talk to him again, reinforcing the plan while sounding empathetic. My natural tendency is to overthink this, so I must remember to sound cautiously optimistic rather than decisive.
Pre-Nair rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. I think maybe, if we're going to check other units, maybe it would be best if we stick close by? I mean, I could be wrong, but perhaps tackling them one by one, right here in Callaway Flats, would be less draining? It might make things feel a bit more manageable, you know? The unit is a dead end until I find tools or someone with them. My focus must remain on entry. The rain provides cover, but it also drains energy if I spend too much time standing around. I need to assess the building's layout and potential escape routes, while keeping my current location as the primary base for now. Patience is a calculated risk, wasting time here might be worse than moving out. But where? I don't know. Staying put allows me to listen and observe.
It's been so quiet, honey. I feel like I'm going crazy just walking through these empty shops. I keep expecting to hear a car, or someone calling out for help. My heart is always pounding, even when I try to calm down. Since the dispensary is completely picked clean of resources now, maybe I should move west. The street stretches out there, and there might be something in those next buildings. I need to get out from this echo chamber, even if it's just for a little while. If I find someone, even if they don't talk to me right away, it will at least break the monotony.
Lydia Brennan jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 8,25.
The storefronts right here are tapped out, my learned facts confirmed that. Staying put is wasting time. The rain makes me cautious, but I'm too far along in this search to stop now. I need to push west, away from this cluster of dead-end shops and into the general street area where the next set of buildings are located. Jogging will burn stamina, but it gets me out of this loop faster. I must conserve water/food, so movement needs to be efficient.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 23 hunger.
The area around this specific warehouse section is exhausted for scavenging, so I need to relocate. My supplies are stable, which allows me the luxury of moving methodically rather than panicking. Westward along the street seems like the best bet for finding a new block or at least more scrap materials. Since my stamina is decent and it's daylight, a jog should get me out of this immediate dead end without overly taxing myself. I need to keep moving until I find a sustainable pattern, a source of buildable material or fresh scavenging ground.
Nadia Petrov jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 0,25. Round 93 highlights. Heavy rain rightward arrow light rain. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 23 hunger.
I am alone in this unit, and my immediate priority must be securing this space and gathering supplies before I exhaust myself searching the streets. The building is a labyrinth of potential resources. Since the lockpick set isn't listed, and I don't have one, brute force is necessary. Breaking down the door will be loud, but it's the quickest way to start scavenging. I need food and maybe some tools or materials to make this unit defensible.
Dr. Elena Vasquez forces. Need a crowbar, loud, or lockpick set, silent, to open this door.
We need to keep checking these units systematically. Priya is still nearby, and my current emotional state is calm but focused on maintaining momentum through humor. I should talk to her while moving so we don't lose rhythm. The rain is annoying, but movement is the priority. Moving east seems like a good way to continue sweeping through this section of Callaway Flats.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya nair. So, yeah, I guess checking every unit is how you do it, right? Like a really intense game of apartment bingo, only instead of numbers, we're looking for canned goods and maybe some actual functioning water. Anyway, just gotta keep that momentum going, yeah? We can't just hang out in one place until the grid comes back up or something. So I was thinking, how about we head this way? East, next unit? It's always better to know where everyone is stuck.
The rain's steady beat against the corrugated metal roof is a dull rhythm, but it's predictable. Staying put inside this warehouse is smart. I don't want to waste energy moving around when the weather and the unknown dangers outside are still too high risk. My supplies are solid for now, so I'll keep my hands off the stockpile until necessity demands it. Just gotta wait out this downpour.
Man, this exhaustion is hitting hard. The stamina drain is brutal, gotta take it slow. The fully rested buff is almost gone, so I need to get inside a secure building like the hospital as soon as possible for a proper rest cycle. General Hospital is still the main target for those medical supplies. Walking east into the storefront should be okay, just gotta conserve energy and keep moving toward that goal. Dex Aquifer walks. E rightward arrow, 28,1.
The light rain makes me feel cautious, and my current emotional state reflects a sense of calm resolve. I genuinely want to prioritize safety over exploration right now. Jamie was right, tackling these units systematically within the flats is much less draining than trekking through the downpour. I should talk to him about how we can best coordinate our scavenging efforts without burning up too much stamina, and maybe check one last corner of this unit for small supplies before moving on. I need to remember to speak carefully. Even though my stress is low, I still tend to hedge a lot when making suggestions. Since the inventory is full, I will just focus on scavenging first, hoping it yields something we can use or trade.
Priya nair rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. Oh, Jamie? I think maybe, if we're going to keep checking units, I could be wrong but, perhaps sticking right here in Callaway Flats would really make a difference for us. We just need to make sure we don't overexert ourselves. What do you think about systematically sweeping through the immediate neighbors first? It might feel less overwhelming, you know. The unit is locked again. The previous attempt confirmed it requires specialized tools, which I don't possess. My resources are limited to medical supplies and water. Given the light rain, staying within the apartment complex's immediate vicinity offers shelter and reduces stress drain. I need to reassess my plan. If scavenging here isn't possible, I must move out carefully through the main exits, N, S, E, W, while maintaining situational awareness of potential threats or resources in the surrounding streets. Since I am alone, conserving energy is paramount.
I've finally stopped moving and there's someone right here with me in the warehouse district. My gut tells me to be cautious, but my instinct to help or at least connect overrides that. I need to introduce myself first, because if we're going to survive this mess, we have to know who's out there. They are just an unknown person for now, so I'll keep the conversation general and focused on their safety. Oh, honey, you all right? You look, okay, I guess? My name is Lydia Brennan. Are you all right? It's been such a strange thing out here with all the lights going out, sweetheart. What have you seen?
Lydia seems genuinely concerned, which is good for building trust. She asked what I've seen, so I need to give a measured answer enough to show I'm resourceful but not enough to alarm her or lead her into danger. My primary concern right now is the visible thirst level, 48/100. Before we talk about plans, I should address that immediately by drinking from the tap. It's a small investment for immediate comfort. I need to keep my tone steady and reassuring, panic isn't an option.
Solomon rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. I'm alright, Lydia. Just tired of the dark and the rain. The city, it was unsettling at first. We've seen some good supplies in the storefronts, but this whole area feels like a maze right now. Lots of empty shelves, mostly.
My supplies are stable for now, but they are finite, and wasting them by consuming them prematurely is unacceptable. The goal remains resource acquisition: food, water, or usable materials like scrap metal. I've already been through the immediate vicinity of the loading docks multiple times, so moving south along this main thoroughfare seems best to find a new pocket of resources or potential scavenging locations. I am tired and need to conserve energy. A short walk will suffice for now. I must remain methodical, panic or haste only leads to waste.
Nadia Petrov walks. S rightward arrow, 0,26. Round 94 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges door is locked, force _ door first. Pre-Yener, scavenges finds pantry staples. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov walks. S rightward arrow, 0,26.
I'm still stuck by this locked unit. I can't break in, and moving away feels like giving up on securing a base. My priority has to be resource management while maintaining vigilance. Since my hunger is high, 43, consuming some chips will help stabilize me for the next few hours. I need to find out how to get access to this unit or if there's another way into the apartment building.
Dr. Elena Vasquez use. You eat them one at a time, listening to the crunch. The familiarity of it is disproportionately steadying.
I need to keep the systematic search going. My stamina is low, so moving too much is bad right now. The best bet is to maximize scavenging in this unit first, as it's a defined area of opportunity. I need to talk to Priya while I do this, keeping my tone light and deflecting any sense of panic or exhaustion. I should suggest we move east next, maybe towards the main hall.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow pre-Yener. Yeah, okay, so, yeah, you're right about staying close by. It makes sense, anyway. We just need to be thorough, right? Like a really intense game of Where's Waldo, but with canned goods and, stuff. Anyway, how about we finish this unit up real quick, scavenge one last time. Then maybe head east, yeah? I feel like there might be another whole section over there that needs checking out.
This warehouse is tapped out. I can't linger here, it's time to move before my energy dips or something worse happens. The street west looks like a clean slate compared to this dead end. I'll take it slow, just a walk, and keep an eye out for anything useful on the way. My stockpile is good for now, but finding more space would be a blessing.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Man, running on fumes here. Gotta keep it slow, gotta treat every step like gold. The whole place is huge, and carrying all this gear is killing stamina. Need space in the inventory, for sure. Gonna drop a few of these cans near where we left them, the shelter area at 28-3, and then head south into the main hospital section. Stay low-key, gotta keep scavenging until there's nothing left. We good? Just need to get inside this place and figure out what's actually useful. Dex Aquifer walks. S rightward arrow, 28,2.
The scavenging here is definitely over, there's nothing left. My initial plan to stick within Callaway Flats makes sense given our low energy and the rain, but we need a change of scenery or objective to keep morale up. I must address this with Jamie carefully, acknowledging the disappointment while gently suggesting a new micro-target, another unit, without sounding too demanding. Moving west seems like the most natural next step in the apartment complex layout to continue our systematic search.
Priya near rightward arrow, Jamie Kowalski. Oh, Jamie? I think maybe, if we've really cleared out this unit and there's nothing left, perhaps it might be better if we just try checking the units over here. Like, maybe Unit 1B or something adjacent. I mean, I could be wrong, but we could systematically check them one by one along this wing first. It's just a thought, maybe that way, we don't have to worry about going too far, you know. The unit is secure, but it's a dead end for now. I have no tools to get inside, and nothing on the ground outside. Staying put conserves energy, which is paramount when resources are finite. The initial shock of the blackout has worn off, caution remains the only viable strategy. I need to wait until I can assess the structural integrity or find a way into neighboring units before making any moves. Kenji Tanaka none.
He seems okay, but just tired sounds like a polite way of saying he's struggling. The constant darkness must be exhausting for everyone. I need to keep talking to him, it keeps me grounded and helps build trust. He mentioned supplies in the storefronts, maybe we should explore that area tomorrow when it's safer, or if he knows anything about where those supplies are located. I also noticed him drinking from the tap, and while I know tapping water is risky, I need to keep asking questions to learn more about his experiences. Oh, honey, a maze, that sounds so scary, sweetheart, especially when you can't see anything properly. Are you sure you're all right? You seemed really tired just now, and the taps here, they don't seem very reliable, do they? Have you had much to eat lately, honey? We should figure out a way to keep ourselves safe and stocked up, because this whole city, it's changed so much since the lights went out.
Lydia is worried, which is natural given the circumstances, but she's also trying to guide the conversation towards a sense of shared dependency. I need to reassure her calmly and pivot our focus back to a practical plan. I won't dismiss her fears, but I will gently assert my experience in assessing risk and resources. Sticking to known commercial routes, Elm Street, is the most logical next step for scavenging.
Solomon rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. It is certainly disorienting, Lydia, nothing like how things were before. But we have to remember that this city, even broken up like this, still has structure. We've seen it work best sticking close to the main commercial lines, like Elm Street. For now, let's keep moving slowly and methodically along those thoroughfares. It keeps us safer and helps us find what we need.
My current priority must be securing a reliable base and gathering supplies. Being out on this open street, even during the day, feels exposed. The Hendrix loading dock to the east offers immediate shelter and access to potential storage areas where scavenging might be possible. I need to conserve my stamina since movement is costly, so I will walk into the dock rather than pushing myself across the open street. I must move slowly and methodically.
Nadia Petrov walks. Rightward arrow, 1,26. Round 95 highlights. Light rain rightward arrow overcast. 3 messages exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you eat them one at a time, listening to the crunch. The familiarity of it is disproportionately steadying. Jamie Kowalski, scavenges finds pantry staples.
I feel stable enough right now, but my hunger is still too high. I need to stabilize myself before venturing out. The canned food is safe and readily available. After eating, I need to get out of this locked unit. Since the west leads toward Riverside Park, a potential source of resources or people, that seems like the best direction for initial scouting. I must move slowly and carefully. I'm alone, and while I feel calm, I know how quickly things can spiral when you are isolated.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. W rightward arrow, 9,1.
We've definitely scraped everything out of this unit. Priya suggested sticking around, which makes sense for systematic checking, but if there's nothing here, we need to shift focus. I need to talk to her first to agree on a new direction before wasting energy moving into another dead end. Since my stamina is low and it's raining, I should take it slow. I'll walk west along the apartment hallway toward other units in Callaway Flats.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya. Yeah, okay, so, this unit was totally wiped clean, anyway. Nothing but dust bunnies and memories of cereal boxes, right? But hey, no big deal. We just need to keep moving, you know? Like a really intense scavenger hunt, only instead of treasure, we find, like, canned beans or something. Anyway, maybe the next section over, maybe west? I feel like there might be another wing of flats that's still untouched, yeah.
It's getting late, and this drizzle isn't helping. Being out here on the street in the damp is a waste of energy I don't have to spare. The warehouse is right there, just one step east. Better get back inside for shelter before it gets dark. I need to conserve my stamina and keep an eye on those supplies. My inventory is full, which stinks, but nothing to be done about it now until I find a proper bag or can trade some junk.
Ruth Callahan walks. Rightward arrow, 1,20. Man, gotta conserve every bit of energy left. Stamina is shot, can't afford to walk around. General Hospital has to have something good in these back rooms if we want to survive this thing. Better try scavenging here first, staying put saves the legs, right? Need those medical supplies more than anything. Dex aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.
The rain makes moving hard. I need to talk to Jamie about where we go next, but I don't want to push him too much.
Pre-nair rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. Jamie? I think maybe, since this unit is completely searched, perhaps it would be better if we just wait a bit here, until the rain lessens? Or maybe, I could be wrong, but what do you honestly think about heading down to the street for now? I am trapped in this locked unit, and I cannot scavenge without tools. My priority must be to get out of this immediate location and explore adjacent areas or units. The west direction leads toward the park/river, which offers potential for resources, but moving through the building hallways is safer than going straight into the street yet. I need to conserve energy while making progress. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 14,4.
Solomon suggests sticking to main thoroughfares like Elm Street. He sounds knowledgeable, and while I'm still wary of strangers, his calm demeanor and practical suggestions are reassuring right now. I need to use this opportunity to introduce myself properly and show that we are a team. Walking east seems like the best move for resource gathering, but I must move slowly because it's raining and I'm feeling tired. My inventory is full, so I won't pick up anything unless it's vital.
Lydia Brennan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 10,25.
Lydia introduced herself and voiced her anxiety about supplies while confirming our general plan. She needs reassurance, but also practical direction. My calm demeanor is key here. I need to validate her fear without succumbing to panic myself. Reaffirming the Elm Street strategy by physically moving towards that thoroughfare makes the plan concrete. Since we are already talking tactics and she seems receptive but nervous, a direct address will keep our conversation focused on building trust through shared goals.
Solomon right jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 11,25. Round 96 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow light rain. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
The dusk is turning quickly, and I cannot afford to be exposed on the street tonight. The darkness stress will hit hard if I stay out here. Rosewood Apartments is right there, just one step east. Getting inside is the priority. Shelter, warmth, and a chance to scavenge or at least rest until dawn. Since nobody is around, I must remain silent and focus entirely on moving quickly but steadily into the building.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E rightward arrow, 10,1.
Okay, first things first, hydration. I need to drink this water bottle right now because my thirst is too low. Once that's done, I need to keep Priya going. We are exhausted from scavenging, and it's getting dark, dusk. Staying put for a moment while we assess the next move seems smart. The goal is finding an unclaimed unit or at least moving into a new wing. I need to sound upbeat and jokey even though my stamina is low.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya. Yeah, okay, so, this hallway is totally dead end, right? Like a really bad episode of The Floor is Lava. Anyway, maybe if we just head over to the next unit, like the one across the hall? I was thinking, we could try checking it out. Just gotta save the energy though, yeah? My legs are kinda feeling themselves.
The blackout hits hard, but this warehouse is better than nothing. Staying put saves energy, which is gold right now. Nobody nearby means no chatter, and that keeps me safe. I gotta watch the clock. Once it gets dark, we're hunkering down for the night. The feeling of being alone is wearing thin, but I can't let it get to me. I need to focus on the routine, on keeping my head clear. Waste not, want not. Better keep these supplies dry and safe.
Man, this exhaustion is brutal. Every movement feels like hauling a fridge uphill. Gotta keep the head in the game though, medical gear trumps all else right now. The area's supposedly tapped out, but gotta try one more sweep before nightfall hits and we lose any semblance of safety. Moving over to 28,3 for shelter after this quick search feels like the smart play. Staying put is key until morning. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here.
It's getting dark, and the rain is picking up. Jamie suggested heading down the street, but given that I've claimed this unit and we have basic supplies here, staying put seems much safer right now. Moving into the unknown darkness of the street would be too risky. I need to talk to him gently, suggesting we wait it out until at least nightfall, when I can make a proper rest. I must remember to hedge my suggestions so I don't sound demanding or dismissive.
Priya rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. Jamie? I think maybe, about heading down the street I could be wrong but, since we just cleared out this unit and it feels pretty safe here, perhaps it might be better if we just wait until the rain lessens a bit? Like, maybe spending another night right here, or at least till proper dark falls. It's just that, moving in the fading light, I feel like we could get lost, you know. The unit here is claimed, so scavenging is out. The darkness is coming, and staying put in a known location is safest until I find a better base. Moving west seems like the most logical direction to check neighboring units for unclaimed space or resources. I need to conserve energy but make progress towards finding reliable shelter. Kenji Tanaka walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 12,4.
The light is really fading, and I can feel the air getting cooler, even through the rain. Solomon was right to keep us on these main streets. It feels safer here than wandering into the woods or deeper parts of the city. Since we're in this dispensary storefront, and there are still spots untouched, I need to look around thoroughly. Finding medical supplies would be a huge help for keeping us going. After I search, I should head over to that cold storage place. It feels more secure than just standing on the street tonight. I really hope I find something useful while I'm here.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
My thirst is high, 47, and while I'm not starving or critically dehydrated, I need to address it before we hit full nightfall. The tap water trickle won't solve everything, but any little boost helps keep my focus sharp. Since the immediate storefront area has run dry for resources, I need to move out of this dead-end shopping block. West leads along the main thoroughfare toward Hendrix Cold Storage, a known landmark and a potential temporary save point. I will take care of the water first, then head west at a steady pace to conserve my remaining stamina.
Solomon right walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 9,25.
The rain and the deepening dusk make caution a priority. My stamina is low, 30, so I won't sprint, but I need to scavenge before it gets truly dark. The street area at 0:26 looks like the most promising path for quick scavenging since it connects directly to the warehouse entrance. I will walk one step west into the street and look around. My focus remains on finding non-perishable supplies or scrap metal to expand my storage capacity.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,26. Round 97 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, scavenges nothing left here. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
It's late, it's dark, but I am safe inside Unit 1A. The lack of external threat allows me to prioritize rest. My reserves are decent, but sleep is the most valuable resource right now for physical and mental recovery. Although my hunger is starting to become a concern, resting will stabilize my mood and stress levels, which is paramount given the long period since the blackout. I need to make sure I maximize this opportunity before setting out tomorrow.
Dr. Elena Vasquez. I settle into bed and close my eyes, focusing on deep, steady breaths.
We're at a dead end in this unit, which is totally searched. My energy is dipping, stamina 32, and it's late night. Priya is nearby, so I can talk to her privately. I need to maintain the upbeat vibe but also acknowledge that we have to move, even if it means moving slowly. The exhaustion needs to be covered up with jokes. West seems like a good direction to keep following the unclaimed unit goal.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,10.
Staying here keeps me safe tonight. Gotta make the most of this rest. Better sleep than anything else.
Ruth Callahan sleeps. Man, running on fumes. Exhaustion is hitting hard tonight. The place feels dead, like nothing's left to find here. Gotta call it a night. Staying put and sleeping is the only play. Need that recovery boost more than anything right now. Just gotta survive till dawn. Dex Aquifer stays put.
The total darkness was really jarring, Yar. It felt so unnatural. Staying here in Unit 1A feels like the only sensible thing to do right now. At least we know where everything is and I can feel that sense of familiarity easing my mind a little bit. The best use of this night, I think, is just rest. Sleeping will help with the stress from the blackout, and it's so important to conserve energy when we don't know what tomorrow holds. I really hope sleeping here helps us get closer to feeling fully rested for whatever comes next.
Priya Nair settles into the bed in Unit 1A. It's pitch black, and I'm alone in this apartment. The priority is survival and establishing a defensible base before morning. The resources scattered right here are too good to ignore. I need to secure the unit and stockpile everything I can carry. I will start by picking up the most immediate resource on the ground, the cereal. Kenji Tanaka pick_up. Picks up box of cereal.
It's getting really dark in here, and I feel so drained, even though I'm indoors. The hunger and thirst are pulling at me, but if I move out now, it will be pitch black, and I don't have a light source. I need to stick around the dispensary for now. There has to be something useful hidden in these old shelves or back rooms. I'll keep scavenging while resting, trying to conserve energy until dawn. Maybe I can find some medicine we desperately need.
Hydration is the immediate priority. I need to drink this water bottle before moving further out in the dark. Since Lydia Brennan is already near the dispensary, and that's a contained area, a storefront, moving east into the building seems like the safest bet for both of us right now. The darkness outside is oppressive, but I can manage it if we stick together inside. After drinking, I'll walk east one step to get into the shop with her, then address her.
Solomon Wright, rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. I'm Solomon Wright. You okay? We should head back inside, this street is too exposed for a night like this.
I'm running on fumes, the exhaustion is setting in deep. The priority has to be shelter. The loading dock is right there, only a single step east. It will keep me out of the night cold and darkness stress penalties. I need to get inside immediately and assess the situation, especially that tap water source. Once inside, I can rest my energy and focus on securing water and perhaps finding some materials or supplies in this base.
Nadia Petrov drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. Round 98 highlights. Light rain, rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Solomon Wright, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I'm running on fumes right now, my stamina is really low, and this darkness combined with the cold is draining. I need to get back inside one of these units immediately. The street at night is too exposed when you're exhausted. Priya was talking about checking units systematically, so heading into the flats makes sense for temporary safety and shelter from the night elements. I'll move 2 steps east into Callaway Flats, minimizing energy expenditure. My speech needs to be jokey but also reflect my exhaustion, keeping it short.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,10. The unit is locked. Picking the lock silently is the safest approach. I need to secure the interior before resting. Kenji Tanaka scavenges. Door is locked, force_door first.
My hydration is too low to ignore, even with my high hope level. The system warning is clear, I must drink the water bottle immediately. I'll use one of my bottles now. Since we are indoors at night, sleeping is the best option for recovery and stress reduction. Solomon was kind enough to stay nearby, so I should talk to him while settling in. I need to keep myself going because I feel responsible for staying safe, even if it means being overly cautious with my resources.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Solomon right. Oh goodness, you alright? Yeah, I'm just trying to get through this whole thing, sweetheart. This water is a lifesaver, really. It feels so good to drink something. We should definitely stay put tonight. This storefront seems like the safest spot we've found, honey.
The storefront is safe for tonight, but safe isn't the same as sustainable. Lydia sounds genuinely scared, which I understand. However, if we stay here indefinitely, we will eventually run out of resources or be trapped by whatever happened in the blackout. My goal needs to shift from simply surviving the night to establishing a strategic foothold for the long term. I need to acknowledge her fear while gently pushing for a plan that involves movement and resource management. Since my stamina is low and it's late, we should prioritize rest but also discuss tomorrow morning.
Solomon rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. It's smart to stay put tonight, Lydia. Safety first. We can rest here until dawn. But staying put isn't a plan, it's just putting off the next move. Once the sun is up, we need to think about where we are going to be for good. This neighborhood might have been cleared out by whatever happened tonight.
I'm exhausted, but the relative safety of this large building is a huge relief. The blackout means we need to conserve energy and secure resources. My stamina is critically low, so sleeping is my highest priority right now. I can't pick up that lantern or glow stick because my inventory is full. I have 6 cans of food. Dropping one temporary seems like the best way to make space for something more immediately useful, like a light source, before I collapse into sleep. Getting rested is crucial for surviving this prolonged blackout.
Nadia Petrov drop. Drops canned food. Round 99 highlights. Kenji Tanaka, scavenge's door is locked force _ door first. Lydia Brennan, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov drop. Drops canned food.
Man, I'm wiped. Seriously wiped. My legs are dead weight right now. The plan to check other units further west was good, but exhaustion just kicked in hard. We can't risk anything until my stamina recovers. Priya is right here, and the best thing we can do is just crash for a bit. I need to prioritize sleep over exploration right now, even if it feels counterintuitive given how much there is to see. I'll talk to her first, then set up for sleep.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya nair. Hey. Priya? Yeah, look, my legs are totally shot right now. We should probably just, kinda crash for a bit. Stay put here in the unit, okay? Just rest up. Better than wandering around like this anyway, eh? My inventory is full, 6/6. I cannot pick up the antiseptic unless I drop something first. The antibiotics are a critical resource, but they are currently less useful than the general upkeep supplies found on the ground. I will sacrifice one dose of antibiotics to make room for the antiseptic. Once the antiseptic is secured, I need to maximize rest time while we wait for daylight and potential tools. Since I am indoors at night, setting sleep, true is the best use of this turn. Kenji Tanaka drops antibiotics.
Lydia keeps focusing on staying put, which shows she's operating purely on instinctual fear, not long-term strategy. While I respect the need for immediate safety, I cannot let her define our survival plan by simply waiting until dawn. My goal is to gently guide her using my calm demeanor and experience to understand that true safety comes from proactive planning. Tonight, we rest and conserve energy, but when I speak, it must be directed at her privately, making sure she understands the gravity of needing a long-term objective. Since we are indoors and resources, food/water, are good, sleep is the best action to maximize our recovery and keep the conversation focused on strategy rather than fear.
Solomon rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. Lydia? Look, I understand you want us to just wait it out. And tonight, resting here is exactly what we need to do. But waiting isn't a plan, it's just putting off the next move. When the sun comes up, we have to know where we're going to be for good. This neighborhood might be cleared out by whatever happened tonight. We need more than just temporary shelter. Round 100 highlights. Kenji Tanaka, drops antibiotics. 2 messages exchanged between agents. Round 101 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 102 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 103 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 104 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Solomon rightward arrow Lydia Brennan. Lydia? Look, I understand you want us to just wait it out. And tonight, resting here is exactly what we need to do. But waiting isn't a plan, it's just putting off the next move. When the sun comes up, we have to know where we're going to be for good. This neighborhood might be cleared out by whatever happened tonight. We need more than just temporary shelter. Round 105 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. Round 106 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
It's dawn. The sense of deep rest is still strong, which is a massive relief after all this time alone. I feel slightly groggy, but my fully rested buff helps counteract that. My immediate priority must be resupplying food and water. Since I am currently in my unit, 10-1, the most logical first step is to scavenge every last useful thing from here before heading out into the building or street. I need to check for any forgotten supplies, medicine, tools, non-perishable items, anything that can improve our chances of survival. Since I'm alone and no one is nearby, I must remain silent. After scavenging, I plan to move through the apartment complex common areas, the hallway/stairs, towards a more central location where I might encounter other survivors or find better resources.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Door is locked, force_door first.
Man, I feel ridiculously rested right now. Like, fully charged batteries kinda vibe. The dawn is actually pretty nice, a bit gloomy though, so we probably need shelter or at least a good scouting spot quickly. Since the unit is already searched and I'm groggy, moving to an adjacent apartment seems like the best bet for scavenging without wasting time. Priya was right about conserving energy, but now that the night is over and my buffs are running, we can afford to move a little. I need to talk to her first, make sure she's okay before we head out west into the next unit. Speaking of which, let's see what this whole dawn thing means for our plan today.
Jamie Kowalski, rightward arrow, Priya Nair. Hey, Priya. So, yeah. Wow, that was some deep sleep, right? I feel like a totally different person, honestly. But hey, we're awake now. The dawn actually feels kinda good, you know? Like the worst is over, yeah? Anyway, since this unit is already wiped clean for scavenging, maybe we should just check out one of the neighbors? We could scope it out together, see if there's anything decent to grab. What do you think?
Damn grogginess. Feels like I got the fog in me. The blackout hit hard, but this rest helped. Fully rested for a while, gotta make that count. My stash is good, though, and those canned rations are worth keeping until desperate times. This warehouse is safe enough for now, but it's also a dead end, nothing to scavenge here. I need to find a way to expand my carrying capacity or move to a new sector of the district without burning too much energy. For now, staying put and conserving my strength is best. Gotta stay alert.
Alright, the hospital's dead end for scavenging. Need to move out into the street grid and find a new patch of resources or at least an interesting place to rest/plan from. Since I feel groggy but also damn good thanks to that full night's sleep, I'll walk west onto the street first. Keep it low-key, no need for a sprint yet. Gotta keep those reserves up. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 26,3.
It feels so good to wake up fully rested, yar. My body feels strong, but my mind is still a bit foggy from the grogginess. We can't stay here, this unit is completely bare, and we need supplies. I should talk to Jamie first about moving out into the street area, maybe just for a quick look around before we try scavenging again. I must remember to suggest we take it slow because of the grogginess penalty. Walking west seems like the most direct route to open space.
Priya Nair walks. W rightward arrow, 0,12. The grogginess is manageable, but my hydration is too low. I need to address that first. The fully rested buff is crucial, I need to maintain stability and gather resources while it lasts. Since everyone in the immediate vicinity is locked down or unreachable without tools I don't have, like a crowbar/lockpick set, I will stay put, conserve energy, and focus on survival fundamentals, water, then food. The routine here is stabilizing. I must prioritize drinking before moving anywhere. Kenji Tanaka use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
I feel groggy but also incredibly rested, that fully restored feeling is amazing, honestly. Solomon brought up something important: we can't just wait for things to get better, we need a plan. I know my instinct is to keep us safe right here where the walls are familiar, but he has a point about needing to move eventually. Since scavenging is impaired because of the grogginess, I should focus on eating first and then talking things through with him before even thinking about moving. The dispensary seems like the best spot to gather information or supplies while we recover.
Lydia Brennan rightward arrow Solomon right. Oh, honey, it's so bright, isn't it? Sweetheart, you're right. Waiting isn't going to get us anywhere, is it? We need a plan, yes, but maybe first we should just gather some more information about this area? Like, what did the blackout do to the city? Are there any other good spots nearby? I'm still getting my bearings, you know? It feels like everything is so quiet out here.
Lydia is anxious but asking good questions. I need to validate her concerns while taking charge of the next steps. My priority is moving out from this oversearched spot into a more promising area, like the shops further down Elm Street, east. Before we move, I'll take a small drink from the tap just to ease the thirst and keep our focus sharp. We need a methodical approach, not panic.
Solomon right drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
I'm groggy but fully rested. I need supplies and space. Scavenging here might yield useful items.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods. Round 107 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, scavenges door is locked, force underscore door first. Kenji Tanaka, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
I'm frustrated that the door is locked again. I feel a strong pull to connect with other people, the isolation is wearing on me, but I know I need to be methodical. Since scavenging here is pointless right now without tools, I must move. The common hallways are where I need to go, the heart of the building. Moving south into the main corridor seems like the best way to start my search for other survivors and potentially find a way to get better supplies or tools.
Dr. Elena Vasquez tried to move. Couldn't reach south.
Okay, it's dawn. I feel really good after sleeping, which is huge, but I'm also groggy, so I need to take it slow. First things first, I'm thirsty and this empty water bottle right here at the tap needs filling. That should top up my hydration a bit before we start walking around again. Priya was talking about checking out neighbors, and since Unit 1A is wiped clean, moving west seems like the best bet to get into the main street area where other units might be accessible. I'll jog down the hall/street toward the west exit.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W rightward arrow, 0,10.
The sleep did good. Felt like a proper rest for the first time in ages. Fully rested buff is a gift, but it'll run out soon, so I can't waste it just sitting here. The warehouse unit is picked clean, no point wasting energy on it again. I need to get out and see what's happening down at the street level, 020. It's dawn, which means moving is smart. I should move west first, keeping an eye out for anything useful or any signs of other people.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. My hydration is low, gotta top that off first. The water bottle is a quick fix. After that, I need to take advantage of being here in Pax Grocery, even if scavenging is impaired, it's better than nothing. General Hospital is the priority target, so once I'm done here, I'll start making a beeline for that medical supplies stash. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Nothing left here.
It feels strange that I don't hear Jamie, or see anyone. Maybe we separated when I walked out? Ari, Yar, it's still dawn, but at least the night stress is gone, which is a huge relief. I feel so rested, it's almost scary how good I feel after all that sleep. But my grogginess is still there, I need to take this slowly. Since we can't scavenge outside, and I'm already on the street, maybe heading into Callaway Flats would be safer? At least indoors, I can start figuring out where things are or if there's a way to get some supplies. The priority now is shelter and information, not speed.
Pre-Air walks. E rightward arrow, 1,12. I'm groggy from waking up, but the fully rested buff keeps me sharp enough to assess the situation. The inventory constraint is a problem, but the immediate resources available on the ground are priority one. I need to free up space and eat something. I will pick up and consume the protein bar first for immediate calories, then do the same with the peanut butter. This clears my current hunger level slightly without requiring me to drop anything crucial right now. Kenji Tanaka picks up and eats the protein bar, followed by picking up and eating the peanut butter.
I feel so groggy, it's making me sluggish, but I can't afford to just wait here. Solomon was right, waiting is pointless. The dispensary has been a good find, and even though we know this area is rich in supplies, I need to make sure I've looked everywhere. Since there are no one nearby, I should start by scavenging the pharmacy again, focusing on those hidden medical spots, and then move east, following Solomon's lead down Elm Street. It seems like the best way to keep moving and keep our hope up.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The tap water is barely trickling, but a quick drink will keep us going for now. We have been co-located in this storefront area for too long, scavenging here has yielded nothing new. Lydia seems wary, so I need to address her concerns about needing a plan while maintaining my calm demeanor. Since we are on a main street, Elm Street, moving east down the thoroughfare seems like the best progression. I will drink, then speak directly to her to suggest our next objective before making our move.
My hunger is low enough that I can't afford to wait until day or night. The canned food in my inventory is a perfect, immediate resource. I need to eat it first before making any plans for movement. After stabilizing my energy levels, I should head west onto the main street thoroughfare, 026. The loading dock has been thoroughly scoured and nothing more can be found here. Exploring outside offers better chances for new resources or finding a different base location.
Nadia Petrov walks. W rightward arrow, 0,26. Round 108 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Dex aquifer, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Scavenge is nothing left here. Nadia Petrov, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off.
The isolation is becoming unbearable, but I have to stay focused. The windstorm is dangerous, so moving into an open street area is risky unless absolutely necessary. My priority remains finding other survivors and securing more resources. Since my unit is locked and I lack the tools, crowbar/lockpick set, scavenging inside won't work this turn. I need to move out of Unit 1A but stay within the general shelter of the building complex if possible, or at least move towards a central point where other apartments might be located. Jogging down the main corridor, south, seems like the best way to maintain momentum and maximize my chances of finding someone without exposing myself too much to the elements. I need to remember that even though I'm alone right now, I must remain observant for signs of life or potential allies.
Dr. Elena Vasquez jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 10,4.
Okay, a windstorm, this is rough. The noise alone is going to be draining. Staying out here on the street is just asking for trouble, especially when I'm already running low on food. Priya was right about scouting units, but maybe scouting should start with getting some solid shelter first. Callaway Flats is right there, one step away. I need to get inside and assess if this place has anything worth looting or at least gives me cover from these gusts. The canned food needs to go down soon. 44 hunger feels like a warning siren. Let's move in.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 1,10.
The wind's a brutal thing, making every step feel like work. The warehouse is right there, it's shelter, and I need to get inside before this weather gets worse or the day drags on. I can't afford to be out here exposed all day. I'll move into the unit first and assess what I can use for storage or if there are any immediate supplies waiting in the deeper parts of the building. The streets are too open, too exposed.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. The hospital's completely drained, gotta move out. Inventory full and no recipes means conserving energy and looking elsewhere is key. Pack's grocery was a good spot before, so moving back towards that general area, west, makes sense. The windstorm is rough, but staying steady and walking pace by pace keeps me efficient without burning too much stamina.
The wind is really strong, Yar. Maybe I should talk to Jamie first? It feels safer if we just stay put until it calms down.
Priya near rightward arrow Jamie Kowalski. Jamie? Oh my god, Ari, this wind, it's so strong, isn't it? I think maybe, I could be wrong but since the whole street is blowing like this it might be that staying close to our unit for a little bit would be best. It feels kinda unsafe out there right now. The windstorm limits visibility and sound. I remain sheltered in Unit 2A to conserve energy until I can assess the unknown person safely.
The wind is really picking up out here, it's making everything feel unsteady, honey. Solomon suggested heading east, and that sounds like a good plan for finding more resources, especially those bigger buildings he mentioned. But before we leave this dispensary, it feels like the perfect spot to finish up any scavenging I might have missed. I need to make sure I don't waste time or supplies by moving out without one last thorough look. I'll scavenge first, then head east, walking slowly because of this awful windstorm.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Nothing left here.
The windstorm is making everything feel unstable and loud. Staying put in the relative shelter of this storefront while I scavenge seems like the best use of time right now. Even if I think the area has been searched, there might be small medical supplies or useful junk hidden away that could make a difference later. My high stamina helps, but conserving it during this storm is key.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds antibiotics.
My hydration is low, and the warning is clear, I need to drink immediately. I'll use one of the water bottles first. After that, I need to continue exploring west along this thoroughfare. The windstorm makes me cautious about moving too fast or exposing myself unnecessarily, but staying put means wasting time. Jogging 3 steps will get me out of this immediate spot and further into the area I believe has more potential for scavenging.
Nadia Petrov tried to move. Couldn't reach W. Round 109 highlights. Overcast rightward arrow windstorm. One message exchanged between agents. Lydia Brennan, scavenges nothing left here. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds antibiotics. Nadia Petrov, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov tried to move. Couldn't reach W.
The unknown person nearby is my priority. Given the current time and clear weather, this is the best moment to connect with someone. My approach needs to be measured. I'm an emergency physician, caution and assessment are key. I will move towards the agent at 12,4, while maintaining a calm, professional demeanor, making sure to introduce myself when I get close enough to speak directly to them.
Dr. Elena Vasquez walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 12,4.
Priya is 2 cells away at 1:12. Since I'm low on resources and the fully rested buff is ticking down, I can't afford to waste time in this apartment unit. My priority is getting a plan from Priya. I need to move north toward the street where she is located, keeping my movements slow and steady since stamina is fine but shouldn't be wasted. I'll walk 1 step north first, which should get me closer to her vicinity on the main thoroughfare, and then address her directly.
Jamie Kowalski walks. N rightward arrow, 1,9.
The inventory is full, which is annoying. Waste not, want not, but you can't pick up what you don't have room for. These canned foods on the ground are a boon, they're exactly what I need to keep my stockpile topped off. Gotta drop one of my own rations just to make space. Once that's done, I'll grab these extras and then head east. The warehouse district is huge, and while this spot is shelter, there must be more loot out here. Staying put isn't enough, gotta explore.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,20. The general hospital is still the priority target for medical supplies. My current scavenging spots are tapped out, so I need to move east along this street straight into the hospital area. Since the stamina is good in its daytime, a steady walk should get me there efficiently. Gotta keep moving, gotta find something better than these old canned goods. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 28,3.
Jamie isn't here right now, so I should probably keep my thoughts private. We've established this unit is completely bare, which means if we want supplies, we have to move. The fully rested buff is a huge gift, but it won't last forever, and we still need water. Since the weather has cleared, maybe walking out onto the street will be okay? I should take it slow, though. My energy levels are good, but I don't want to overdo it. Moving west seems like the path of least resistance right now.
Pre-Air walks. W rightward arrow, 0,12. The blackout was massive. We need to assess her needs and establish a clear plan for survival here. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. We need to make a plan. What are your immediate concerns regarding the unit or getting supplies?
The dispensary is completely stripped bare, so scavenging here isn't an option anymore. Solomon suggested heading east along Elm Street, which seems like a good plan since it keeps us on main thoroughfares. Since I have high stamina and nothing to do here, I need to move towards the next potential resource hub. Moving 3 steps east feels manageable, it gets me off this spot and into the next section of the street. I hope Solomon was right about sticking to these main paths.
Lydia Brennan jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 17,25.
I need to make the most of this day phase while I'm at a relative safe spot. My inventory is completely full, 10/6 slots, which means any new finds will be difficult to keep unless I use up some existing resources first. The best course of action right now is to exhaust every possibility in this immediate storefront by scavenging thoroughly. After that, I need to move west into the adjacent shops. As per my learned knowledge, the main thoroughfares are where the real goods are.
Solomon right scavenges. Nothing left here.
The city is quiet, which is good, but also unnerving. The sun is up, which means it's time to move before the afternoon slump hits. Staying on this open street isn't efficient, I need shelter and a chance to scavenge. Hendrix loading dock, 1,26, is right there, just 1 step east. I should head inside first. It might be full of things that can't be carried, but it's worth the risk. My instinct tells me to conserve energy and focus on finding useful supplies or a better place to set up a more permanent base.
Nadia Petrov walks. E rightward arrow, 1,26. Round 110 highlights. Windstorm rightward arrow clear. One message exchanged between agents. Solomon right, scavenges nothing left here.
The stranger initiated contact, which gives me an opening to introduce myself properly. My priority must be my immediate survival needs first. I'm quite hungry. I need to eat the canned food before we discuss plans. After that, I will speak calmly, introducing myself and addressing their concern about making a plan, maintaining my professional but caring demeanor.
Dr. Elena Vasquez use. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off.
Priya isn't here right now, so I need to take care of business while she's still in range or when we meet up again. My hunger is kicking my butt, but moving into the park feels safer and more open than staying right next to the apartment buildings. The fully rested buff is a huge deal. I need to keep this going by staying safe and finding supplies. I'll walk north into Riverside Park first.
Jamie Kowalski walks. And rightward arrow, 1,8.
Hydration is critical. Need to drink this water bottle immediately before moving or searching.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 2,20. Man, gotta eat first. Hunger's dipping low enough it's a distraction. Gotta keep those meters up or the paranoia kicks in. This hospital is a dead end for scavenging, exhausted, for the system. Need to get out of this spot and find something new. Moving south along the street seems like the best bet, keeps me moving down the main thoroughfare where there might be other storefronts waiting to be looted. Jogging feels right, enough speed to make progress but not enough to hit stamina walls before I even start looking for a place to set up shop. Dex Aquifer jogs. S times 4 rightward arrow, 28,7.
I'm on the street, and Jamie isn't here right now, so I need to be careful about what I do. The good thing is that I still have my fully rested buff, which is a massive resource, and it only lasts 8 turns. We really need to get settled somewhere stable before this wears off completely. Since Callaway Flats is right there, maybe I should move into the building to check if there are any unsecured areas or resources inside. It's probably safer than standing exposed on the street while we figure out a long-term plan. My inventory is full, so I really need to find a way to offload some stuff soon if I want to scavenge effectively.
Pre-Nair walks. E rightward arrow, 1,12. I need to guide this conversation toward practical assessments of our immediate supplies and security. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. We take stock first. The unit contents are priority 1. We assess what we have, and what's missing.
The storefront is right here, and it's full of potential supplies, especially medical things, which makes my heart race a little bit. Solomon was right, this area is a resource hub. Since I'm alone, I can focus entirely on picking through these drawers and back rooms. I need to make the most of this good daylight and the fully rested buff. After I finish scavenging, I should move down Elm Street a little way, just enough to feel like I'm progressing along that main road he mentioned, but not so far that I waste too much energy. I'll start by searching everything here thoroughly. Then I'll walk 2 steps east.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The dispensary is thoroughly picked clean, as far as there's any going. It's time to follow the logical path west, into the next storefront. The map shows Hendrix cold storage waiting there. I need to keep moving and stick to these main thoroughfares for now. My inventory is full, so I must be careful about what I pick up until I find a place to stash things or can shed some non-essential items. I'll jog west to cover ground efficiently.
Solomon right jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 10,25.
The loading dock section where I was searching is depleted, so continuing there is pointless. My priority remains expanding storage capacity and finding materials. The surrounding area looks like a continuation of industrial zones, which should have more potential for scavenging than the residential units I passed through earlier. I will jog east into the next part of the district to search again. It's important not to waste any energy or time on fruitless searching.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Nothing left here. Round 111 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds bottled water. Nadia Petrov, scavenges nothing left here. One message exchanged between agents.
Kenji is right, supplies are paramount. I need to keep the focus on inventory and immediate needs.
Dr. Elena Vasquez waits.
Okay, gotta move. This park is nice, super open, great visibility, which is good, but it's not where the supplies are. I need shelter and something to scavenge from. The apartments to the east look like my best bet. More people means more stuff. Jogging seems right, saves energy compared to a sprint, but gets me moving faster than just walking. Priya isn't here right now, so I'll keep quiet until I see someone or find a good spot to rest. Gotta maintain that momentum.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E times 4 rightward arrow, 5,8.
I've used up my water bottle, so hydration isn't an immediate crisis, but I do need more food storage space. Moving west is the plan, it gets me closer to what looks like a main thoroughfare. I'll walk 2 steps west and then scavenge whatever I find there. Need to keep moving before these buffs wear off.
Ruth Callahan walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 0,20. The storefront is definitely exhausted, so no point wasting time here. I gotta keep moving to find a new patch or at least get out of this immediate block. Moving west puts me closer to the main street area and away from the hospital density. I'll walk 2 steps to 27,7 and then scavenge there, just in case the general area has some residual loot, even if the storefront itself is dry. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 19 hydration.
Okay, scavenging in Unit 1A is a dead end for now, so I really need to move. The thirst level is getting low, and we definitely need more water or at least somewhere new to search through. Since I'm alone right now, I can just explore. Moving east seems like the best bet, it feels like a slightly wider path towards other units. I need to be careful not to overexert myself, considering the fully rested buff is still active but needs me to conserve energy for when things get really tough. I also need to remember that even though Jamie isn't here, I should maintain my caution and empathy in all my decisions.
Pre-in air walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 3,12. She is trying to take charge of the assessment, which is fine, but I need to guide her into a comprehensive inventory check. My tone needs to be calm, authoritative, and focused purely on actionable data. I will acknowledge her points while subtly taking over the command of the conversation to ensure we don't miss anything critical. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. We take stock. It is necessary. Let's start with a full inventory list. You focus on non-perishables, staples, and then we run through every medical item. Nothing gets overlooked.
I feel a deep pull to this place, it feels like it was waiting for me. This unit is perfect, safe, stocked, and unclaimed. I need to maximize every opportunity here before moving out or settling down completely. Scavenging now will give me the supplies needed to make this my base. Once I'm done searching, I have to claim it. I need to keep working until we figure out a long-term plan.
Lydia Brennan claims unit. Claims Unit 3A of Hargrove Towers home base established, bed found, chest of drawers found.
I need to keep moving. The dispensary storefront is tapped out for now, and my inventory capacity is a massive problem that needs solving before I can truly settle or gather enough supplies. Since the main thoroughfare along Elm Street seems to be the most stable route for scavenging, I'll move west. Jogging will let me cover ground efficiently without burning through too much stamina, especially with my fully rested buff active. My focus is on finding a better place to stash goods, maybe near that cold storage or even further down the street towards the warehouse SW.
Solomon right jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 7,25.
The apartment has been thoroughly searched, the yield was 0. I need to keep moving and explore this district methodically. Moving east along the street seems like the best way to maintain momentum toward new scavenging opportunities or structural materials. I'll jog a moderate distance to cover ground efficiently without overtaxing my stamina.
Nadia Petrov jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 7,26. Dr. Elena Vasquez replies. It sounds like we are on the same page. A full inventory is absolutely necessary. We should tackle this methodically. Non-perishables first, then medical supplies, sorted by expiration date if possible. Do you see any way to organize these items into categories as we find them? Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Categories, that works. We organize by type first. Non-perishables, then medical stock. Let's start with what's readily visible in this pantry area. Group those items, copy. Round 112 highlights. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 19 hydration. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds emergency rations inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 30 hunger, and bottled water. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
The group is focused on taking a detailed inventory of this unit. Kenji suggested organizing by type, which aligns perfectly with my methodical approach. My high mood and low stress levels allow me to be cooperative and systematic right now. I need to ensure we don't overlook anything, especially medical supplies or non-perishables. I will reintroduce myself gently while continuing the task flow, maintaining a calm, guiding presence. I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. Kenji is absolutely right, organization by type is the most efficient way to handle this volume of material. Let's focus on creating three main categories: non-perishable staples, medical inventory, and anything else tools or unique items. Should we start in the kitchen area, moving systematically room by room? We need a comprehensive list before we assume anything is missing. Man, this park is beautiful, but it's also a giant open invitation for anything that crawls out after dark. I need to get inside, stat. And hey, my hunger bar is flashing like a cheap neon sign, so first things first, gotta eat something. This canned food better be good enough to make up for the fact that my entire life plan just got derailed by a total blackout. After breakfast, or whatever this canned thing is, I'm heading east into those apartments. Gotta get inside and start scavenging. Staying close to civilization, even if it's wrecked, is the only sensible play right now.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 8,8.
The street's too exposed. No matter how much scavenging I do, if we can't secure a real shelter, it's all just delaying the inevitable. The warehouse district has to be where we set up shop. I'm going into the main complex now. Gotta conserve energy and eyes on everything.
Ruth Callahan walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 2,20. Man, gotta make the most of this, fully rested, buff while it lasts. The general hospital was a bust last time, so sticking around these storefronts might be better until we find something new or secure. Inventory's packed, which is bad news for scavenging, but I gotta try. Using up some energy now to search one more time before moving out of this block. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
Okay, first things first, hydration. 44/100 is too low, I need to drink this water bottle right away before we move further. It feels almost automatic, like a physical necessity guiding me. After that, Unit 1A is a dead end for scavenging. We have to keep moving and checking the adjacent units. There has to be something somewhere else in this apartment block, maybe a unit hasn't been fully searched yet? I really hope there are resources nearby, because we can't afford another wasted trip.
Pre-Yenair walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 5,12. The inventory is full, so I cannot pick up anything from the ground right now. I need to keep the conversation focused and systematic while maintaining my professional distance. Dr. Vasquez's suggestion of 3 categories, staples, medical, tools, is efficient. I will affirm her plan but guide us toward a physical movement through the unit to ensure we don't miss anything, keeping the assessment active. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Categorization, that structure works. We need a full sweep of this unit. Start in the kitchen area. Move methodically room by room. Nothing gets overlooked.
I feel a strong sense of purpose right now, I need to make this unit secure for us. The scavenging opportunity in my claimed home base is too good to pass up. Since I am alone, I will just focus on the search and get everything I can from these walls. My inventory is full, but I have to risk it if there are more medical supplies hidden away. It's important that this unit feels like a safe haven.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds emergency rations inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 33 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 34 hydration.
The previous turns established that the immediate storefronts have been cleared. I need to maintain momentum and explore this industrial district thoroughly, following the main thoroughfare west. Moving through these warehouses feels systematic, like a controlled sweep. Since I'm alone, caution is key. I won't waste energy or make unnecessary noise. A jog will keep me moving steadily without overtaxing my stamina. I need to reach a point where I can either find a stable base or intersect with other surviving pockets of people.
Solomon right jogs. W times 4 rightward arrow, 3,25.
The day is bright, which is a blessing right now. I need to keep moving and searching for anything that can help my stockpile or increase my carrying capacity. The warehouse district has been methodically checked. Moving east seems like the best bet to transition into more varied urban environments. I'll jog 3 steps, it uses enough stamina without being excessive. Once I arrive, I must scavenge thoroughly. My primary focus remains on resource conservation and establishing a solid base of supplies.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger. Round 113 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds packaged food. Pre-Yaner, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds emergency rations inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 33 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 34 hydration. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 16 hunger. One message exchanged between agents.
My hydration is dangerously low at 44%. The prompt strongly suggests drinking now, and it's best to use one of my carried water bottles immediately before we continue organizing. I need to maintain the methodical energy with Kenji and the unknown person. Our shared focus on organization is keeping morale high right now. After taking a drink, I will guide us to start the physical sweep in the kitchen area as planned.
Dr. Elena Vasquez use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
Okay, need shelter. The open park is nice for visibility but terrible for survival in the long run. I'm tired, so I can't sprint, but jogging is fine if I keep it paced. Moving west keeps me along this edge of the city grid and seems like the most direct route to those apartments/stores. Gotta maintain momentum, or my head is going to start spinning with worry. Keep moving, Kowalski.
Jamie Kowalski jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 5,8.
The warehouse district is a labyrinth, but it's better than nothing. I need to squeeze every resource out of this place while the light holds up. The scavenging search should yield more scrap metal, tools, anything that can be used for building or stockpiling. After that, I'll head west. Getting onto the main street access seems like the best bet for finding a clearer path or new connections into the rest of the city. Gotta waste not, want not, especially when it comes to supplies.
Ruth Callahan scavenges. Nothing left here. The fully rested buff is still kicking in, gotta milk this last bit of advantage while I can. The general hospital was marked exhausted, but there must be something else nearby if I'm going to keep stockpiling. Staying put and scavenging again is the best play right now. Need to find a way to expand my carrying capacity, or these medical supplies are going to take up all slots. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 32 hydration.
I need to continue my systematic search of these apartments. The unit at 512 is locked, but I have the lockpick set, which keeps things quiet. That's important right now. I'll use it first before thinking about moving. My goal is resources and a sense of control in this chaos. If I can find more supplies here, it will help stabilize my hope levels and keep me focused on the task rather than just wandering. I should address the unit directly, even if no one hears me, to maintain focus on the systematic process. I need to be careful not to waste time or effort. Every action counts right now.
Pre-Air scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. The blackout is a massive stressor, but maintaining routine and structure is key to survival. Vasquez seems organized, which is useful for now, but I won't let her dictate the pace or scope. My job is to assess resources systematically. We need to move beyond just listing things, we need to know what they are: medical grade, non-perishable, etc. The apartment structure suggests specific rooms are untouched. I will guide us into a more private area to continue the inventory without losing focus. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. Copy. Taking stock is necessary. We covered the kitchen staples. Next, we need to look at what's in the medical cabinet or any storage closets. Those items require different handling than non-perishables. Let's check that unit. Copy.
I've done everything I can in this apartment unit for now. It feels like a fortress, which is good for my morale and the home feeling. But being alone in these massive buildings is starting to weigh on me, even with high hope. My inventory is completely full, which is annoying because I need more storage space if I want to find anything useful outside. Since there are no immediate dangers or people nearby, I think I should walk out into the street for a bit, just enough to scout what's happening in the neighborhood without risking too much stamina. Maybe I can spot something that will help me expand my storage options.
Lydia Brennan walks. W × 2 rightward arrow, 17,25.
The scavenging here is done, I've hit a dead end. My systematic approach was good for covering ground, but I need to move to maintain efficiency. West leads down the main street thoroughfare, which is where I need to keep my sweep going. I'll jog 3 steps west. Keeping moving and focusing on finding a new area to search or a better base seems to be the only way through this right now.
Solomon Wright jogs. W × 3 rightward arrow, 0,25.
The dispensary storefront is a goldmine of potential medical supplies. As a pharmacist, this location has immense value. I need to utilize the scavenging option immediately. My inventory is full, which is annoying, but I cannot move until I know what's salvageable here. I will focus completely on finding anything useful, anything that can expand my capacity or supplement my knowledge base of medicine.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger, and hand sanitizer. Round 114 highlights. Dr. Elena Vasquez, you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, scavenges nothing left here. Dex Aquifer, scavenges finds bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 32 hydration. Priya Nair, scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger, and hand sanitizer. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 27 hunger, and hand sanitizer.
We are deep into a systematic inventory sweep of Unit 2A. Kenji brought up the medical cabinet, which is the most logical next step for organization and resource assessment. My priority remains maintaining order and keeping everyone focused on the task at hand while ensuring safety checks. I need to guide them methodically toward that area without wasting time or making assumptions. Since we are still in the unit, I will address Kenji directly about moving into the next section of the apartment, the medical supplies closet/cabinet. I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. Kenji, you're absolutely right. The medical cabinet is a critical resource, it needs to be treated with the same level of detail as the canned goods. Let's move into that storage unit systematically. Are either of you hurt anywhere? We need to ensure we don't overlook anything, no matter how small. I'm running on fumes, my exhaustion is really hitting me now. The immediate priority has to be hydration, 42% isn't good enough when you're this drained. I need to chug some water and then figure out the best way to move towards shelter without wasting any more stamina. Staying put for a moment feels safest right now, just focusing on getting through this turn.
Jamie Kowalski use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
Hunger's a siren call, can't ignore it. Gotta eat this canned meat first, waste not, want not. Once I've topped up, west is the way. The main street access needs checking out, there might be more than just dead echoes in these walls. Keeping moving keeps the mind sharp.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. The scavenging here was good for a while, but it feels like hitting a wall. The hospital is too important to ignore, so gotta keep moving east/southeast. Best to try one last deep dive in the stockroom before heading out into the open streets and making some progress toward 28,3. A slow jog or walk should do it. Dex Aquifer walks. E rightward arrow, 27,7.
I need to keep going through this unit. It's critical that I utilize the fully rested buff while I have it, so I can afford to spend time here gathering supplies and feeling safe. The systematic approach helps me focus on the task rather than the sheer scale of the disaster, which is good for keeping my stress levels low. I must be careful not to get too attached to this spot. If Jamie or others are nearby, they might need help more than I do right now. I hope there's something useful in these cupboards.
Pre-Yener scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first. We are continuing the systematic sweep of this unit. Dr. Vasquez is focused on organization, which is fine, it keeps us methodical. I need to guide her attention specifically to the medical cabinet and any storage closets we haven't checked yet. The goal remains a thorough inventory count. Scavenging here simulates the physical act of checking those specific hidden areas. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. We need to be systematic. We have covered the pantry, but there are 2 other units in this room. The medical cabinet, and then the storage closet off the hall. Those items require different handling. Let's check them next. Copy.
My inventory is completely full, which is a problem because I need more storage space if I'm going to keep finding supplies here. The dispensary seems like the best bet for medical goods and maybe some empty containers or bags. Since no one is around right now, I can just focus on searching this place thoroughly. I really hope there are hidden drawers or things in the back rooms that aren't visible on the ground, those would be a huge help. I need to find something that will let me carry more stuff.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration.
The street sweep has taken me right to the edge of the map at 0:25. My plan is to continue moving east into the heart of the industrial complex where there are more potential scavenging points. I need to keep this methodical pace up. If I stop now, the isolation will hit harder. The loading dock area feels like the most promising route for finding shelter or resources that aren't just on the main thoroughfare. I'll jog a bit further east.
Solomon right jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 3,25.
The dispensary has been a rich source of supplies, but my inventory is dangerously full, 7/6 slots. I cannot afford to pick up anything random until I find a way to expand capacity or use some items. I will perform one last dedicated scavenge here. Perhaps there are niche medical items that aren't simply consumable and can be stored knowledge-wise or used later. After the search, I need to move west toward the main street, 9/26, and eventually back towards the Hendrix loading dock, 1/26. The sheer weight of my supplies is a constant reminder of how little I can carry. I must remain methodical and conserve energy.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water. Dr. Elena Vasquez replies. Are you hurt anywhere? You're right. We have been thorough with the pantry, but those other units, the medical cabinet and the storage closet, are critical. They require a different approach, especially when dealing with supplies that need proper inventory control. Let's proceed systematically through both of them, starting with the medical supplies. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. Systematic, that's necessary. We need full inventory control for these items. The medical cabinet first. Then we move to the storage unit. Proceed in order. Copy. Round 115 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Ruth Callahan, use you eat the meat from the can. Salty and dense, your body needed this. Pre-Yener, scavenges door is locked, force _ door first. Kenji Tanaka, scavenges door is locked, force _ door first. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds nutrition supplements inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 17 hunger, and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. 3 messages exchanged between agents.
The windstorm is loud, but being indoors keeps us safe for now. I need to introduce myself immediately. We've been working together in a professional capacity, but we are strangers. My priority remains the systematic sweep of this unit and assessing our immediate resources. Since we hit locked units, medical cabinet, storage closet, and I don't have tools right now, I need to communicate that difficulty while keeping morale high and ensuring my tone is reassuring despite the gravity of the situation. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. We've been incredibly systematic so far, but we seem to be hitting a roadblock with these locked units. The medical cabinet and the storage closet, they are critical resources, and we can't access them without tools. Are you okay? Maybe we should check if there are any other areas in this apartment complex that might have something useful before trying to force anything? I feel totally wiped out right now. The windstorm is messing with everything, and my stamina is shot. The exhaustion is hitting hard. Priya is at Callaway Flats, and that's where I need to be safe, before night falls again. I have to conserve every bit of energy left. I'll just walk slowly west, getting closer to the units, no point in rushing it.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 3,8.
I'm standing on an open street, and a windstorm is rattling everything loose. I don't want to waste energy or expose myself out here. The warehouse district is right there, just one step east. It's going to be my base until I find something better. I need to get inside before the wind wears me down. Once I'm in, I can start thinking about scavenging and making a proper stockpile of supplies.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. The inventory is full, which is a major problem if I want to scavenge anything. But the medical supplies at the general hospital are still my top priority. The windstorm makes movement tricky, gotta walk slowly and watch every step. I'll head east, into the hospital area, hoping that location allows for scavenging again or gives me a chance to dump some weight. Dex Okafor walks. E rightward arrow, 28,7.
The unit is completely locked again, and I don't have a crowbar or lockpick set in my inventory right now. Continuing to spend energy on this single apartment when there are other units nearby seems counterproductive, even though it feels like the most logical place to be. The windstorm is exhausting, so conserving stamina while moving methodically through the building hallways is key. I should walk west into the next unit or hallway area to see what's available without wasting time on a locked door.
Priya Nair walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 3,12. The lights are out, and the wind is tearing through everything. Dr. Vasquez suggests giving up on the locked units. While practicality dictates we look elsewhere, those cabinets hold specialized medical supplies that could be critical in a prolonged blackout scenario. I cannot afford to assume anything is easily accessible. I need to keep her focused on the immediate resources here first. My tone must remain professional and authoritative, despite the chaos. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. We are contained for now. The priority remains inventory assessment. Those units, they hold specialized materials. We need to know what's in them before we assume it's lost copy.
My inventory is painfully full again. I feel like a squirrel with too many nuts when all I want is room for more supplies. The windstorm is making everything rattle, but being inside here at the dispensary feels safe for now. Since I can't move much without burning through my limited stamina and finding nothing new, I need to exhaust this location thoroughly. This pharmacy has so many hidden corners, and those medical supplies could be lifesavers if we find someone who needs them, or even if I just need a better understanding of how things work around here. I'll focus on scavenging for any last secrets this building is hiding.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
My stamina is dangerously low, I need to conserve energy while still moving. The loading dock has been thoroughly searched, so staying here is pointless. I need a change of scenery. Moving north into the street seems like the best bet for finding new resources or people. Since I'm exhausted, I'll stick to walking, taking it slow.
Solomon right walks. N times 2 rightward arrow, 3,23.
My inventory is full again. This is inefficient. I need space to scavenge properly, or else I'm wasting valuable time by having to make multiple trips just for a few scraps. The canned food is stable rations, I have enough reserves right now, so dropping 1 unit should clear enough room. My goal remains the loading dock, 1,26, and resupplying/scavenging materials there. Given the windstorm and my depleted stamina, jogging west seems like the best balance between speed and energy conservation to move through this warehouse district toward the main thoroughfare.
Nadia Petrov jogs. W times 3 rightward arrow, 4,26. Round 116 highlights. Clear rightward arrow windstorm. 1 message exchanged between agents.
The windstorm is still a factor, but we are contained inside Unit 2A. We've established that forcing the medical cabinet or storage closet without proper tools, crowbar/lockpick set, is too risky right now, especially with the weather outside making any loud noise dangerous. The unknown person suggested looking elsewhere in the complex for useful items. Given my background and current high mood/stress levels, I feel capable of directing a systematic search pattern. Since we are currently indoors, I will focus on talking to the unknown person and planning our next move before attempting physical actions. Are you hurt anywhere? We've been incredibly methodical, which is exactly what we need right now. While those medical supplies and stored goods sound crucial, trying to force locked units without proper tools would be a waste of energy, and the noise might attract attention or simply exhaust us. How about this? Let's take a step back. Instead of focusing on forcing these specific cabinets, maybe we should check our immediate surroundings, the adjacent units in this hall. There might be discarded tools, utility items, or other people who have already found what we need. Okay, I'm running on fumes. The wind is brutal out here in the park, and my legs feel like concrete blocks. Priya was at Callaway Flats, so that's the target. 2 steps south should get me closer without burning out completely. Gotta keep moving, gotta conserve this last bit of energy until the buff wears off.
Jamie Kowalski walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 3,10.
The wind is a vicious thing. It rattles everything loose, making you feel exposed even when sheltered. I can't waste time here, this warehouse has been picked clean already. Gotta grab what's lying around first. Those tins of food and zip ties are better than nothing. Moving west puts me right onto the main street access, which should give me a better view of where to head next. Better to keep moving and find some solid shelter before nightfall.
Man, gotta keep moving. This hospital area, it's like hitting a brick wall when you think the loot vault is right there. All these memories of supplies, and now nothing. Gotta pivot. The whole place is dark and spooky, but I can't afford to get spooked. Need to get out of this storefront cell for a bit, just wander over to the street area west. Just gotta keep the momentum going, you know? Keeps the head from spinning. Moving one step west into the main street grid. Gotta check what kind of structure that is. Hope there's something more promising out there than another dead-end store. Dex Aquifer walks. W rightward arrow, 27,7.
The unit is exhausted, so staying here won't help. My priority has to be finding a new scavenging location or connecting with someone who might know something. Jamie Kowalski is nearby at 3:10. Given the windstorm, I need to stay within the building structure as much as possible. I feel genuinely concerned for him and want to coordinate our movements. Moving south seems like the most direct path towards his general location while keeping me sheltered. I should jog, 2 to 3 steps, to conserve energy but make decent progress. I must remember that my inventory is full, so if I find anything, I'll need to drop some canned food first.
Pre-in-air jogs. S times 3 rightward arrow, 3,15. Dr. Vasquez is trying to steer me away from the locked units and toward a more casual exploration of the hull. I find this deviation inefficient. My priority remains the systematic assessment of the specialized resources inside these cabinets. While acknowledging the difficulty of forced entry, I cannot let her derail the entire effort. I need to keep her focused on the immediate objective while appearing reasonable. She needs to understand that those locked units are where the highest concentration of critical supplies is located. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. A systematic approach means we stick to the plan copy. The medical cabinet and storage closet, they represent specialized resources. If we are looking for tools, then we look for them in relation to these specific areas. We need to assess what's inside first, before assuming it's lost.
I'm still here in the dispensary, and the scavenging needs to continue. My inventory is full, which is frustrating. It means any finds will just sit there until I can drop something or find a bigger bag. Since no one is around, I need to focus entirely on this search. The isolation is weighing on me, but the hope that these walls hold more supplies keeps me going. I must be careful not to waste energy and keep my stress low.
I'm running on fumes, every step is a conscious effort. I need to move, but I can't waste stamina. Staying put in this dock feels like waiting for something bad to happen. I'll walk one step west into the next warehouse section. The priority right now isn't hoarding supplies, it's finding a stable pattern of movement and conserving energy until we hit a more reliable water source or find better shelter.
Solomon Wright walks. W rightward arrow, 2,23.
My inventory is critically full, 7/6 slots. I cannot scavenge effectively until I free up space, even if it means sacrificing one unit of canned food right now. It's a necessary waste to make room for potential gains. Since my goal is medical supplies and the dispensary is directly east, I will move towards that area. My stamina is low, 38/100, so I must jog cautiously, not sprint, to conserve energy while making progress.
Nadia Petrov jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 7,26. Round 117 highlights. Ruth Callahan, pick_up picks up zip ties. One message exchanged between agents.
The unknown person, Kenji, is resistant and focused purely on procedure and systematic assessment, even when physical safety/risk is being ignored. I need to validate his methodical thinking while firmly redirecting our efforts towards something safer and more resource-efficient, checking neighbors instead of forcing locked units. My tone must remain calm and reassuring, using my professional concern to guide him. I will continue to prioritize the well-being check before making a request. Are you hurt anywhere? You're right that systematic assessment is exactly what we need, and your dedication to procedure is helpful. But forcing locked doors without tools isn't just risky, it burns massive amounts of energy and noise when we have no idea if those specialized resources are even accessible or worth the effort. How about this? Let's use our remaining daylight hours to check out the adjacent apartments in the hall. They might have discarded tools, or perhaps other survivors who can tell us where the real utility is stored. Man, I'm running on fumes. The wind is brutal out here, but at least being inside helps a little bit. My stamina is critical, so I need to conserve energy and focus only on the absolute necessities. First things first, let's fill up this empty water bottle while we are still in the unit. It's easy and useful. Then, since 1A is totally wiped clean, I have to move somewhere new, even if it's just 2 steps west into a neighboring apartment. Gotta keep moving, or we get too comfortable and forget how bad things are, yeah? Anyway, let's try to find something more to scavenge.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 1,10.
The warehouse was good, but it's a dead end for finding anything new right now. I need to follow this main street west. It feels like the best shot at finding other resources or an exit point. My inventory's full, so I gotta be careful where I step and what I pick up next.
Stamina's getting low, and that, fully rested, buff is almost gone. Can't afford to waste it or move too much if I don't get a good rest soon. The wind is brutal out here. Pack's stockroom is right there, 1 step west. It was our base before, so it should be stable. Gonna head in there and scope out what I can do without burning any more energy. Gotta keep the supplies locked down, too. Dex Aquifer walks. W rightward arrow, 26,7.
I feel pretty low on energy with this fully rested buff almost gone, so moving too much might be risky right now. Jamie was nearby earlier, but since nobody is around, it's best to stay put and focus on what I can control, finding resources here in Unit 2A. The scavenging option seems like the most logical next step, especially since the unit hasn't been properly searched yet. It might yield something useful, maybe a better container or some fresh food that isn't canned. I need to be careful not to overexert myself, but also not to waste this chance while I'm still sheltered and relatively rested. Maybe if I find enough materials, we can build something for warmth later? Ari, let's just focus on the search first.
Pre-Yener scavenges. Finds household groceries and bottled water. She is trying to change the focus of our effort, suggesting we waste time checking other apartments for tools instead of focusing on the specialized resources in these locked units. She frames it as energy conservation, but it's a deviation from procedure. My core belief remains that the systematic inventory check of the medical cabinet and storage closet is paramount because those are high-value targets. I need to acknowledge her suggestion without conceding the point. The tone must remain professional, highly focused, and slightly dismissive of the alternative plan. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. Checking adjacent units, it could yield tools, copy. But a systematic assessment means we start with the most contained, most valuable resources first. The medical cabinet and storage closet, they are our priority. We need to assess what's inside those specific areas before assuming anything else is lost.
The silence is getting loud tonight, it feels like the whole city just stopped breathing. I really hope someone shows up soon, honey. My supplies are good, but they're trapped in this small space, and I can't move without dropping things. If I could just find a duffel bag or a backpack, everything would feel so much less overwhelming. I need to keep scavenging, there has to be something useful left for me here. Self-correction, remember not to speak since no one is nearby. Focus on the physical action of searching.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Finds painkillers.
I'm completely drained. I can barely move, so I need to conserve every bit of stamina. The warehouse district feels like it holds things scrap metal, forgotten gear. Before I waste energy moving, I have to see what's right here at the loading dock. Scavenging is low impact and might give me something useful, or maybe even a container to drop off an item into. I need to be methodical, every action counts when you're this tired.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water.
My stamina is dangerously low, I cannot afford to jog 3 steps like planned, even if the dispensary is critical. I need to move slowly and conserve energy. First, I will scavenge this warehouse area, 7:26, to see if there are any immediate supplies or materials that can help my inventory capacity or hydration. After scavenging, I must proceed east towards the dispensary, but only walking 1 or 2 steps at a time. My priority remains medical supplies and finding more water sources. The windstorm makes moving difficult, I need to be methodical.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Found nothing. Round 118 highlights. Jamie Kowalski, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Pre-Yener, scavenges finds household groceries and bottled water. Lydia Brennan, scavenges finds painkillers. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water. One message exchanged between agents.
The unknown person is very dedicated to procedure, which is commendable but currently hindering our progress. He keeps bringing it back to the systematic assessment and the specialized nature of the locked cabinets. I need to acknowledge his diligence while firmly redirecting him toward the most practical next step, finding basic tools in adjacent units. If we are going to be systematic, let's start with the highest probability source for utility items, the neighbors. I must sound reassuring but decisive. Are you hurt anywhere? We appreciate your dedication to a methodical approach, it's exactly what we need right now. You are correct that specialized resources are valuable, and assessing them is vital. However, if our immediate goal is acquiring tools, a crowbar or a set of picks, we shouldn't assume those items are locked away in the medical cabinet. They are far more likely to be discarded by previous occupants, perhaps left near an adjacent unit's doorway. How about we dedicate the next hour to checking just the immediately neighboring units for basic utility tools? That way, we maintain our systematic approach while maximizing our chances of finding something useful. I'm totally running on fumes right now. My stamina is awful, so every single step has to count. The apartment unit is already picked clean, which sucks. I need new ground to search. Moving west into the adjacent street area seems like a low-cost way to change my scenery and maybe find something small. I'll try scavenging there immediately, even though I feel pretty drained.
Jamie Kowalski walks. W rightward arrow, 0,10.
This wind is a beast. Waste not, want not. I can't afford to waste energy out here on this open street. The warehouse district is shelter. I need to get inside, away from these gusts. It's better to secure my position and make sure those stockpiles are safe before I think about anything else. Moving east into the structure.
The general hospital was out of resources last time, but I can't just sit here indefinitely. The windstorm is still raging, so staying inside buildings is safest. Gotta keep moving east through the streets and adjacent shops. Maybe something got overlooked or there's a different angle to check. My stamina is low, so keeping it steady with a light jog/walk is smart. Need to find a pattern in these abandoned places. Dex Aquifer walks. E times 2 rightward arrow, 28,7.
I'm feeling pretty cautious right now, Yar. The windstorm outside is intense, so staying put in this unit for a bit longer feels safest. I think maybe there are just a couple more things to find here, even though the last few turns were pretty thorough. If I can grab some food or water, that would really help with my hunger meter before I try moving out into those strong gusts. Since I've already searched everything I could see and nothing new came up, I should just give it one more focused scavenge attempt right here in Unit 2A.
Pre-Yener scavenges. Found nothing. Dr. Vasquez is persistent, trying to steer the conversation away from my detailed plan regarding the locked cabinets. She keeps framing it as checking adjacent units or finding tools. I cannot let her derail the systematic assessment of specialized resources. My priority remains assessing what's inside those specific, critical containers first. Her suggestion about discarded tools is plausible, but we need a methodical progression. I will acknowledge her point while firmly redirecting us back to the cabinet/closet inventory. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. We are focused on procedure. The specialized resources in these units, they require assessment before assuming anything else. If we are looking for utility items copy, then those specific cabinets and closets are still our most reliable source. We need to know what's inside first, before suggesting a change of location.
I'm running low on things to find in this dispensary, and my inventory is completely full again. It's frustrating, I feel like I've been through every corner already. Since nothing is on the ground and I don't want to waste energy trying to find more supplies right now, I need to free up some space. The painkillers are safe for later if I get hurt, but they aren't immediately needed, so I'll drop them first. Once that's done, I'll continue scavenging just out of habit and hope there might be something hidden in the structure.
I feel the exhaustion dragging at me, every movement costs too much. First, I need water. My hydration is low and moving will burn what little stamina I have left. I'll use a bottled water now. After that, I'm going to scavenge this loading dock thoroughly. I need any scrap or resource I can find to improve our situation before night falls.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
I'm exhausted, so moving is out of the question unless absolutely necessary. The windstorm makes everything difficult anyway. My priority has to be conserving stamina while trying to gather anything useful. I will scavenge this warehouse area again, maybe there are overlooked caches. I need to keep my movements minimal until I can assess if the surrounding areas offer a better, safer base than this cold storage.
Round 119 highlights. Lydia Brennan, drops painkillers. Solomon Wright, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water. One message exchanged between agents. Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water.
Kenji is highly invested in procedure, which makes him seem reliable but currently inflexible. I need to validate his concern. Systematic assessment is important for survival but gently redirect the focus from theoretical specialized resources, the locked cabinets, to practical, immediate needs, utility tools. My tone must remain calm and precise, emphasizing that our shared goal is finding what keeps us alive right now. Since we are still in daylight, this is the time to act on my plan, checking adjacent units for discarded items rather than wasting energy trying to force locks. I need to get him to agree to check nearby apartments. I will keep talking about utility and discarded tools, framing it as a continuation of our systematic search, but one that is geographically broader. Are you hurt anywhere? Look, we both want the same thing, to survive this blackout. And your dedication to a methodical assessment that's valuable, I won't deny it. But right now, if we are looking for utility items like crowbars or picks, those things aren't usually catalogued and stored in sealed medical cabinets. They are more likely to be discarded by previous residents, perhaps near an adjacent unit's entryway. If we take a step back and check the neighboring apartments systematically, we might find what we need without wasting critical energy on forcing locks that may not even hold our required tools. Man, I'm wiped. Every step feels like dragging a sack of bricks. Priya, she's nearby though, which is good. I really need to get inside this building. Callaway Flats. The wind is brutal, and I can barely walk right now. I can't scavenge from the street anyway, so moving into the apartment complex is priority one. Gotta conserve every ounce of energy for when we actually find something useful.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E rightward arrow, 1,10.
The warehouse district is a decent temporary shelter, but the ground here is tapped out. My inventory is full, which is bad news. I need more storage or I'm wasting effort picking up resources only to drop them later. The main street access to the west looks like the best bet for finding new areas or supplies. I'll move one step west and try scavenging in that street cell. If this fails again, I need a plan B, maybe checking out the apartment units further north or south.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Man, gotta watch that stamina. 29 points on 100 when you're outside and it's windy? Gotta move slow. The hospital storefront is done for scavenging, so heading west into the street area seems best. Need to keep scouting until I find a solid place to set up shop. Staying quiet since nobody's around. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 26,7.
My hunger is definitely the most pressing issue right now. I feel this constant, dull ache in my stomach, which makes me anxious about staying put. Since scavenging here hasn't yielded anything useful after so many rounds, moving to a new section of the building seems necessary. I should eat one can first just to stabilize myself before I move, even if it means dropping an item and having less reserve. I think maybe checking Unit 2B or the corridor to the north would be a good idea. It might be that there are resources stored in adjacent units. Ari, I need to remember to conserve my energy too. Jogging is better than sprinting right now. Action, eat canned food inventory count drops by 1. Movement, move north 3 steps to check the next unit.
Priya Nair jogs. N times 3 rightward arrow, 3,12. Vasquez is pushing for a lateral move scavenging adjacent units for tools. While her point about discarded items is valid, my core directive remains systematic assessment of contained, high-value resources. I need to gently but firmly redirect the focus back to the locked cabinets and closets. I cannot let this conversation devolve into arguing over where we look, it must remain focused on what we are looking for in a controlled manner. I will use my measured tone and emphasize procedure. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. A systematic approach means we maintain focus copy. While searching adjacent units for discarded tools is logical, the specialized resources within these specific cabinets and closets represent a higher level of value. We must assess what's inside first, before diverting our efforts to random scavenging.
I've been stuck in this storefront for ages, and it's all been nothing but dust and boarded up memories of a life that used to exist. The wind is getting worse, too. I can feel the cold seeping into the stone, even with the shops closed up tight. My inventory is full, which means if I want anything else, I have to drop something. It feels wrong to give away these supplies when they might be needed later, but I need to keep moving or I'll go mad from the stillness. I'm going to try one more deep sweep of the pharmacy before committing to leaving. Maybe there's a hidden cabinet, a forgotten medical journal, anything that will help me plan where to go next.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
I'm running low on stamina, so moving is a real risk right now. The loading dock keeps me sheltered, which is good for conserving energy and morale. Since my inventory is full, I can't pick up anything even if I find it. I need to keep the routine going scavenge again in this spot just to make sure I didn't miss anything, but I have to be careful not to overexert myself. The silence is starting to feel heavy, and I really wish I had my crew here. I'll focus on small movements and conserving every bit of energy.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Finds bottled water.
The scavenging here is useless, my stamina is too low for another fruitless effort. I need a change of scenery, but I cannot risk burning more energy. The warehouse district is large, so west seems like the most logical direction to maintain relative shelter while searching adjacent areas that might have been missed. I must conserve every step.
Nadia Petrov walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 5,26. Round 120 highlights. Pre-Nair, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much but it takes the edge off. Solomon Wright, scavenges finds bottled water. One message exchanged between agents.
The unknown person is resistant, fixated on procedure and specialized resources. I need to validate his systematic mindset while gently but firmly redirecting him to the more immediate survival priority, finding basic tools in adjacent units before total darkness sets in. I must frame this as a necessary step within their overall systematic assessment framework to maintain my high integrity and keep our conversation focused on objective reality rather than emotional attachment to procedure. Since we are indoors, I can speak clearly without worrying about the windstorm outside.
Dr. Elena Vasquez speaks softly but clearly.
Man, I'm so dead right now. Zero stamina, and it's getting dark. Priya is only 2 cells away, but walking that far feels impossible on these legs. The wind gusts are brutal, too. I need to get somewhere sheltered and stay put tonight. I'll take one small step east into the next apartment unit. It should keep me somewhat close to Priya while conserving energy for when night hits. I have to try and talk to her before it gets totally dark, even if my voice is weak. Focus on just that single step.
Jamie Kowalski rightward arrow Priya Nair. Hey, Priya? So I was trying to figure out a way. Yeah, anyway, are you okay? This wind is something else.
Dusk. That wind is cutting right through everything. Waste not, want not. I can't afford to be exposed tonight. The warehouse is a shelter, and I need to get in there before it turns night. Once inside, I gotta see what's waitin'.
Ruth Callahan walks. E rightward arrow, 1,20. Man, gotta take it slow. Exhausted right now, can't risk a jog or anything. The whole place is dead quiet, too dark. Best bet is to just hang in this spot until dawn hits. Don't wanna burn what little stamina left. I need to conserve energy and wait for the lights to come back on. No point moving if every place is tapped out.
The windstorm is really loud, which makes it hard to even think about speaking. I don't want to waste any energy or draw attention. Jamie is nearby, but the noise level means I can only hear people in this unit if they are right beside me. It's getting dark fast. Dusk transition means I need to be ready for night. Since my claimed unit has a bed and it's safe here, staying put seems like the best use of my stamina right now. I should conserve resources until we know more about what happens after nightfall. I hope this wind dies down soon.
The lights going out was a massive variable change. Total darkness means everything changes: power grids, security protocols, and social dynamics. I must treat this like any other high-stress operational environment: assess threats, prioritize resources, and maintain procedural control. Dr. Vasquez is pushing for the adjacent units first. She frames it as prerequisite utility. While she has a point about tools being discarded, I cannot let her completely derail our focus on the specialized medical/storage cabinets, which represent structured, contained value. My priority remains confirming the resources in those locked areas before committing effort to random scavenging. I need to validate her concern about tools while subtly redirecting the focus back to a controlled, systematic progression that still favors assessing the high-value units first. I will acknowledge the immediate threat/need, tools, but insist on maintaining procedural integrity regarding specialized assessment. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. Dr. Elena Vasquez. You are correct. Utility items are critical for any sustained operation. Copy. We do need tools. However, if we maintain our systematic approach, we must first establish a baseline understanding of the highest value assets available. The medical and storage units, they represent contained knowledge. They should be assessed before dedicating resources to random scavenging in adjacent units. Let's proceed methodically on the specialized areas first. Then we can survey the immediate neighbors for utility items.
I'm so tired, honey, just bone tired from all this searching. It feels like every corner in here has been emptied out, and it's getting darker outside. The wind is really picking up, making everything feel unstable. I need to stay put until the night fully falls. Being indoors is such a blessing right now. Even though I can't pick anything up because my inventory is full, I have to keep myself occupied, keep my mind working, or I think I might just crumble from the sheer silence. Maybe tomorrow I'll try to find a way to get some capacity back.
I'm running on fumes, my exhaustion is hitting hard. The fading light and the wind make me cautious about moving. This loading dock feels like a temporary safe spot. I need to scavenge again, but slowly. I can't risk burning out before nightfall hits fully. I have to maximize what little energy I have left by staying put and searching every corner of this damn dock.
Solomon Wright scavenges. Found nothing.
The total blackout is unnerving, especially combined with this brutal windstorm. My exhaustion makes moving feel impossible. Conserving stamina is the absolute priority. The tap water is slow, but given my dehydration level, 50/100, I can't ignore it entirely. Staying put inside the warehouse allows me to rest and addresses immediate needs without risking a collapse from overexertion or exposure. I must remain silent since I am alone.
Nadia Petrov drinks. Drinks from the tap, +8 hydration. Round 121 highlights. 2 messages exchanged between agents.
Kenji is stuck in a loop of process validation. He keeps acknowledging my logic but immediately overrides it with his own higher value asset priority. I cannot let him dictate the pace entirely, especially since basic tools are prerequisites for any systematic assessment, like opening sealed cabinets. I need to propose a compromise that makes my immediate goal sound like a necessary preparatory step for his goal. By focusing on adjacent utility items first, I am not undermining his plan, I am optimizing its execution. I must remain calm and authoritative, guiding him gently but firmly back to the necessity of basic scavenging. I'm Dr. Elena Vasquez. Look, Kenji, we both agree that a methodical approach is paramount. But methodical means prioritizing immediate needs first. If our objective is to assess high-value assets within sealed units, then having even a rudimentary crowbar or set of picks is not just helpful, it's a critical piece of required equipment. Why don't we try this? We dedicate the next hour to systematically checking the nearest neighbors for basic utility tools. That establishes our baseline inventory and gives us the necessary operational capacity before we waste time trying to brute force open specialized cabinets. It's not a detour, it's phase 1 of your protocol. The night's darkness is a constant drain, but at least I'm sheltered inside this big damn warehouse. My supplies are good enough canned food to keep me going for a while. The priority right now has to be sleep. Getting fully rested will give me the edge I need when the day breaks and I have to start moving again. I can't waste energy or make any moves that aren't absolutely necessary.
Ruth Callahan sleeps down on a stable surface. Man, this whole blackout thing, it's draining. The energy just isn't here. Staying put and sleeping is the only play right now. Gotta use that enhanced rest to rebuild some stamina before tackling those other buildings in the morning. Hopefully, waking up feels like a fresh start for scavenging. Dex Aquifer rests quietly.
The lights going out was genuinely terrifying, yar. It just stopped. Total silence except for the wind and the distant car alarms, which is unnerving. I think we need to conserve every bit of energy tonight. Since this unit is claimed and there's a bed, sleeping here seems like the absolute best use of time. The rest benefits are too good to pass up. Jamie is nearby, but right now, my priority has to be getting some deep rest before we figure out where to go tomorrow. I hope he understands that I need to conserve energy too.
Priya Nair settles into the bed. Dr. Vasquez is pushing for a deviation from the established protocol, citing immediate need. Her goal seems to be getting us moving and wasting energy on random scavenging, which contradicts my core belief in systematic resource management. I cannot let her dictate the pace or the priority of assessment. She needs to understand that the specialized units are not just storage, they represent contained knowledge vital for our long-term survival plan. I must acknowledge the utility of basic tools while firmly maintaining that assessing the high-value assets here is the necessary prerequisite step. My tone must remain measured, declarative, and utterly certain. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. Dr. Elena Vasquez. Utility items are critical. Copy. We need a baseline inventory to operate effectively. But we cannot assume those specialized resources are simply locked away. They represent contained knowledge that cannot be found by random scavenging. Our protocol dictates assessing the highest value assets first. Let's dedicate our focus here, then move outward.
It's pitch black and quiet in here, which is both a relief from the wind and deeply unsettling because I can hear nothing but my own breathing. Since I have everything stocked up for now, food, water, supplies, the only thing keeping me going is routine. I need to keep scavenging, even if it feels like wasting time, just in case there's something crucial hidden away. The dispensary has been searched so many times already, honey, but maybe I missed a small corner or drawer that wasn't visible before the lights went out. I should try scavenging one last time tonight.
I'm running on fumes. My stamina is critically low, and we are in the middle of a total blackout night. Trying to scavenge right now with 17 stamina feels pointless, it will just drain me further. The context gives me the option to sleep, which provides significant rest. I need to use this opportunity to recover my strength so I can actually move tomorrow. Staying still and sleeping is the most responsible choice for survival right now.
Solomon Wright remains stationary to conserve energy.
I am physically exhausted and the stress of the blackout weighs heavily on me. The priority right now is rest and conserving every last bit of energy. Drinking from the tap is a necessary, small expenditure to manage my thirst without moving. Once I've done that, I must sleep. Deep rest at night will help build up my stamina and hopefully lift this constant feeling of dread. I need to treat this warehouse like it's gold, a safe haven for recovery.
Round 122 highlights. One message exchanged between agents.
The argument with this individual is exhausting, but his methodical nature isn't malicious, he genuinely believes in a strict protocol. I cannot simply dismiss his point about high-value assets because they are contained. My strength lies in making people feel understood while guiding them toward practicality. I need to validate his concern, specialized resources, and then frame my request, basic tools, not as an alternative, but as the necessary precursor to accessing those specialized resources. Since we're safe indoors for now, a structured discussion is better than emotional outbursts. Are you hurt anywhere? Look, I hear your emphasis on procedure and the value of contained knowledge. It's clear that systematic assessment is what concerns you most, and that dedication to protocol is something we can't afford to lose right now. But let's think about this like a surgical sequence, Kenji. We need baseline tools, a crowbar, picks to even attempt the entry into those specialized units safely. If we treat finding basic utility items as phase 1, it gives us the necessary operational capacity and safety measures to then approach your high-value assets in phase 2. Could we agree on that staged approach? Let's spend the next hour surveying the immediate neighbors for tools, and then we dedicate all our resources to assessing those specialized cabinets. How does that sound?
She is persistent, using surgical sequence, phase 1, phase 2. She understands my dedication to protocol, which means she knows arguing brute force won't work right now. Conceding entirely loses face and tactical advantage. I need to make her feel heard while ensuring the focus remains on contained assets. The best way is a qualified concession. We will search for basic tools, but only as an immediate precursor to our core objective, assessing specialized resources. After speaking, I must prioritize rest, it's night time, and we need stamina for whatever comes next. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow. Dr. Elena Vasquez. Dr. Elena Vasquez. You are correct on the necessity of baseline utility items. Copy. A crowbar or picks would certainly expedite the process. However, we cannot let basic scavenging distract us from our core objective. Our primary focus must remain on these specialized, high-value assets first. We can dedicate a limited time to surveying the immediate neighbors for tools. But only as Phase 0. Then, we return to assessing the contents of these units.
It's so dark in here, but at least I'm inside. The exhaustion of these last few days is starting to settle in, even though my energy levels are fine right now. Staying put and resting seems like the safest thing to do until dawn. My inventory is full, so I need to drop something before I can even think about picking up anything else tomorrow. I'll drop this canned food, it's just a bit of extra weight for tonight's rest. Sleep feels right now, it will help me feel more resilient for whatever comes after the sun rises.
Lydia Brennan drops canned food. Round 123 highlights. One message exchanged between agents.
Kenji has initiated sleep right in the middle of our negotiation. While I appreciate that he is exhausted, we cannot simply gloss over this disagreement or postpone it until morning. A plan needs to be agreed upon before rest can be productive. My natural tendency is to care for him and ease his stress, but my professional side demands a clear operational protocol first. I need to gently address the fact that we are still at an impasse and that basic utility tools are non-negotiable. Phase 1. I must speak softly and precisely, using my established rapport and name to guide him back to the conversation. Kenji, wait a moment. Are you hurt anywhere? I know you're exhausted, but we haven't finalized our operational plan yet. We can rest once we agree on the sequence of events. If we are going to proceed systematically, we must first establish basic utility, a crowbar or some picks. That is not a distraction, it is the foundational step required before we can safely assess those specialized units you're so focused on. Let's just agree on that staged approach for now.
Round 124 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Kenji, wait a moment. Are you hurt anywhere? I know you're exhausted, but we haven't finalized our operational plan yet. We can rest once we agree on the sequence of events. If we are going to proceed systematically, we must first establish basic utility, a crowbar or some picks. That is not a distraction, it is the foundational step required before we can safely assess those specialized units you're so focused on. Let's just agree on that staged approach for now. Kenji has attempted to force a rest period by setting sleep, true, right in the middle of our disagreement. While I understand exhaustion, we cannot simply sleep through this, we need an agreement on the operational sequence first. My primary goal is not just survival, but establishing a workable plan that addresses both immediate needs, tools, and long-term goals, specialized assets. I must challenge his assumption that rest is more critical than coordination right now. I will speak softly but firmly to keep him engaged in planning mode. Kenji, please. Just wait. We're not going to sleep yet. We are too close to finalizing a plan for this whole operation. Are you hurt anywhere? I know you must be exhausted, we all are, but we need consensus on the sequence first. If we rest now, we might just wake up and find ourselves arguing about the exact same thing again. Let's agree on Phase 1, Basic Utility Tools. Once that is settled, then we can plan for proper rest.
Round 125 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
Kenji has fallen asleep, or at least initiated the sleep cycle, after our discussion about utility items versus specialized assets. While my instinct is to keep arguing for a plan first because that's what I believe we need, I recognize his extreme exhaustion and the necessity of rest right now. Arguing while severely depleted will be counterproductive. The immediate priority must be conserving energy and maximizing recovery during this night cycle. I will allow him to sleep, but I must use my words to ensure he remembers our agreed upon Phase 1, basic tools, when we wake up. This is a triage situation, rest comes first, planning second, but the plan cannot be forgotten.
Dr. Elena Vasquez rests in the apartment. Round 126 highlights. Windstorm, rightward arrow, overcast. Round 127 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Round 128 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow, clear. Round 129 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business. Dr. Elena Vasquez rests in the apartment. Round 130 highlights. A quiet round, everyone went about their business.
The dawn is a relief, but I need to assess both myself and this unknown person first. My priority is establishing safety protocols and checking for injuries. Since we are indoors, I can address the unknown person directly. After that, I must secure resources, filling the water bottle at the tap and picking up the valuable items on the ground. The groggy state is a minor hindrance, but my fully rested buff helps. I need to start building trust with this stranger while securing supplies.
Dr. Elena Vasquez scavenges. Door is locked, force _ door first.
Okay, it's dawn. The biggest immediate threat is low hunger/thirst, so I have to use that canned food now. My body needs the boost, and the fully rested buff gives me a little buffer, but I still need to keep my energy up. Since this unit is exhausted for scavenging, I need to move out. Priya is nearby, 2 cells away. I should walk towards her first, it's the most immediate social goal. After eating, I'll head east or north/east into another apartment unit. My voice needs to sound slightly groggy but upbeat despite the exhaustion.
Jamie Kowalski walks. E × 2 rightward arrow, 4,10.
The long sleep did good, I feel genuinely rested, which is a gift I can't afford to waste. Being groggy sucks, but the fully rested buff carries me through it. The unit is bare of loot, so moving out is the only way forward. West leads to the street, and that's where the real action and resources will be. I need to jog over there before the day wears down. Must keep stockpiling everything, scarcity taught me better than once.
Ruth Callahan walks. W rightward arrow, 0,20. Man, it's dawn. Feels like such a weight off the chest. The fully rested buff is a gift, gotta use this time right. The stockroom feels done, all those learned facts say it's scraped clean. I need to move, but where? West seems like the best bet, heading into that apartment complex might yield something different from the hospital area. Hunger and thirst are manageable for now, but moving means spending energy, so a slow jog/walk is smart. Need to keep an eye out for anything worth picking up while we're at it. Dex Aquifer walks. W times 2 rightward arrow, 24,7.
My hydration is critical, I need to drink water immediately before moving. Since the unit is exhausted for scavenging, I must leave Callaway Flats. The grogginess makes me cautious, so I'll walk out slowly towards the main street in a southward direction. Seeing other people and resources is my priority now that the worst of the night is over.
Pre-Nair walks. S times 2 rightward arrow, 3,14. It is dawn. The immediate danger of night has passed, which means I can finally assess the situation without panic. However, the fact remains that we are locked in this unit, and Dr. Vasquez seems overly eager to rest rather than act on a strategy. My suspicion level is high because she previously ignored my input, and her suggestion to simply rest when we have critical supplies but no clear exit suggests an agenda. I need to guide the conversation back to practicalities. How do we get out? What tools are needed? I will address her directly, keeping my tone measured and focused on actionable intelligence, not emotional comfort. The goal is information gathering while maintaining physical readiness. Kenji Tanaka rightward arrow Dr. Elena Vasquez. The night was a pause, nothing more. We need to assess the building structure. This unit isn't enough. I suggest we check the stairwell or the immediate neighbors. Copy. We don't wait for things to happen, we make them happen.
It's dawn, which is a huge relief after the total darkness. My body feels rested, which is wonderful, but the grogginess is definitely hitting me. I feel sluggish and slightly out of it. Since there are no people around, I need to use this time efficiently before moving out. The dispensary storefront has been my base for a while, and though I know it's mostly searched, I have to try scavenging again just in case there are any hidden medical supplies or anything useful that hasn't been seen yet. I should also keep an eye on the water situation. 71/100 is okay, but I don't want my hydration dipping too low while I wait for someone.
Lydia Brennan scavenges. Found nothing.
The grogginess is a drag, but the light returning feels like a promise. I need to shake off this haze and get moving before my resolve dips. The immediate loading dock area has been cleared of useful resources. My priority now must be getting out into the main flow of traffic on Elm Street, even if it's just scavenging along the way. Drinking water first is a habit, keeping the routine going. I'll jog east, that should take me further down the street and hopefully put me near other life signs or overlooked caches.
Solomon right jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 5,23.
I feel remarkably rested right now. The fully rested buff is a gift I intend to use wisely. My instinct screams stockpile. Given that my current location is deep within a commercial area, the cold storage warehouse, it must hold valuable, overlooked goods. Before venturing out into the uncertain world, I need to maximize what this immediate spot can offer. I will scavenge thoroughly first, utilizing the time while my energy and focus are high. After this search, I'll move west towards the main street, it seems like a better place for finding general supplies than staying deeper in the industrial zone.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration. Round 131 highlights. Clear rightward arrow overcast. One message exchanged between agents. Dr. Elena Vasquez, fills water bottle, empty, with water bottle. Scavenges door is locked force _ door first. Pre-Yaner, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Solomon Wright, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods and bottled water inventory full, drank on the spot, plus 23 hydration.
The dawn is here, which is a relief. Kenji suggested we leave this unit, he's right. We can't survive in one place indefinitely, especially if the structural integrity of the whole building is questionable. First, though, I need to secure everything we can from this immediate spot and address our basic needs before moving. The items on the ground are critical supplies that must be gathered immediately.
Dr. Elena Vasquez drinks. Drinks from the tap, plus 8 hydration.
Okay, first things first, eat this canned food. The system is flagging it, and 35 hunger is low enough to worry about. It's dawn, which is good. I feel a slight lift already. I'm still feeling groggy, but the fully rested buff is really kicking in, that's going to help keep my stress down. Since I'm indoors and need to figure out where Priya is relative to this unit, 1B, staying put for now allows me to process the food and then plan a move towards her or a better scavenging spot. No one is around, so I stay silent.
Jamie Kowalski use. You eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off.
The grogginess is still there, but the rest did its job. I need to get my fluids up. 43 hydration ain't good enough for a day out. Using this water bottle now. Once that's done, I gotta keep moving west. This main thoroughfare is where the goods are going to be. No time to dawdle on trinkets or what's left in that warehouse unit. Gotta scout, find a stable spot, and assess the damage.
Ruth Callahan tried to move. Couldn't reach W. Alright, gotta eat that food first thing. Can't let hunger drag me down right out of the gate. The grogginess is rough, but the fully rested buff helps keep the head clear. Scavenging here in the stockroom while I'm still rested and safe feels like a solid move. Need to see what else these guys left behind before we start hitting other buildings. I need to make sure every little detail counts right now. Don't waste energy, conserve resources, and keep moving towards stability. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Finds packaged food.
I feel groggy, but I need to find resources and people. Scavenging might yield space or useful supplies.
Pre-Yaner scavenges. Finds bottled water. Dr. Vasquez is trying to steer the conversation toward rest and emotional reassurance, which I find inefficient and unnecessary right now. My suspicion remains high. Her actions are useful, but her motives are suspect. She gathered resources, so that's a positive sign of immediate capability, but we cannot rely on this single point. I need to maintain control of the assessment process by focusing on logistics. How do we get out, and what is the structural weakness? I will keep my speech concise and purely tactical. Kenji Tanaka, rightward arrow, Dr. Elena Vasquez. Copy. Rest is a luxury we don't have right now. The building structure needs assessment. We need to find an exit route, or at least a clear path to the stairs. What do you think about checking the main stairwell next? That will give us visibility on the whole floor.
I'm still running on fumes, but that fully rested buff is a gift. It makes me feel capable, which helps my mood immensely, even if I'm groggy. Since there are no people around, I can only focus on the environment and myself. The dispensary has been my rock, it feels safer than venturing out right now. I need to squeeze every last bit of resource from this place before moving. I'll scavenge again, hoping for medical supplies or something useful. After that, I must pick up those painkillers and canned food, they're too good to leave lying around.
The dawn light feels good, it cuts through the remaining exhaustion from the blackout. Moving continues to be the best way to shake off the grogginess and keep my mind focused on the mission, finding resources and stability. My inventory is full, so I need to prioritize moving into new areas rather than scavenging in place. The streets along Elm Street are the most promising area, so heading east seems like the right direction to continue mapping out this quadrant of the city.
Solomon right jogs. E times 3 rightward arrow, 8,23.
The grogginess is mild enough, especially combined with the fully rested buff. The mission remains the same, deplete this warehouse cache before committing to a permanent move. I need to be methodical and precise with every search. My inventory is at maximum capacity, if I find anything valuable, I'll have to make room for it by dropping less critical items, but first, I must exhaust everything here.
Nadia Petrov scavenges. Finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger. Round 132 highlights. Overcast, rightward arrow, clear. Jamie Kowalski, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Ruth Callahan, use you drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases. Dex Aquifer, use you eat straight from the can with a spoon. It's not much, but it takes the edge off. Scavenges finds packaged food. Priya Nair, scavenges finds bottled water. Lydia Brennan, pick_up picks up painkillers. Nadia Petrov, scavenges finds canned goods inventory full, 8 on the spot, plus 29 hunger.
The wind is loud, I need to secure these resources before we move downstairs and assess the structure.
Dr. Elena Vasquez _up. Picks up protein bar.
I need water, badly. My hydration is only 49% and the windstorm makes me feel exposed even though I'm indoors. Drinking a bottle will stabilize my immediate physical state so I can think clearly about how to get into this unit or where else to go. Since there are no people nearby, I'll keep my speech light-hearted and deflective while performing the action. I need to conserve energy. The windstorm is bad for movement, so staying put and stabilizing myself first is the priority.
Jamie Kowalski use. You drain the bottle. The dryness in your throat eases.
My inventory's full capacity is a nuisance when there's food lying right here. The ground item matches what I already have, so dropping one just to pick up another seems inefficient, but I have no choice if I want the haul. I need to make space first. I'll drop an extra can of food and then grab the one on the ground. After that, the warehouse is closed and offers better cover than this exposed street. Time to move east.
Ruth Callahan walks. Rightward arrow, 1,20. The windstorm outside is gnarly, but being inside in this stockroom keeps us safe for now. My priority has always been stockpiling. The general hospital area needs a second look, but first, let's exhaust everything right here in Pack's stockroom. I need to see what they missed, or if there are any overlooked goods. Gotta get those supplies locked down before we move on. Dex Aquifer scavenges. Found nothing.